The woman insisted it was all a lie, and that her boy couldn't. In the crib, the dark-haired baby lay motionless. The man seized her by the shoulders, calling her Carla, and demanded she control herself. The woman answered by shouting to Keynes that this was their baby, Enid. With a sad face, the man declared that their baby had gone to heaven. He went on, no matter how bad he felt, he would keep living until he saw Enid again. The woman tried to object, until tears finally spilled from her eyes. As the man held his sobbing wife, loud crying rang out from inside the room. Many years later, the woman pressed a hand to her chest, and her finger erupted with light as she began to chant. With the spell, massive rocket flash, she thrust the glowing finger straight forward. A purple beam tore from her hand, streaking toward the huge stone golem and striking it squarely in the forehead. The delighted girl leaned in to tell her mother it was amazing. She'd hit the target from a full kilometer away. Carla turned back to Enid and said she'd set him an example. The boy answered at once, "I understand." She instructed him to aim for the golem's chest, to pierce the heart, and told him to imagine the stones around him were allies, then focus only on the golem. The guy closed his eyes and began to read the spell, exactly the way Carla had read it a minute ago. His staff lit up, and he snapped his eyes open, staring ahead with tight, focused concentration. With his staff pointed forward, he cast the giant missile flash spell, and a beam burst from it, streaking straight toward its target. A massive explosion erupted, and flames consumed everything. Carla and her daughter stood behind him, watching as the hero gasped. He'd definitely overdone it. The girl, sensing what had happened, gave an awkward smile and said her brother was the best. After clearing his throat, the boy turned to his mother, clenched his fist, and smiled, telling the woman that he had managed to destroy the golem. The woman stared at him menacingly, accepting his answer, only for him to sweep away the golem along with his allies. The guy tried to insist they'd died with honor, but his gaze kept slipping to his mother, fear tightening his face. She reminded him that she'd told him to aim for his left chest. If he'd shot like that in a real battle, he would have destroyed everything around him, along with his comrades. A crater had already formed where the blow landed. She called out to Enid, saying his magical power surpassed ordinary magicians several times over, even though he was only 10 years old. Confidently, she added that he could already be called a genius, then told him not to dwell on it. She taught him that even with excellent magical abilities and practice, he was still on the same level as his peers. If things stayed as they were, they'd label him the foolish magician. The guy flinched, thinking she'd started scolding him again. The girl jumped up and down, beaming, and thanked her mother for the lesson. She was already looking forward to the next one. The guy let out a breath, saying that his attention was being taken away from him. Enid leaned in toward her sister and thanked Amelia in a whisper. Smiling back, she said it wasn't worth thanking. She didn't consider herself like him at all. He had knowledge and skills, and she couldn't help envying him. The guy was even embarrassed. With a shy touch, she pressed her fist to her chest and added that she also regarded him as the most powerful magician she had ever met. He asked her again if it was true, and she answered at once. Still smiling, she confessed that she dreamed of becoming just like him. The hero watched Amelia cast a spell, thinking about what a cute little sister he had. About 410 years ago, a new continent was discovered. The continent was found by the AS Empire, and the city of Melia was founded on that new land, where he was born. The hero woke up as a child, reborn into another medieval fantasy world. In his past life, everyone hated Enid. It was that kind of, it's over, bad. He worked a brutal, hard job, and sank into complete mental and physical depression. In his past life, he always ate dinner with his parents, but one day, they died in an accident. He lived off the money they left behind and turned into a slacker. He lived without needing anyone, an absolutely worthless life. The hero lived like a walking dead man. At one point, he started to wonder what had gone wrong, how one day he could suddenly be gone at such a young age. The next time he opened his eyes, he found a young couple standing before him. They were shouting that it was a miracle because their son had come back to life. Carla and Keynes stared at him through tears. In his past life, he loved reading novels about reincarnation in other worlds. But he couldn't believe the same thing had happened to him. But his new parents looked genuinely happy. So happy that, even as they held him close, he felt it in his bones, that he was needed by someone. Neither of them took their eyes off their son. The child ate. Carla, taking her son from her hands, thanked Luina, and Luina simply said there was no reason. The girl who fed him was his nanny and servant, the dark elf Luina. The hero believed that his mother could be the most beautiful girl in the whole world, but she didn't have the best figure. Luina announced she was leaving. The hero stared at her, and the gulf between them felt crushing. Carla looked away, then told her husband that today she'd teach magic, and that it would be easy. She planned to teach him the spell, Material Exchange. Keynes panicked, insisting it was impossible. He knew nothing about magic, and besides, he didn't have a wand. The girl replied with displeasure that she didn't see any problem at all. She said that when she was 6, she could cast spells on her own, no teachers needed. She studied him condescendingly, then let out a sigh. The man answered that she was from Ushia, the most magic-oriented civilization, while he came from Randlesia, an ordinary nobleman, so he didn't think he could ever learn magic. The girl's anger flared at his words. Carly snapped at him to shut up and started moving. The baby stared at him, wondering what the man was doing. After all, he was a lord. Even though his parents were nobles, they were only lower-class aristocrats. They owned Melia, an old village with a population of 70. So the man raised his palm in concentration. He moaned as he stood in front of the teddy bear, while his wife kept silent beside him, watching. An hour later, all he'd managed was a teddy bear that only trembled slightly, while he himself shook all over. I can't. Carla frowned. The hero had thought it only took 5 mana points, yet Keynes had no swordsmanship, no magic, no nobility, and no ability to rule. The hero saw him as a useless lord, and his father scratched his head in embarrassment. Carla shouted at him not to give up, just continue, because if he was a man, then everything would work out. He stretched his hand out toward her, smiling as he told his wife he loved her with all his heart, saying, too, that in this he was better than anyone, and asking her to believe him. Flustered, the girl called out to her husband. Enid grimaced as she laid him in his crib, groaning to herself that it would all start up again. The hero often slept in the lullaby in his parents' room. He heard his mother's declarations of love. Back then, he'd thought they'd be embarrassed to do something like that in front of their child. The hero has no choice but to listen to the sounds twice a week. He told himself it was a good thing. Still young, still beautiful, but he still didn't want to hear them. Glancing at the bear on the side, the memory of that material exchange surfaced. He studied it closely. More than once he urged himself. This bear had to move. The bear actually started to move. The boy was glad. He was much stronger than his father. Maybe, he thought, he had a talent for this. He even noticed how soft his own body felt. The couple noticed a child standing to the side. The man said it looked like Enid had already fallen asleep. He decided that from now on, whenever his parents were too busy with their own affairs, he would practice material exchange. Because if he did it constantly, he would run out of mana. Usually it takes about 2 to 3 days to spend it all. But for him, 1 day is enough. That kind of strain can lead to physical and mental damage. And beyond material exchange, there's material redirection. When no one hears the hero's cries, this skill makes it most convenient to move his species into the trash can. Though the hero simply thought that, in his soul, he was already an adult. That's how the protagonist's childhood passed. Carla pressed her forehead to the boy's, saying she was starting the measurement. When she pulled away, she gasped in surprise. Smiling happily, the woman announced that he had 496 mower. Something Carla couldn't believe, because his magical power was incredible. As the hero had already reasoned, the principle of daily training, paired with 2,448 hours of rest, builds the body strong here. So he did the same, only with magic. Just as he expected, that same rule held true for magic as well. The hero had been drilling high-level magic since he was a child. Even from the cradle he practiced, on a teddy bear. And now, at 10 years old, the hero boasts the greatest magical power among everyone in his generation. When the hero told his mother, Carla, about this principle, she dismissed it as nonsense. He couldn't help but feel it was strange. The boy figured that magic power, in general, has its limits. So he believed there must be illnesses tied to magic. He was just glad he was fine. Then someone called from the side, "Enid!" And he turned around. The men told the boy that the carriage carrying food had broken down. They turned to Enid and asked him to lend them his golem. The boy scratched his head and promised he'd help without any problems. Then he pressed his hand to the ground, beginning to cast a spell. The boy extended his palm and activated golem creation. The golem appears instantly from wood, earth, or etc., ready to be used as a tool. Malia is a quiet, growing village, home to roughly 200 people. What they need most right now is farmers. As the population increases, more food will be required to support it, but everything is hemmed in by rocks. So the hero used his golem creation skill to help everyone. Even though a very large golem is formed, it can still work for a long time thanks to its magical power. The hero can even form his own hand to gather small stones. His mother, Carla, is overjoyed at how bright he is. He reflected on how his golem building skills had grown from putting together various anime and manga character figurines. So, in a way, his life as a slacker had been useful after all. He smiled to himself, satisfied. One man couldn't believe the hero could craft a golem that big. Surely he'd be able to work for a couple of hours. Another woman told Enid that if he helped her too, she'd be very grateful. The guy let out a sigh. He snapped at the residents, furious, telling them to stop calling him a boy when he was already an adult. The residents only smiled back, saying he was still a child and had only recently been in diapers. The hero was delighted that people had finally started to notice him, especially after spending his previous life as a recluse. He had thought it was good to end up in this world. So when he looked at the people around him, happiness filled him. Once this village becomes a city, it'll finally start showing up on maps. He believed the village was F rank. If its rank was raised, it would surely grow bigger. With his knowledge of the modern world, the hero decided to make this village the largest. The villagers called Enid over. The hero wondered just how far he could go. After all, this was his life after reincarnation. He chose to enjoy it to the fullest, smiling as he sat on a rock the moment he was called again. The Crane family isn't far from the clinic. A beautiful angel in white, Amelia, who can use magic as well, called her brother and said the medical indicators were ready. The guy took the documents, thanked his sister, and she smiled back, saying there was no need to. She stared at her brother, flustered, until he tensed up a bit. Then he reached out and patted her head, murmuring that she had tried well. The hero had suddenly been reborn into this world, and now he can live a life like this. He has a sister, a year younger than him, Amelia. Still embarrassed, she thanked him again. She's his half-sister. Amelia lost her parents in an accident, so his parents took her into their family. They wanted to hide the fact that she was adopted and keep it a secret, but even though the hero was a child at the time, he understood everything they said. Even though they aren't blood relatives, he still considers her a sister and wants to take care of Amelia, though he can't help worrying it might be too much. The man standing beside them smiled when he saw the children hugging, then chuckled, saying they were closer than ever. The children called their father, and the man smiled at them. This is the hero's father, Lord Keynes, and he's the only doctor in Melia. When the hero is with his mother, he focuses on training and magic. The rest of the time, he tries to help his father in his clinic. Anna didn't put much trust in her father, but she did believe he was a good doctor, and she respected him. A man lay on the bed, his leg swathed in black hematoma. He'd been told he had a fairly large gangrene on his right leg. The man explained that a couple of days ago he'd been bitten by a snake, and he'd thought it wasn't poisonous, so he didn't come to the hospital earlier. Keen let out a sigh, his tension choking the air, and said that if his leg wasn't amputated, he could die. The man screamed in horror. No. The man demanded to know if they really meant to cut it off. The hero knew the medicine in this world was quite low. Healing magic and potions are in far higher demand in this world. So much so that doctors aren't particularly valued here. Still, finding mages who can use healing magic is difficult, and potions are outrageously expensive. So people in this country often turn to doctors, simply because they're cheap. The hero studied the patient, and felt lucky that gangrene had appeared on only one leg. With his fists clenched on his knees and trembling, the patient said he trusted Dr. Keynes, and that it was better than dying. He agreed, and the Lord replied that it was good. The Lord called Enid and Amelia, and the children answered at once. Amelia cast deep sleep, and Enid bound him with a spell. There was no anesthesia in this world yet. If they didn't put this man to sleep with magic, he could die from pain shock. Taking the knife, the man said they were starting. Amelia was hanging up wet clothes. The man went on, praising Enid's idea of wearing white coats. Since they started dressing that way and washing them every day, the number of deaths among patients after operations had noticeably dropped. With a smile, he asked again if it was really true. The guy said proudly that keeping medical instruments sterile through heat treatment was just as important. He even remembered learning it from TV. Remembering the man with gangrene, he said he felt great after the operation, despite the fact that he was still walking on crutches. Keynes reflected on the importance of hygiene, admitting he'd been a little skeptical at first. Amelia said the statistics showed the difference. Her brother had taught her how to analyze. Then the guy stroked her head and called her a good girl. The hero is trying to spread his modern medical knowledge to the world, and so far, it looks like it's working. Now, the special thing about their village is that they make soap. One of those ideas people were skeptical about when it first came up. Someone shouted about a free giveaway, thrusting a packet of soap into the air. Amelia pushed through the crowd, offering everyone free soap so they could try washing their hands with it. The man laughed, saying he never expected it to be useful. But the soap washes away every trace of dirt, leaving the skin clean. Other girls chimed in that they were surprised the soap made the body smell pleasant, and that it was far cheaper than buying perfume. Another girl said she actually enjoyed washing herself with it, wondering why she hadn't known about it sooner. Every shelf was bare, with sold-out signs posted everywhere. Someone added that sales were climbing higher every day. The hero told his father that if the rest of the world learned just how important hygiene was, and if they kept selling soap, then Melia's economy would grow exponentially. The Lord, smiling, replied that he never imagined soap would become this popular. He was glad he'd listened to his son. They had no production in Melia. The hero suggested to his father that they produce soap, and his goal was not only to secure funds. Health was everything. In the history of their world, huge pandemics like cholera and plague had swept through, born from nothing more than poor sanitation. Unlike other regions where water is precious, Melia has an abundance of it, so soap comes first. The hero believed that if they raised sanitation levels, they'd immediately see a massive drop in deaths and disease. The hero told his father this was all in service of improving health and kickstarting industry. Wanting the village to grow, he's convinced he's doing everything right. Smiling, his father agreed. As the hero watched from just around the corner, his sister couldn't help peeping. With eyes full of love, the girl told her brother that his speech was incredible. When she blinked, a whole year had already flown by. The whole family gathered to congratulate the hero on his birthday. They approached him with gifts and congratulations. He recognized one of the girls and called her Irina, startled that she was here too. The hero had turned 11. He suddenly recalled something and thanked Amelia. She really had tried hard to organize everything, hadn't she? The girl watched him with admiration. She threw herself into his arms as he just stood there, stunned, surprised, and embarrassed. She said, of course, she was glad to do it for him. The guy couldn't help thinking she was doing it on purpose. A little later, Mom leaned her forehead against her son's. She smiled and told Enid that his magic power had climbed to 600 mo. She went on to say, it was incredible that someone so young could raise 100 points in just 1 year. Enid thought that if he kept going with the same drive, he could reach the 999 mo world record. The brother and sister were happy. He already saw himself as a wizard with the greatest magic in the world, but deep down, he felt his skills and knowledge weren't high enough. Amelia decided to ask the question directly. When they were talking about 600 magic points, wasn't he stronger than their core magician Marlin? Mom's expression turned serious. Maybe, she said, then leaned in and told Enid to listen up. No matter how strong his magic was, if he didn't learn any skills, he would never become a first-class mage. From behind, Amelia asked Mom if she'd heard that Marlin had successfully rejuvenated and changed gender. He thanked Amelia for the distraction, and the woman's side insisted she felt this news wouldn't stay put. It would soon spread across the continent. The woman was baffled by how anyone could change gender, going from a 70-year-old man to a 10-year-old girl. The children were completely stupefied. The woman said he wasn't even ashamed to admit he was happy to wear girls' clothes. She'd also heard he was seriously set on changing his name to Marilyn or Aaron. It didn't matter to her. She was just dying to know what was going on in the head of this stupid old man. The hero echoed her words about the stupid old man. Amelia snapped back, asking why he had to be so rude. The woman decided that was enough talking and said the Hawkwood family had sent the hero a gift. He was startled, asking again whether it was really true that his mother's family had done it. They were magical glasses, able to perform various functions, and they could be controlled by voice. The hero stared at the new thing with shining admiration, yelling that it was an expensive magic instrument. She said she believed her mother's parents hadn't stayed in touch with them for a long time. During his parents' time, the Ice Empire and the Runachia Kingdom were at war, and any wedding between those two warring nations was never recognized. But one day, his mother left her family and married his father. He'd heard about it by chance a long time ago from his maid, Luina, who was already 116 years old, and who had once nursed his mother. His mother let out a sigh and said her family wanted to bring Enid into the main family, but she suspected an ulterior motive, since she'd been sending them regular letters about Enid's progress. She added that her magic-obsessed father was very interested in him. With admiration, Amelia said it would be wonderful if her brother became a bridge between the two families. Turning away, the woman added that in the letter she'd only mentioned his magical powers. The hero took it as pride and grinned, completely unprepared for the reaction. The guy put on his glasses, then asked what the question was, how it was going. Carla smiled, saying it suited him perfectly. Amelia's mouth fell open in shock. He hurried up to his sister, buzzing with excitement and asking if everything was okay. The girl blushed and started to stutter before finally answering that it wasn't. She looked at him and said she felt it suited him perfectly. She really liked it. He stared into the mirror, thinking he looked just like he always did in regular glasses. He announced that he'd move on to their functions, deciding to start with far-sightedness. He read that this skill power is adjustable at the user's discretion, letting one see spirits and ghosts, and that it could also be used as a magical weapon. Next, he checked out the skill perspective, which let you see through walls and clothes. He looked at the three girls and realized this was the reason. With perspective, he could look at them too. He chuckled under his breath, adjusting his glasses as the thought pleased him. He really did like this, especially the perspective. Since he was a man, it would be stupid not to use it. He decided to start with Luina using the skill, and it worked. He glanced at his maid, Luina, and found the contrast between her skin and the fabric striking. Then his eyes shifted to his sister, who was nearly 10 years old. He wondered what she'd be like when she grew up. Then he glanced at his mother. There was nothing new. He went still, telling himself it was insignificant. The woman said that, for some reason, she felt uncomfortable, as if Enid had done something. She said that he had just used perspective, didn't he? The boy took off his glasses, thinking he'd been caught. Luina asked the young gentleman with a stony face what he was doing. Amelia was embarrassed, covering herself. He told his sister that he hadn't had time to look through the fabric, so he said not to worry, especially since they still wash in the same basin. The girl, embarrassed, shouted that it didn't matter. She really didn't like it when her brother used perspective to see through fabric. It was downright embarrassing. The woman cast magic on the glasses, then handed them back to him, saying everything was fine now. The guy stared at them, clearly puzzled. He let out a scream, shouting that she had turned off the perspective. He dropped to his knees, completely dejected. Amelia cried out in concern, calling her brother, urging him not to be sad. She smiled sheepishly, and said that if he really wanted it so badly, he could look at her any time, though if he did, she'd be embarrassed. While she was smiling, he snapped back sharply, telling her to forget it. It wasn't worth it, because he hadn't seen it there yet. With his hands behind his head, he told her he wasn't interested in girls from the family. The sweetest girls in the village were the ones in Alina, and he wanted to test the prospect on them. She trembled, calling out for her brother, and he spun around with a questioning gasp. She slapped him, screaming that he was an idiot. Tears streamed as magic poured from her palm, and the guy asked why she'd done that. She ran away crying, shouting to her brother. He adjusted his glasses, surprised, asking why she was so angry, then rubbed his red cheek. He sat down on the floor, insisting he didn't understand a thing. Enid's morning starts early. He watches the creatures at work, fertilizing the fields, and says it's just as amazing as always. The old man behind the hero called out to the young master Enid, talking about how he'd helped him out. The guy who was controlling the golems turned to him and snapped that he shouldn't bother. The guy said it was perfect training for learning to control the gargoyles. He slid his hand closer to the monster and said it was time to refuel. Gripping the gargoyle, the hero shouted that letters were being sent to Nuji village. A man stepped up, telling the young master about another letter. The hero loaded them into the bag strapped on the monster. The hero whispered a spell. The gargoyle immediately shot up into the air at the resident's startled cry. The villager thanked the young master Enid. In their village, postal services and sowing seeds in the field are in great demand. The residents said Amelia often helps them out too, with writing letters. He called this beautiful girl endlessly kind to the common people, as if she were an angel. The hero downplayed how much he praises her. Still, as a brother, it pleased him to hear it. Apart from the nobility and merchants, few people can read and write. So Amelia often writes letters for local residents and reads them out loud. Whether it was simple speech, archaic speech, or even oratory, the hero thought it was all because their mother was simply obsessed with studying. The hero stretched, said he should work in the afternoon, and headed forward. He looked through the lens and insisted that he really could see clearly what lay in the distance. With a bright grin, he added that these magic glasses were truly something special. The boy flew through the sky, saying that thanks to this clairvoyance function, he could rest a little while training in levitation, something he just wasn't good at yet. And he remembered his mother, who said that technique is very important. The boy peered down below. There was his father and Dutton patrolling the forest. He told his father he'd taken up the job as the village policeman. Still, the hero felt that even so, he couldn't be trusted. Yet he respected Dutton anyway. Sure, he was a dwarf, but he was pure muscle. He'd once knocked out a saber-toothed warrior with a single blow. Meanwhile, the hero's father could barely get a grip on his sword, and the hero said that now he'd try to change the channel on the glasses. The hero adjusted his glasses. He relied on sensitivity, the power to see creatures like spirits and ghosts. When a small spirit zipped past him, he recognized her as Sylph. He couldn't help thinking spirits were cute. Even so, the hero reminded himself, while these glasses let him see them, contact with them was prohibited. The A's empire maintains its own state religion, and across the Yusha continent, the Church of True Magic, the most widespread faith there, considers spirits evil creatures. However, on the new continent, many fairies, humans, and humanoids use and worship spirits. When you enter us, follow our rules, meaning recognize our native people and communicate with them. But the hero couldn't help thinking they were beautiful and elegant, nothing like the church described them. The hero sensed that one of the wind spirits was a little different from the others. The spirit looked straight at him. She stopped, watching with careful focus. She waved her arms vigorously, and the hero just stood there, wondering whether she was trying to say something. When she sighed, he assumed she'd given up. Then he watched her fly away. The hero sighed, aware that he'd be in trouble anyway if he let himself get attached, said he'd switch the channel to farsightedness. Birds appeared ahead. He clocked the beak wings and wondered whether they were headed for Amelia, since they didn't usually show up in populated areas. Then he spotted something even more important, and it was really bad. Another bird. Rook is a large magical creature that eats humans and humanoid creatures. Judging by how they looked, the hero understood they were terrified of being eaten, and still, he couldn't forgive himself if he let them die like this. He thought these glasses had a self-tracking function, and it was time to test the attack mode. The hero saw the monster had nearly caught up with the beak wings. The hero began to use the spell, covering his eyes. He decided that whoever had time would eat it. "The spell of magic clear sight!" he screamed. The beam shot through the gap between the two beak wings and then surged toward the monster behind. The monster was able to defend itself. The hero stared at the situation questioningly, utterly thrown by what he was seeing. The hero couldn't believe it. After all, just like an ordinary rock could create a magic shield, rocks were no different from ordinary birds. The bird was furious, then shot forward, flying straight at the hero. The hero realized that, at this pace, all of Amelia was going to be in danger. The hero decided to try again, certain that this time everything would work out, and screamed to hit the monster. The magic glasses were barely holding up. The monster parried the hero's blow again, horrified. The monster was creeping closer. The hero watched. When the monster approached, the hero realized with horror that it was 10 meters away. No, even more than 30 meters. And he said that this could not be. The hero remembered that the rook was considered an extinct species. In front of him loomed a prehistoric spirit. The hero guessed the largest spirit was 18.5 meters tall. Then there was the magic shield to consider. He couldn't help wondering whether they really had stayed on the new continent. A discovery, all right. Someone called out to Enad. He looked down at where his father and Dutton stood, soaked by the rain. Horror hit him as he realized, if the monster ate him, his father and Dutton would be next. And then the monster will harm Melia, where all his loved ones are. As the monster flew straight at him, the guy shot a mental question at his opponent. Did he really think Enid would stand by and let him ruin all of this right in front of his eyes? The hero screamed that he would destroy him here and now, then started using mana release, driving it toward the rock as a threat. The bird's shield held firm. The hero told himself he could bring it down. If he had to, he'd burn through every last drop of his mana to do it. Yet the bird didn't even look strained, while the hero pushed harder and harder. The guy's glasses began to crack. The hero urged himself to try a little more. Just a little. The bird's shield repelled his magic. The shield started to crack, and the bird was left unarmed. The boys yelled at the bird, urging it to die already. The affected bird began to sink down to the ground. The boy pushed his broken glasses back into place, weirdly insisting that they'd served him well. The guy thanked them again, closed his eyes, and began to fall, down into the water. The boy thrashed in the water. The dwarf shouted at the master until his father finally understood. The hero's mana was completely spent, and he couldn't move. The boy screamed, begging for someone to save him. Her face twisted with despair as she sank toward the bottom. He kept thinking about the pain he was in, how terrified he was, afraid he might end up just like this. Right in front of him, his father called out and reached his hand toward him. The boy crying rushed to the Lord, calling for his father, while the Lord steadied him and kept him from spiraling. Both of them were still in the water when the man pulled his son into a tight hug and told him everything would be okay. The Lord called Enid, his treasure, and promised he would save him and no one else at any cost. Cain called out to Dutton, holding the child in his arms, and ordered the dwarf to catch him. Dutton caught the child, who was still screaming as the master stood there. The child clung to the gnome and called out to him. Dutton's shocked gaze snapped to the side because the gnome was shouting at Keynes, who was being swept away by the current. Enid watched it unfold. Dutton denied everything, insisting it was too late. There was a waterfall further on, and if nothing was done, Enid's father would die. The boy screamed for his father, and the thought of what he'd just seen curdled into pure horror. Still in the water, the man turned toward his screaming son and smiled, while the boy stared at him with tear-streaked eyes. The hero couldn't understand why his father had to suffer, unless he saved him. The dwarf behind him dropped to his knees, calling out to the young master, urging him to take a good look at his master one last time. As the crying child watched, the dwarf declared that this was true man's courage. Behind them, the spirit stared as the people sat on the ground. Groaning, the spirit strained to pull the man out, complaining all the while that he was heavy. This is Sylph. She travels freely around the world with the wind. Today, she met a boy with glasses who could see spirits. He blasted down a huge bird with a huge laser through his glasses, and Sylph became curious. She'd just caught hold of a man who'd saved a boy after he fell off a waterfall. She told them she lives by the simple principle of a good deed a day. "Self," someone called from the side, and she jerked in sudden shock. Before her stood two ancient beakwings, Iglos and Fowl. They begged for forgiveness for frightening her. The spirit warned them that if they were seducers, art dealers, or church barkers, then she would give them a straight no, immediately. The birds didn't understand what she meant. The girl recognized the ones down below, those who'd recently been saved by that guy in glasses. Fall thrust out his hand and said they wanted her to hand over to them the man she'd saved. The girl stared at them questioningly and asked if they would eat them. The birds were amazed and discouraged, repeating her question. The embarrassed beakwing admitted it was their fault, and that they wanted to take him to the village. Because they were very loyal and grateful for saving him, they wanted to help. The spirit flung a man toward them, and said that in such a situation, she gives the family estate. Eden opened his eyes. In front of him, his parents were smiling. Then the boy burst into tears. Fortunately, the family was reunited. Covering himself with a blanket, the boy talked about how happy he was that his father had managed to escape. Amelia, lying beside him, told her brother that while he was sleeping, the beakwings had brought his father back, and thank God, everyone was safe. Sylph watched them from the window, saying they'd really done well. The boy with glasses seemed okay, and now she could keep watching him. Amelia hugged her brother, smiling, while the spirit couldn't help wondering why they were sleeping together when there were two beds. It was cramped. The hero was stunned. Even in gratitude, you could get a magic tool. It looked like he'd seen it somewhere before, the Ultra Beak set, which, Once you put it on, gave you the strength of a Superman and the ability to soar through the sky. Emilia said he'd told her he wanted to visit the village again, and that he regretted not being able to thank him in person. The hero said they had connections with the Lords of the Skies, beak wings, something the villagers would consider a huge plus. Then they lay still, silently listening to the sounds. The hero said that something was shaking today, truly in earnest. The sister suggested they were probably wrestling. Then she sat up and said it was great that their mother allowed them to take a break today. Enid replied that he had a feeling she'd fallen in love with her father, even more than before. Her sister confirmed it. He said they were probably doing it right now. The sister called her brother, while the self outside the window chuckled, thinking they were naive. And Sylph continues to follow the boy with glasses, and she'll stop only when she's tired of it. The hero unleashed the magic spear attack, and it appeared from his palm. An explosion rocked the area. The guy noticed that there was no living space left on the target, and he muttered that restoring mana wasn't so easy after all. The silt behind him said that this way he would sweep away both enemies and allies, making the boy shudder with fear. Sylph thought the hero was working hard, even if so far it had brought no results. She was moved, while the guy remained perplexed. She also thought he was really getting close to the beakwings. Besides, she realized it looked like they were going to hunt a big bird. The beakwings said they were counting on the young master today. The guy agreed, saying it was time. Syl thought the big bird had brought trouble to the people and would pay for it. She flew after them, intent on joining in. Iglus informed Mr. Enid that they were almost at the nest of the rocks and asked if he was ready, and the boy agreed. The guy said happily that this time fallen igloos were with him, so they wouldn't give up on the Ruhu. The Buckbeaks liked what he said and called him a reliable friend, saying he was a guy who was above. Sylph nodded contentedly at their words. They found large eggs in the nest. Sylph, spotting them, insisted these were nothing more than gigantic eggs. Surely all those birds wheeling through the sky. The hero started listing his gear, a helmet, a robe, and a badge. He checked again that his glasses were properly in place. Sylph was moved, saying that he had taken the form of birds to defeat them. She noticed the three of them had somehow flown up while she was still laughing. Playing the role of commentator, she began telling everything. The girl said that their hero's glasses emitted a blinding bright light. The hero used the shining gaze. The sylph shut her eyes, screaming that it was bright. The birds were disoriented, and someone swore it seemed to work. The hero shouted to fallen igloos to begin. Then the Buckbeaks accepted the order. Someone barked that foul, it was too late. One of the birds started to act up, and the feathers it released smashed into other birds. Someone shouted that the rock attacked with feathers and didn't care about its fellows, that it was terrible. Igloos called out to Mr. Enid in fall, promising he wouldn't let them down, and started using magic. Igloos raised the sylph shield. Spirits poured in nearby, wielding the shield as well, while Sylph was shocked to realize he had summoned all of them to help. She decided to join in too. Standing in front of the hero, she braced a shield and defended him from one of the feathers. She caught the feather, smiling to herself as she stared at the white, pointed tip. Behind her, the hero was thrown off, sure he'd heard that familiar voice again. The spirit looked genuinely startled. When Mr. Buckbeak burst through the feathers straight toward the enemy, she let out a scream. He struck one of the birds, wounding it, and then beheaded it. Fowl dealt with the next one just as fast. The girl leaned into the microphone like an orator, and in the blink of an eye, Fowl had already beaten his opponent. Igloo said there was one more left and ordered the hero to finish him off. The hero accepted. Igles began to cast a spell to the Lord of the Wind Spirits, praising him as great and begging for strength. Then he summoned a great hurricane. Self clutched her dress against the gust of wind and screamed that it had been carried away. She noticed something off to the side. The hero held a huge boulder in his hands, with no trouble at all. Seeing it, she screamed that the boy in glasses was a strong man, and that he'd show them another trick again. Then she watched as the guy flew over the hurricane. Inside it, a bird holding a stone. The guy used spatial time magic, then cast the spell Weather Strike, and hurled the stone down. A massive boulder crashed through what was left of the bird. The sylph looked delighted that the rock was destroyed. She even teased, and the hero heard her voice now, laughing. The hero, bag in hand, thanked the beakwings for the materials, and they brushed it off, saying it was no trouble. The magic bag was a magical item that shrank the size and weight of whatever you put inside it. The hero said he'd only recently joined a hunter's guild, where he kept just 70% of the catch. The birds were stunned. He went on. For the prehistoric Rook, they took 90% of the profit. From Melia, 50% went to state tax and other charges owed to the A's empire, and another 40% went to land tax for the governor-general. Eden said that even though the village had come out on top, they still had to spend money to fix the glasses. Sulf thought it looked like the boy in glasses had earned himself a reputation as a rook catcher. Fowl regretted that he couldn't thank the hero personally, but he remembered what the hero had said. He was interested in the magic of spirits, so he asked him to take a feather. It would help with his magic. The feather of the ancestor rock changes color during prayer, showing which spirit is compatible with him and what his strength is. The hero studied the feather, while the girl leaned in, curious about what he was feeling, whether he was cooler than the beak wings. The guy closed his eyes and began to pray. The birds were startled by the beautiful golden color, because it meant the hero had very high compatibility with the spirit of air. The boy was stunned. The silt behind him realized that she and the boy were very compatible. The bird said that among people, 1 in 30 has this ability. The boy doubted it, yet the silt smiled, thinking she was good and wanted to do it without tricks next time. The spirit, closing her eyes, smiled. She flew away, murmuring that maybe they would meet again, and calling the hero a dear person all the while. She believed that by then, his spiritual power would grow even stronger, because that was her girlish sixth sense. The guy shook his head again, convinced he'd been seeing things all day. He stared at the nightstand packed with various objects, and said today had been a good catch. Stretching, he complained how tired he was. Then a silt appeared from the window. A voice cut in from the side, saying she really wanted this beautiful feather, and promising she'd bring it back later. The guy turned his head, hearing it over and over, but he couldn't figure out where the sound was coming from. She took the feather at once, declaring that silence meant consent, and that it was beautiful. Then she flew away with it, thinking it was fun with the hero, and that she hadn't gotten bored of him yet. At the Venaria festival, a women's beauty contest, voices carried from the stage as they addressed the audience, urging them to get ready. A man told them to meet their last participant in this category, one of the most beautiful and famous girls in the New World. Kara Crane stepped out in front of everyone. The hero couldn't help thinking his mother was a beauty. In the category for over 18, adults took the stage. Lady of the House Crane, Kara, and Barker from the tavern, Melissa. In the category for girls aged 10 to 19, the younger contestants arrived as well. The eldest daughter of the House Crane, Amelia, a nun, an Arena, an exchange student from the House Ander, Sue. Benaria Festival. Participants from the village of Melia, pure-blooded elves, no age restrictions. Among them, Luina, the maid and nanny of the Crane house. Kara smiled shyly, admitting she was a married woman and almost 30. Someone snapped back that it was not so. And if we're talking about such beauty, then age doesn't matter. Besides, by how she looks, you couldn't possibly put more than 20 years on her. The hero thought his mother was, after all, a quarter elf. At Yuna Basana's request, the mayor of the city of Floria, they take part in the Venaria festival, where the first beauty of the New World is chosen. Kane shouted to his wife not to worry. He was sure she'd win easily, because she was the most beautiful woman on the entire continent, on the entire world. Kara, delighted, called out to Kane's. They gazed at each other with love. Watching them, the hero thought that now, in the whole world, there was no one left. Only these two. Enid was fretting about the competition about to begin, wondering what Amelia was up to. He knocked on the door, asking if she was ready. From behind it, she peeked out and called to her brother. He was startled to find that she still hadn't changed. The girl kept shouting that these clothes were too shameful. The guy looked completely baffled, saying her exit was far too soon. The girl replied that there were so many people there, and she didn't have the courage. The guy stroked her head, calming her down, and told her she had nothing to worry about. She went quiet at once, still surprised. Smiling, he said she would be able to win, because she herself was the most beautiful on the entire continent, even across the entire world. At that moment, he realized he'd just said the same thing his father had once told his mother, and he decided to cheat. She was stunned by his words, that she was the most beautiful in the world, and since her brother supported her, she decided to give it a try. The guy was surprised at how easy everything seemed with her. There was someone standing behind him. Enid was called over and hugged tightly. Irina asked the hero how she felt about him, while Sue stood nearby and asked him to support her too. Amelia was watching from behind, stunned. The guy said it worked out perfectly for them both, then grinned and called them cute. Amelia's shock only deepened. She burst into a scream, begging her brother to cheer her up even more. The guy blinked, looking at her in surprise. The girls all surged forward, swarming him. He urged them to calm down, and the competition kicked off. The host stepped in, telling everyone to continue and introduce the next category: youth. Sabrina K. Akaban was invited onto the stage JIN. The girl stepped out, greeted everyone, and made her entrance. The father turned around, hurrying his words to Enid. He was late. Enid looked like he'd rolled out of bed, admitted, sheepishly, that he was a little late too. In the crowd, the men were whispering and trading opinions about how pretty the Count's niece was. The girl winked and boldly asked for votes. The hero studied her with growing interest, until the announcer cut in and declared the next nominee, Amelia Crane. The hero's sister stepped onto the stage, asking permission to introduce herself. The girl blushed with embarrassment, and the same guys from the crowd erupted, exclaiming over how beautiful she was. The hero nodded, proud, convinced this was exactly the case. They liked the girl's figure. The hero thought, no matter how you looked at it, the dress was great. He tried to force himself to get ready. Amelia said that today she represented the village of Melia, and began telling everyone how wonderful it was, from its nature to its people. Her favorite places, her most favorite people, everything was there. Smiling, the girl mentioned her precious parents and her elder brother. The hero was deeply moved by her words. The girl then started telling everyone about her wonderful brother, how he had a kind heart, how he always thought about the village. He taught her magic with care, and the glasses suited him. Even without them, he was handsome, she said. The guy felt awkward. Amelia added that, either way, her brother was amazing, and she loved him. She spotted him in the crowd and began waving. Everyone turned toward that direction, and the hero, turning away, found himself thinking about Amelia. She stuttered as she thanked everyone. Everyone was shocked, and after finishing her speech, they started talking about how cute she was, deciding to vote for her. Sabrina was walking behind, hearing all of it. The girl clenched her teeth, burning with anger. A little later, as the Lord and the hero strolled down the street, Kane said they still had time before the results were announced, so she offered to eat, and the hero agreed. The hero caught sounds spilling from the alley and spun around. There stood the girl from the contest, and another one. Sabrina told him she had asked the girl to throw away the ballots of the other contestants. Father said the second girl was a Cambion, most likely brought from the Edge of Darkness. The Edge of Darkness lies in the south of the continent of Usea, where the land is swallowed by harsh deserts. The half-human, half-demon people born there come into the world with a crystal set in their foreheads, packed with magical power. And many Cambions end up turned into servants. Sabrina told her servant to hurry, because the results would be announced soon. The girl stuttered that there were too many people there. Sabrina drew out a whip and told her, "Don't worry, just quickly do what I said." Then, suddenly, Keynes threw himself in front of Chuka and took the blow instead. Sabrina gasped and screamed in surprise. "Who are they?" The Lord asked how a member of the Earl's family could act so inhumanely. He thought so. The girl shrieked that it was none of their business, and the pads slipped out of her dress. Everyone froze. Jero picked one up and asked if it was a push-up. The girl turned bright red, embarrassed. Sabrina burst into tears and said she'd had enough, then fired Chuk, telling the two to take her if necessary. The girl left, abandoning them behind. The guys decided to return. Mr. Crane was called, and everyone stared forward in shock. The journalists congratulated them on winning 3 nominations, then pressed them for a few words for their loved ones, while the hero simply couldn't make sense of what was happening. The Venaria festival ended with a brilliant result, and the competition was over. The victory brought glory to their village, and people kept asking the lady for the secret behind her beauty. The girl said it was because they washed themselves every day with soap they made themselves. Thanks to that interview, soap sales skyrocketed. In Melia, with the number of inhabitants now exceeding 200, the village seemed to grow into a city before our very eyes. Meanwhile, the hero turned 12 and reached 700 mana. He felt both he and the village were growing the way they were meant to. "We have a new beauty," his father announced. She would work in their mansion as a maid. He introduced her as Mazari. The girl stepped in from the edge of darkness, bowed, and said she was Mazari's servant, then thanked them for taking her in. She added that her hobbies were spells, researching spells, and admiring fire. The hero thought that even if she was beautiful, she was far too gloomy. As Sabrina said, the hero's father hired the discarded Mazari. The hero asked whether Cambion magic was forbidden. His mother snapped back at once that he needed to study more, explaining that teaching their magic was forbidden because it diminished the power of the crystals. She added that witchcraft didn't draw their mana, and that in their country it wasn't profitable to fight superstitions. The hero understood then that they could get by without spells. Cain also said that cruel treatment of servants was absolutely unacceptable in this house. He told Mazari that she could stay calm. She turned embarrassed and thanked the gentleman for saving her, promising she would do anything. She added, of course, that it wasn't only about cleaning. There were other things as well. Kara began coughing viciously, and Keynes went pale with fear. He hurriedly, excitedly told the servant that her work as a maid would be enough. The girl seemed unwilling to heed his words and kept going. Kara's cough grew even worse. The girl continued to insist. The hero, his brow furrowed with worry, thought Mazari was far too persistent and begged her to stop. Otherwise his mother would kill her. With a sigh, the Lord called for his wife and pulled her close. They kissed. The children turned stiff with embarrassment. The Lord declared he had no concubines and didn't dabble in such things. Cain said he didn't love any woman but his wife, and that he simply couldn't. Kara was moved. The hero stared at how beautiful the moment was. Then, like a child, demanded an apology. Mazari stayed silent. Later, at the Lord's house, the hero studied Mazari and sensed she was working with real seriousness. The girl saw the Lord. She started jumping, blurting out that she couldn't reach it. The Lord didn't pay her any mind. The hero thought his father was a stupid man, while the girl came to the realization that it was all useless. The girl decided to take extreme measures. A little later, Kara told her son that his technique was still lame and that instructions were everything. Self appeared. She told the hero that he urgently needed to go home. There was trouble there. At first, the hero thought he was hearing things again, but it sounded too clear to doubt, and a premonition rose from somewhere deep inside him. He started to fly away from his sister and mother. A crowd spread out below him. He was stunned by what waited ahead. Their house was on fire, and the beautiful rose had thorns. The sylph saw that the hero's house was on fire, and, worried about him, she decided to ask other sylphs to help. She offered them to save the people trapped in that fire. Yet others demanded to know what business they even had with them. Sylph sobbed and begged, insisting this was the house of someone important to her. The sylphs concluded there was nothing they could do when one of their friends asked, and Sylph was relieved the crybaby strategy had worked. Na led the others forward. She decided to try too, and urged the hero to do the same. The hero, however, was watching his own house. The hero couldn't grasp it. He felt as if his home sat in a sea of fire, and he had no idea how he was supposed to act in a situation like this. He told himself to calm down. Right now, Dutton and Luina should be just outside the house, but inside, his father and Mazari were there. Kara was nearby, shouting her husband's name. The hero started to call out to his running mother, but his sister swept up behind him and ordered them to move, quickly, after their mother. The hero shook his head and said no, insisting they should leave it to her. He added that the rest needed handling too, and that they couldn't afford to let the fire spread. He told Amelia to heal the burned victims with healing magic, and to stay ready near the mansion. He would put out the fire. Amelia couldn't help wondering how he could possibly extinguish a blaze this large by himself. He warned that, at this pace, it would reach the neighboring houses, and that if he didn't stop it now, Amelia would be impossible to restore. So she had to trust him and believe in him. She said she believed in him. He shot into the sky, convinced his weather control skill would finally make it rain, but it would take some time before it worked. He saw it as a race against time, so he reached for the skills that fit the moment best. He called forth the skills Water Dragon and Golem Creation. A colossal dragon burst into existence. The hero barked an order. Move forward. The villagers stared in shock as the dragon came straight toward them. Amelia was stunned. The hero asked his sister whether everyone had gotten out of the house, and she answered that they had. The hero couldn't stand to see this city and his favorite places torn apart. He commanded the dragon to use water breathing. The residents and his sister praised him. The girl declared he was their hero who'd saved the city, and she believed in him. Enid said he was overdoing it because he'd saved the city yet destroyed their house. He was heartbroken that he hadn't put out the fire, only managed to cause more destruction because his power was poorly controlled. And anyway, the fire's source was their house. The residents said that even though it was his house, he had torn it up without the slightest doubt, just to put out the fire. And because of him, everything went smoothly. They would help with the repairs. The hero still felt like he'd destroyed the house by accident, but maybe it was what you'd call a lucky mistake. He asked his sister how his father and the others were, and his sister pointed to the side. There stood his mother, looming over his father and Mizari. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. Someone explained that they'd been carried on the fly, bed and all, from the house straight into the garden. Sue said she'd seen the air spirits move the beds, and that she'd help them with that too. Sue, of the Anner family, someone who respects spirits, seems to be, and she herself knows how to use them a little. Sue praised the spirits. The Beakwings also said it was the Silps who helped his father when he fell from the waterfall, and he decided he needed to thank them for helping him twice. He figured it would be impossible to thank them openly, since they considered them evil. The sylph on the tree thought the hero and the others were fine, and besides, she'd even received an unusual magical item she'd borrowed. She didn't know what a crime scene theft was. After the incident, their family was given shelter in the deputy mayor's mansion. His father and Mizari still hadn't woken up for 3 days because they'd taken a strong sleeping pill. With his mother, it was even harder. His mother was clearly sick of everything. The hero thought it might be better for his father not to open his eyes, at least for now, and he couldn't tell whether everything was truly okay with his mother. His sister wasn't surprised either. There was always the chance that his father wanted to leave Mizari. Amelia said she would only do that to her brother, and no matter what, all they could do now was investigate the cause of the fire. Enid urged her sister to calm down. He and Amelia split up the duties and began investigating the moment the two opened their eyes. They told Mizari they had multiple indications that someone had been harvesting sleeping pill ingredients on the Cirilla Plain and had bought a large amount of firewood from the woodcutter Zaka. The hero said that all of this points to Misari, and she finally confessed. She admitted she was responsible for the fire. She said she'd slipped a sleeping pill into the Lord's coffee, put him to bed, then drank the rest of the coffee and lay down beside him, wanting to join him in heaven. Ara ordered her to prepare to answer for the assassination attempt on the Lord and for arson of his house. 2 grave crimes, so she'll be met with a cruel execution. She added that this was her retribution, according to the laws of Ais, and that, on top of it, she would be put on public display on the outskirts of the city as a warning to others. Kara told her not to even think she'd end up that easy. Keynes called his wife, saying he wanted to abolish the cruel laws in Melia. He wants to do it to ease the suffering of those sentenced to death. Mizari called the master, saying that, despite everything, he was showing pity for her again. Kara replied that she knew very well his kindness and gentleness. She screamed that he was the highest level of justice, and that if he was so lenient toward criminals, the city would become unsafe. The hero was convinced she was right, and if the Lord was known for his soft-heartedness, he could lose power. The hero feared that as security deteriorated and crimes multiplied, criminals from other cities would eventually slip in. The hero stared at the girl, thinking that, sure, they say you have to follow all the rules, but he couldn't imagine getting used to punishments this cruel. Then it clicked for him, and he called his father. The hero proposed that Mizari be made a test subject, smallpox. This disease has a stubborn inertia, and its fatality rate is about 50%. Even if you're lucky enough to recover, you're left with serious consequences like scars or blindness. It's so brutal that people also call it the devil's disease. Someone called Enid. His father said that he kept studying medicine to destroy the disease that once stole his parents' lives. Keynes remembered his father's death, agonizing to the bone, and how his mother, though she recovered, was left with scars across her body. It turned her life into a nightmare, and she simply couldn't bear it anymore. He said that defeating smallpox was all he wanted. When his father heard it, his eyes burned with determination. Because if smallpox existed in this world the way it had in the past, then there was no time to waste. Maybe they can develop a vaccine. Father asked him again about the experiments. The hero answered that he was talking about his father's work, making a vaccine, and that Misari would be the test subject. The hero told his mother that, in fact, a deferment of punishment for especially dangerous criminals is possible, if they participate in medical experiments, and if they succeed, he will pardon them. He figures the townspeople won't be against it either. His father mused on it, then asked Misari what she thought, and she immediately agreed. She thanked them for showing mercy to a sinner like her. Kane thanked Kara for listening. She turned away and said that if they could develop a vaccine, Keen's name would thunder throughout the world. With no targets yet for developing a vaccine, Missouri's treatment became one of the focal points, so the guilty party was assigned to a 10-year trial. As for postponing Missouri's punishment, the plan was to lock her up in prison until a decision could be reached, agreed upon with the vice president and the townspeople. But the hero's father and the others, out of kindness, and his mother for other reasons, decided not to follow through. In exchange, his mother cast the cursed nail spell. Misari accepted the spell. Kara warned Misari that if she tried it again, that nail would slowly turn green, until it was completely green, and then she would transform into a nasty toad. So she had better never do it again. Misari insisted this was her sign of devotion to her master. A little later, the hero let out a breath of relief that their Dutton foot thresher had survived. Their mansion had a basement where various experiments and research were carried out, and it also held most of the go-cheating developments, most of which had not yet been made public. The hero reasoned that making them public would cause a sharp jump in development and population growth, and that was no joke. He told his father that the equipment for the experiments had survived too, and that they would soon be able to get down to business. The hero suggested that he try to save thousands of lives. The father thanked him. Later, the hero realized, though he'd told his father this, that he couldn't quite recall one crucial detail. Smallpox had long been eradicated on Earth, and the vaccine was being tested on certain animals. He couldn't remember what kinds of animals they were, because he'd been reincarnated 10 years ago. He'd been searching for something that would remind him. He bumped into something. The girl immediately apologized, blaming her inattentiveness. The hero then told Irina that he should apologize. The girl praised him. She pulled him into a hug. He couldn't help thinking she was only 3 years older than him, yet she treated him like a little brother, while the guys lurking behind shot them jealous looks. Soph said that she reminded her of a cow. The hero remembered it. Cowpox. Cowpox is a skin disease of cows. It's contagious to humans, but it isn't anything serious. In Pain Village, the girl told him there weren't any smallpox patients in their area, and he was genuinely surprised. North of Melia, this village is famed for thriving dairy farming, where the locals' lives revolve around milk production. The girl went on to say that even before they moved to the New World with Usia, they were always taught, if you had cowpox, you wouldn't catch the regular one. She added that the previous ruler, who visited the village and knew medicine, had dismissed it as nothing more than a belief. Enid reasoned that people infected with cowpox might develop immunity to a related strain of smallpox, just like on Earth. He decided to report it to his father first, and later, his father said it was important information. Kane said he'd be headed to Haina soon as well, and told his son to go to Misari first, before the experiment began and before she was infected, asking him to tell her to stop tending the cows. With the help of the townspeople, a new mansion rose, complete with stables for horses and cows, and Misari was entrusted with caring for them. And because his father kept making trips to Hain for field research, the hero had become convinced that smallpox in this world was exactly the same as it was on Earth. Other owls, if they use the cowpox virus, will then be able to take smallpox under their control. The Lord asked Misari if she was sure she didn't mind, and she agreed. The hero believed they'd already reached the finish line. Misari would be given a vaccine developed from a cowpox blister, with the dose gradually increased over several weeks. And today, she would finally be vaccinated. Thanks to the hero's father's vaccine, her body should produce enough antibodies. Misari said she was ready for this outstanding experiment, purely to save people around the world. The Lord was moved, right up until Misari added that everything was for the sake of the Lord, and that she would gladly sacrifice everything. Kames decided to get started. He injected Misari with the vaccine. Enid said that because there was a risk of infection, he would examine her after isolation, but his father cut in. He added that he too needed to be isolated, since he'd already been vaccinated. The hero believed that he and his father had, in fact, been vaccinated with the same vaccine after the research, but it was still too early to speak about any results. Kara was worried. Kara asked what he was thinking, and Militia backed her up. Keen said that he decided to vaccinate Mazari to ensure the research was successful. He insisted it was a terrible pox. Of course, he should test it on himself, and they needed as many clinical subjects as possible. Kane declared he wanted to rid the world of this devilish disease as quickly as possible. The hero noticed that his mother accepted his determination. His father wanted to stop people suffering, stop the virus, by putting his life on the line. The hero wanted to become a test subject as well, but it could be wildly inopportune because the results might fail altogether. He watched his father burn with excitement over the idea, so the hero stepped forward and announced he too would be vaccinated against smallpox. 6 months later, the hero was showered with congratulations on his 13th birthday, and on finally hitting 800 mana points. They never infected anyone with smallpox, and the experiment ended in the best possible way. The townspeople recognized Mazari for her service and dropped all charges, yet his mother's spell was still in effect. Kara remembered Enid saying he would inject himself with the virus too. The blood went cold, crawling down her spine. The men asked for forgiveness. Kane finally admitted he was convinced the experiment had truly succeeded. He told his son it was all thanks to his theory and help. They thanked Enid. Passing the trials didn't mean they were truly beating the virus, but the soap really does feel like it's spreading the message of hygiene. The vaccine his father developed, one he risked everything for, will one day save countless lives. He wonders if he's exaggerating what he knows from his past life. But maybe he can still serve the people, becoming the happiness of the nation. Next on his mind were mouthwash and antiseptic. The hero couldn't believe something like this could happen. All around him, people cried, too broken to recognize the sacrifice he'd made. They had no idea back then. Amelia bolted toward him. On one holiday, they explored ruins rumored to be over 1,000 years old. Someone asked if they were, and it turned out they belonged to a super ancient civilization of mages. The hero said it would be amazing to find an ancient artifact from that era. The guy beside him shot back that the hero believed in fairy tales like a child. He added that, if it came to that, this literature and magical artifacts could even belong to an older era, because he was the head of his own guild, the eldest son of the Hondo family, Sarudo Hondo. Sarudo considered it stupid that people had been to the moon, sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and that there was a weapon capable of destroying the world 7 times. These ruins were discovered by settlers of the New World. Internal investigations have already been carried out here, but no treasures have been found that could be relevant artifacts. The hero felt it was just a normal study. Given such a budget, he'd expected something he could sink his teeth into, so he waits for it to turn interesting. Amelia said she thinks guys who never forget their dreams are just wonderful. The guy behind said he also believes he considers himself a romantic who dreamed. It was the second son of Lord Arthur of the Ice Empire, Governor General of the Northeast of the New World, Conan Doza Grey, who told Arthur. Amelia said it was his part, and he thought it was wonderful. The guy was beside himself with the compliment. He burst into a happy hug for the hero, and the hero couldn't help thinking that Conan was just like from the movies. This time, the hero noticed Conan had decided to use the research to get closer to Amelia. Conan told him not to be formal, saying he might end up being his older brother in the future. Sarudo tried to flatter Conan. Conan's family is older and higher in social status than the hero's family, so he and Amelia are careful with their choice of words. On the other hand, the upstart Hondo only surpassed Crane in rank, but the attitude difference is there for anyone to see, even with the naked eye. The hero believed hierarchy mattered for aristocrats, and resigned himself to it. The hero held that what sets you apart is your human qualities. So Saruto snapped at the servant. It was Saruto's servant, a Cambion named Kane. Saruto said that with Kane's blood of a beast running through him, he could have been faster, and then he lunged to strike him, but he missed, and the chance flew past. The hero knew it was bad form to meddle in how masters treated their servants, but he couldn't help himself. He prayed the invisible wall would hold. Yet, Saruto noticed. Saruto asked the hero whether he'd disturbed him, and the hero realized he'd been caught. Hondo tried to spark an argument, but Arthur shut him down. Conan insisted that, even if they call them servants, they're still people. He added that it was unpleasant to stand by while someone else's dignity was being torn down. Saruto quickly listened. Kane thanked Enid. They started talking, and Amelia forced herself not to feel jealous. After all, Kane was a guy. Enid even offered to give Mia his things too. Mia was Conan's servant, and she refused to accept help. Enid, meanwhile, felt these ruins weren't particularly dangerous, more like an adventure than real exploration. There were 6 people, plus 1 golem. He couldn't help wondering if everything would be okay. Then they realized there weren't any monsters at all. The hero said it looked like everyone had been wiped out during the investigations. Conan was furious. He'd wanted to show off his abilities to Amelia. The hero even noticed there weren't any guard monsters either. And with that, Conan had completely missed his chance. At last, the monsters broke through and came out. The hero stared at the creatures. He dismissed them as insignificant. Nothing compared to those movements. He found it completely boring, certain that a golem would be enough. Arthur lunged forward and declared that everything was fine. He decided to take care of the monsters himself. Conan turned to the hero and asked him for help with magic. The hero swung the magic blade, treating it like a waste of energy, while Amelia chose to rely on her protective magic. Amelia activated the skill Mega Armor. Everyone was sealed under protection. Arthur said that he could feel Amelia's love, and with that, he was invincible. He swung his sword, cutting the air. Then he started to hit the monsters, driving them back in sheer force. The hero thought that thanks to his magic, Conan was invincible, right up until a monster appeared behind Arthur. The hero snapped up an invisible wall. He barked at Arthur to strike now, while the enemy was still stunned. At last, Arthur took care of everyone. Ceruto praised Conan, and the hero realized Conan had been hiding like this the whole time. Amelia asked her brother whether he'd just helped Conan, and he answered that it was only a little, since even he couldn't have dodged it from that distance. The girl said she'd finally made up her mind, but the hero didn't understand her. "We finally arrived," Arthur said. They reached the king's throne. Arthur said that after so many fights to the death, they finally stood before him, flooded with emotions, while the hero thought it was a small fish. Ceruto suggested going back, and the hero immediately noticed he'd wet his pants. Arthur replied that an investigation needed to be conducted first. Sev Conan said the throne was very comfortable. Shiguru fussed over him, saying he looked like a king. Hondo called Kane, ordering him to search every corner and lick the entire floor. The servant obeyed. The hero called Kane, handed him the item, and told him to use it. Then he wouldn't have to squat when he explored. Kane thanked him. Amelia surged forward, telling her brother she could help too. Then the hero told her to explore the left side. Amelia reminded herself, again, that Kane was a guy, and there could be no love between them. The hero walked on, remembering how, in games, there's usually a secret staircase behind the throne. He tapped his staff on the floor and noticed that in one spot, the tapping sound was slightly different. He wondered if there really was a secret staircase, but it should have been discovered during the exploration. Ceruto asked why he was muttering. Enid told Conan that it looked like the throne could be moved and asked him to help. Ceruto was indignant that he asked Arthur for help. Everyone wanted to help. Sylph flew by. She finally found a hero and said there was nothing she could do. She'd have to help. A little earlier, Sylph said she felt the presence of the hero on the right, while the other said it was on the left, and they stared at each other angrily. They called each other names. They were stunned by the perfect copy. Sylph said it was because she was a carbon copy doll, one she stole during the fire in the hero's house. She snapped that she only borrowed it. The carbon copy doll copies the appearance of the memory and the character of whoever presses the activation button. Sylph insisted she only wanted to press the button until her right hand stopped. Then her left hand immediately pressed it. The original had her left hand tied up. The copy, with her right hand tied up, shot back that she only wanted to press it and was making excuses. Sylph suggested they look for the hero instead, but once again, they couldn't agree on which way to go. Sylph screamed that the copies had better listen to the original. Fighting erupted at once. Hair was torn out as they struggled. They were both furious. They declared mutual liquidation in unison. Yet only one managed to get away. The spirit claimed the original had shattered their beautiful friendship. Then she spotted the hero. Looking at the guy in his company, she said that going left was the right call, and even activated her ability to stalk the hero. The hero said the sound in this place is different. The spirit realized they were searching for something and chose to help. She was afraid of the golem, but soon understood. The hero was somehow controlling it. Worried that something might happen, she stayed on edge. The hero found runes there. Could there really be a secret staircase hidden somewhere inside the dungeon? He read the rule. Only the one who made the recording can enter. Spirits can't make recordings, only living beings can. He He found those conditions simple. Self shouted, "This is discrimination against spirits." Amelia asked, "Is it a fake?" Arthur asked what it said. The hero described the stairs and the gates that led to the heavenly city. Saruto shouted that it was dangerous to go to such a suspicious place and suggested they turn back. Arthur told him to calm down, otherwise he wouldn't be able to enjoy the adventure. The hero felt it would be better to turn back and tell the adults everything. The sylph blared at the hero to hurry, make the inscription at once, and prove his courage. Enid heard that same voice again when he faltered, convinced it was the gods whispering to him. Countless believers and holy knights of Melia's main religion, the Church of True Magic, claim they've heard the voice of the supreme god, Manastasia. And because of his mother, the hero became a believer too. Still, the hero insisted he was ordinary. He went to church mostly because of Arena, yet he decided to follow the voice anyway, thinking about how he needed to write the true name to complete the inscription. True name is a church name given to a baby. It often sounds similar to the regular name. The hero's name is Nito. In the darkness, he recalled that its meaning sounded different from how it had in his past life. In the true language, it is translated as. Sylph told the hero that the floor is moving. They saw a staircase. Arthur said, "That's great," and suggested they go explore the dungeon. He went ahead, and everything started moving. Conan was missing. Everyone was in a panic. A scuffle ensued, and everyone fell down, except for the golem. He couldn't get in. Arthur saw that the guys had arrived. He burst out laughing, saying he'd slipped and fallen right down in his joy. The hero answered that the main thing was he was okay, and then he noticed something off to the side. He said it was a transformative circle. Glancing around, he realized there was nothing else there. Arthur admitted he'd been in this place for some time, and nothing had happened. Sylph told the hero to look up at the ceiling, and that's when he spotted the inscriptions. She said it started the moment he entered the circle, and most likely it was a password. The guy realized it was written in the true language. The hero repeated the launch. Then everything sparkled. The voice announced that the total mana points had reached 815, that the threshold was met, and that the gate opening had begun. Amelia asked her brother what was happening, and he reassured her. The voice followed up. In 60 seconds, the teleport to the heavenly city would be initiated. The heavenly city sitting right above the heavens. The voice declared, cold and final, that one of them had to die. Saruto started to panic and tried to run, but an obstacle stopped him. He screamed that they couldn't get out. Arthur swung to smash the law with his sword, but all he managed was breaking it. Amelia began using the skill Group Teleport. The girl burst into tears when nothing worked. The magic wouldn't budge. The hero said there might be a seal on the movement stalls in this place. Enid invoked the spell Seal Break, but it failed too. A voice cut in. There were 30 seconds left. Calm down and wait. Saruto screamed that he didn't want to die in a place like this, and that there was no other way out. Then he rushed toward Enid. He told the hero to teleport everyone except himself. It should work. The hero believed he was the only one left on the inscription, and he decided that deeds like this deserved to be paid for. Amelia rushed to him, demanding he stop, because she would not leave without him. She insisted she couldn't lose him, begged him not to teleport her at least, and asked that they leave together. She begged him, and he thought he really did love her, even if it was only in the thought. He apologized to her, and then he teleported everyone, leaving himself behind and remaining alone. They slammed the wall, calling out for him. He didn't think it was possible, but he tried to use the movement for himself, only for it to fail. The voice cut in. 10 seconds left. He was still terrified of dying. He wanted to scream and cry, but then he remembered. His father never cried. He only smiled at him. Now the hero finally understood what his father had felt. He smiled through the pain, telling himself it was the only way not to hurt his beloved family and Amelia deeply. Then he said goodbye to Amelia and asked her to pass the message along to her parents. The girl replied that she would die too and follow him. He called Amelia, confessed that he truly loved her, and asked her to listen to his request. Amelia agreed. He pleaded for her to live. The words hit her so hard she broke down and cried. Enid asked Arthur to take care of her sister, and he agreed at once, promising he would never forget her bravery. Time began counting down from 3, and the hero couldn't help but think, what a soaked, miserable farewell this was. And the last thought that slips through his mind is the line from the movie. I'll be back. He accepts that this is how it all ends. It would be cruel to dangle hope of a return, if he wasn't there to come back. So in his head, he made one quiet request. At least don't forget him. The voice declared the end of time. The voice then announced the beginning of the ascent. The hero couldn't see a thing. Everything was blindingly bright. The sylph beside him said she would go with him too. She was curious where she would land after death. "It's exciting," she said. The hero smiled, reassured that the owner of this voice was at his side. The shock that he wasn't the only hero in the story made it a little easier to breathe. The Alpha Sky City system was starting up. The program stated that Enid was a resident of a rank F city, an all-new hope for the citizens. His total mana measured 852 to 798, and the check came back successful. He was the only inhabitant of the celestial city of Alpha, and he had the right to inherit. Enid opened his eyes. He spun around, trying to understand what he was seeing. His hand. Then he noticed it. He'd become transparent. The main character stood in the middle of the city. The boy hung in the air, magic still out of reach, as thoughts of what kind of heavenly city this might be swarmed his mind. He rose high above the ground, curious and stunned. Was this the afterlife? The fragile hope of rebirth felt suddenly meaningless to him. He began to miss Amelia and everyone else, the cold truth settling in that he would never see them again. He slapped his own face hard and forced himself to regain control. He needed to find someone else. He walked straight through the wall, astonished by how easily it happened. His spiritual body knew no barriers. When he looked around, he saw the city's beauty. Towering buildings that weren't there in Amelia. Heen had been wondering about the top of the tower in the center of the city, and whether he could reach it by flying along the walls. Yet there was not a soul in sight. He also didn't hear a single voice. After an hour of silence, helplessness washed over him. The thought that he might be the only living being here flashed through his mind. He shut his eyes, and tears spilled over. He wanted to see someone so badly. Then, out of nowhere, a fairy appeared beside him, joyfully greeting him. She exclaimed that her instincts had been right. Enid froze in surprise, but was pleased to find that he could hear her voice clearly. The fairy told him to go to the tower in the middle of the city, beneath which his body was located. This news rattled him. He couldn't believe it was possible. She said the lower floor was packed with beautiful dolls, but she couldn't press the start button herself, because she wasn't the owner of the place. Still, she was certain he could probably do it. He rubbed his eyes. Enid felt lost, not understanding what was happening around him. Then he realized he had no choice but to follow her, walking steadily toward the high tower. The boy felt the fairy skim the walls and tell him that his body was there. He'd already gotten used to passing through floors and walls, yet doors and gates still stood up like insurmountable barriers. He looked around and saw a mass of capsules, each one conjuring scenes straight out of a science fiction movie. He was suddenly swept up in excitement. He'd expected to find more than just a medieval morgue. But the fairy only pointed at the capsules, remarking that they looked less like coffins and more like refrigerators. Leaning into one of them, the guy found his own body inside and couldn't help thinking this was some kind of cryogenic sleeve. The fairy caught his attention again, pointing to a tablet etched with instructions. If he truly was the king of ghosts, he must enter the underworld to recover his physical body. Enid recalled the ancient secret technique for transforming into a ghost, and the thought began to churn in his mind. Still not fully understanding the writing, he made up his mind. He extended his hand and realized the only way out was to try. Gathering his thoughts, he touched his body. At once, everything around him began to tremble. Opening his eyes abruptly, he found himself back inside his own body, no longer transparent. Curiosity overwhelmed him. Was he really back? Suddenly, the fairy's voice told him that his soul had returned to his physical body, and congratulated Enid on this event. The boy thanked her joyfully, and though he couldn't see who owned the voice, he felt that a deity was guiding him. He couldn't help asking if she was a deity. The fairy exclaimed with delight that he had spoken to her for the first time, and her presence became more noticeable. Ona happily reported that it was all thanks to his newfound super body. He felt confident, as if he had looked into the future. At that moment, the fairy's form shifted into that of a beautiful girl. She introduced herself as Sheol and admitted she was a goddess. Enid noticed the light was far too bright to make out her face, yet somehow he couldn't shake the feeling that she truly looked like one. The girl said her current form was drawing too much energy and would soon vanish. She explained that she had shown Enid her final form, at which point the boy went still, staring into his own thoughts as the image replayed in his mind. Now he had to head to the second floor of the basement to launch something unknown. The news hit the young man hard, and he couldn't hold back the surge of feelings. Seal, noticing his reaction, reassured him there was an elevator to that floor. Without wasting a moment, she called for him to follow. Enid remembered he was still without clothes, and the realization only deepened his discomfort. He just wanted to find them, fast. The elevator whisked them to the intended floor, and before long they emerged into a spacious room. Seal brightened, announcing that they had reached the second underground floor. Enid grabbed a nearby rag and wrapped himself in it, and in that instant he finally felt relief. However, when he glanced around, something utterly unusual seized his attention. There were many girls in capsules standing all over the floor. He scanned the area carefully, and his eyes widened with shock. The fairy, noticing his reaction, pointed toward the door leading to this mysterious space. Enid slowly opened it and stepped inside. What he saw struck him to the depths of his soul. Rows of capsules stretched out in front of him, each one holding beautiful girls. He couldn't believe his eyes. These weren't dolls. They were real living creatures, only sleeping, as if time had frozen them. Their faces looked like two peas in a pod, yet the differences in hair color and height still carved out each girl's own uniqueness and individuality. The guy was embarrassed by just how attractive they were. Each of the girls looked absolutely charming and mesmerizing. One of the girls had a particularly refined face. There was something undeniably attractive about her. Seal, noticing his interest, asked if he liked any of the girls. Suddenly, Enid exclaimed in surprise, an embarrassment spilling out at the worst time. One of them really caught his attention more than the others. He felt his heart beat faster. The fairy pointed to a sign beside the capsules and told him to quickly launch that doll. She said to look at the wall on the right, where the sign read, "Dolls of the Gods of War, Alpha Series, serial numbers 1100, storage." Enid was stunned by the information. The dolls of the gods of war weren't just decorations, they were golems, forged for battle. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. Seal added that these dolls could do more than fight. They could be soldiers and protectors, but they could also handle everyday affairs, and even made costumes. He only had to press a button. The protagonist couldn't help wondering where she could be. Confusion struck him again as he read the inscription. Noticing it, Seal zipped over beside him, as if to steady him through this strange, thrilling moment. Enid was captivated by the design of the dolls resting inside the capsules. He remembered that in his past life, he'd only ever seen something like this in a manga. It felt like heaven. Gil the fairy pressed the moment forward, urging him, insistently, to press the button built into the doll. The boy turned bashful, embarrassed. He looked at the girl who had caught his attention. She was incredibly beautiful. Her features perfectly balanced, her lips outlined with graceful precision. Her smooth hair spilled over her shoulders. Enid couldn't take his eyes off her. He slid his palm under the capsule, opened it with care, and gently lifted the girl out. A rush of excitement hit him. Her skin was soft and warm like a human's, yet strangely light. Enid carried her into his arms, careful not to hurt her, and his heart started pounding faster the moment he held her. The protagonist noticed her face was flawless. Every detail was perfect, from her thin eyebrows to her long eyelashes, which gave her a mysterious look. Her skin felt like silk, smooth and soft to the touch. But in that instant, Enid realized something disturbing. Her heart wasn't beating. The shock made him freeze for a moment. That realization reminded him he had to press the switch, not just touch the doll. She seemed to sense it too, and began to hurry him along. Confusion tightened around him, but he gathered all his will and decided to try to activate the doll. Memories of how he'd endured similar situations in his past life flashed through him, yet worry tightened his chest. Time had passed since his reincarnation, and though it was necessary, he had no desire for it. His hands were shaking. When Enid noticed the girl was hot, he froze in confusion. The feeling was unexpected and deeply unsettling. He knew he couldn't just reach for the switch. Still, Sil, his faithful companion and fairy, urged him to be more cunning, and the certainty in her voice steadied him. She was confident in the young man, and that confidence bled straight into her words. Enid wondered how Sil could say such things. The fairy, meanwhile, looked pleased. confident that he was ready to activate. However, confusion was beginning to rise in his heart. Thoughts raced through his head, and the boy felt there was nowhere to retreat. He knew he had to act. Gathering his courage, Enid walked closer to the girl. The main character stared straight at her face. Awkwardness filled the space between them. She was washed with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, the beautiful girl snapped into action and drew a deep breath. Her eyes fluttered open, and she stared at the world around her in shock, like she'd finally awakened from a long sleep. A smile curved across her lips, glowing with the joy of being roused. She stretched her arms out, eager to embrace her new master. Syl, sunk in pitch darkness, felt as though she was drifting through endless space. Meanwhile, the city around her surged into motion, preparing to initialize the Sky City system, the program that grants the right of inheritance. She was stunned that she too now held those rights. Without understanding what was happening, she felt a surge of happiness and excitement, until the truth struck. Her body had been separated from her soul and transferred to the Temple of Storage, where they were preparing her for the awakening of the Lord of Heaven. In the darkness, she caught sight of a guy wearing glasses, then he vanished without warning. Syl couldn't help wondering whether he truly had the right to inherit. Then more information came. The foreign body had been identified and confirmed as a doll. After that, the initialization of the foreign object with destruction began. The countdown started, and in an instant, a beam of light tore through the darkness. Syl screamed in horror as a hole formed inside her. She didn't understand what it meant, only that her body began to melt. Suddenly, she woke, snapped her eyes open. For a moment she was gone, then she was back in this world. And suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. The shadow said the doll had its own personality, and that when it disappeared, she could see her dreams. Syl was brimming with questions. Who was this shadow, and why was she wearing glasses? Where were they, when all around was nothing but white space? The guy was startled that she could see him at all. The shadow explained that her appearance depended on the desire of the person standing in front of her. If she saw him wearing glasses, then that was her desire. Syl watched the shadow with admiration. She said she was a god, but that definition still wasn't enough to fully explain him. The fairy was happy to stand before the god, and without thinking, called him Super God. The shadow answered with a smile, saying she could be called whatever she liked, and she felt pleased that Syl could give him such a name. The shadow told Syl that she was in her dream. The fairy thought about how she was just a doll. The voice explained that simple dolls don't have personalities, so she could see dreams, but she wouldn't be able to appear in the material world again. Intrigued, Syl asked why. The voice explained that this dimension between the material world and the heavens was called the Celestial City. She couldn't have a body here. Once she arrived, she vanished completely. The fairy cried out in surprise, the shadow continuing, "Before you die, you usually see a dream." Confusion turned into shock when the fairy realized her body was destroyed. The shadow wearing glasses reassured her. No need to worry. He could attach her to any empty shell here. The system wouldn't interfere. She just had to wait for the Lord of Heaven to awaken. Magical energy began to surge around the fairy. Shadow asked whether she thought he might be evil. Syl answered confidently that he was a cool god. Shadow then placed her hands on her chest and told her she would gain an unusual body and the same abilities. He asked if she agreed. Satisfied, Syl closed her eyes, certain she would receive a special body. Then she decided to keep acting as a guide for the boy, remembering the god with glasses. At that very moment, Enid and the fairy heard a joyful exclamation. The girl was delighted. Her master had awakened her. The fairy told the protagonist to be glad. He'd managed to turn the girl on. She reminded him not to be embarrassed. There were still a few more dolls waiting to be activated. Enid was embarrassed that he'd touched the girl without warning, but Syl calmly reassured him. It's okay. She went on, saying that even if she hadn't seen anything, the main character was really cool. It looked like the doll couldn't hear the fairy at all. She was curious about her abilities. The girl asked to be given a name. Syl loudly blurted out that her number should be the serial number 77. She answered to 77. The boy felt that name didn't suit her and started thinking about what would. Then, the name Nana suddenly came to his mind, but he couldn't help asking her whether she'd like names like that. The girl blushed, fingers brushing her face, and asked if it meant her name would sound exactly the same. She thanked the guy for such a beautiful name and softly called him Sir. The fairy watched their exchange, realized the doll seemed to have fallen in love with him, and urged him to act. Enid asked Nanasha whether she really was a doll, and Nanasha answered with confident certainty, yes. He noted that she wasn't like any regular doll at all. Then the girl began to tell him about herself. She was a humanoid combat golem of the Alpha series. Now she belonged only to him. Serving the master was her only desire, and it would give her true pleasure. The guy was mortified by those words. Nanashi asked why he had picked such a name for her. The young man waited for a moment, then apologized, admitting that he himself couldn't answer that question. The girl was a little upset. The fairy stepped in, cutting him off to remind him that it wasn't right, that he should watch what he said. This was part of a woman's romance, and he'd ruined the mood. A voice behind Enid told him to do better. The boy turned to the girl and asked whether she wanted to hear why he named her. He said his heart simply suggested it. Nanashi was so embarrassed she blushed. She touched her face and was incredibly happy. The magical creature took note of it, saying that she was a good advisor. Then the guy asked Nanashi whether they were already in the celestial city, and if she knew how to get back to Earth. The girl fell silent for a moment, then answered that she needed to wait a bit. She wanted to search for information within her database. The boy looked genuinely surprised. Of course, he said, as expected from a combat doll. She could do everything, even help him find his way home. He stared at her with admiration. But just then, Nanashi abruptly said there was no such information in her database. Her face fell. She was very upset, and she apologized to the gentleman for being useless. He reached in to calm her down. Suddenly, the girl remembered something important. Her mother should have the information. She's at the very top, an artificial magical intelligence that knows everything about the heavenly city. Seal gazed at her with admiration. She was sure she knew her mother, that it was she who had made a hole in her, because she simply couldn't keep up with the guy with glasses. The protagonist listened, startled by her story. The girl said that, at first, she'd been taken to her mother, but she didn't want to go back. If she reappeared there again, she would be killed again. They stepped into the elevator. Before heading to his mother, the protagonist decided to grab some clothes. So they walked through the city, and the girl noted that there ought to be plenty of clothing stores on the floor. The fairy's voice urged the guy to stop being embarrassed. After all, the girl was very beautiful. The heroes swept the area with their eyes, and froze when they realized there wasn't a single working doll in sight. Nanashi searched the objects carefully, then reported, plainly, that no working dolls had been found in the city, except for her. The guy asked whether there would be any consequences if he took things without permission. The fairy answered that it was enough to nag. With no more dolls left, he had to take whatever he wanted. Enid picked out a beautiful outfit for himself and started trying to look manly. He was gorgeous. Still, he couldn't shake the need to find his glasses. Then, without warning, Nanashi came out of the dressing room. She asked what she looked like. The girl was stunning, beautiful and sparkling. The fairy clocked her beauty at once, but the guy was thrown into embarrassment by the sheer sight of it. Nanashi spun around in front of him and asked whether he thought the clothes were a little too small. The guy went completely blank, unable to find a single word. Then his nose began to bleed. All he could manage in a shy rush was that everything was great and that she looked gorgeous in that outfit. The girl understood his embarrassment and smiled, and with every minute that passed, it only grew harder for him to hold back his feelings for her. Nanashi, switching between different looks, took time to admire the wide variety of clothes laid out around them. At one point, she slipped into a maid's costume, and with a bright smile, asked her master which outfit he liked most. The guy answered without hesitation that the maid's costume fit her best. The girl nodded gratefully, pleased with his pick. Seal, watching the exchange, caught the way the boy flustered himself, clearly enjoying seeing Nanashi in different outfits. Then it hit him, his magic glasses. He asked the girl where he could find them. Nanashi explained that they were on the 7th floor, since it wasn't the only floor with clothes. She added that the selection there was enormous, confidently assuming he'd find them. The fairy couldn't help but think about how badly the boy wanted those glasses. Their attention was drawn to the many decorations and accessories, among them beautiful rings. Enid picked out one of the glasses he liked, and was pleasantly surprised by how they looked on him. He began reading the information about them and thought the celestial city was truly amazing. Even these glasses seemed better than the ones he wore on Earth, Suddenly, Nanashi turns to him. She wanted to show him how she looked in her new glasses. She was absolutely gorgeous, and an essential atmosphere settled between them. The guy admitted with admiration that she looked beautiful in those glasses. But their moment was cut short by the fairy, reminding them they needed to move on to the upper floor. She was serious and urged them, insistently, to hurry. Enid asked Nanashi to take them to her mother. The girl happily agreed and said her mother was on the 999th floor. The guy stared up at such a towering height, realizing the trip would take forever. Yet thanks to the teleport, the elevator shot them to the exact floor in no time. Enid couldn't help but marvel at the celestial city's technology. When they finally stepped onto their floor, Nanashi told him about the control room where her mother was. The boy blinked at the enormous passageway and craned his neck to stare at the ceiling. He worried that if the goddess had already destroyed her mother, then heading there would be for nothing. Before long, they were standing right in front of a sealed door. Nanashi turned to her master. As a resident of the city, he could open it with a simple touch. The boy caught the hint and reached out toward the door, but she quickly corrected him. Frong's inhabitants didn't have access to control this door. Enid went still, confused, while the fairy calmly confirmed that she, on the other hand, did have that access. She activated her power and aimed it at the door. Then the door exploded, and the heroes were left reeling at what was happening. Nanashi stared at her magic glasses, which were now displaying far more damage than the blow should have caused. It was astonishing. The boy demanded how that could be possible. Even the doll from Olakalka couldn't scratch her. The girl explained that flying consumed energy, and she'd already spent part of her fuel supply. She hadn't expected this outcome. Now she had to replenish her strength, meaning a short hibernation was coming. The guy was stunned. The fairy, though, was ready for battle, and if her mother turned out to be evil, she would have to throw everything, every power and every spell, at the problem. With a wink, she told them she was going into hibernation mode and asked them to take care of themselves until the next meeting. Left alone with Nanashi, Enid realized they had little choice. The door stood open, but stepping in would mean trespassing, and neither of them wanted that. Then, from behind the door, a voice of the city rang out, calling for the townsman. He was startled because the voice didn't just beckon, it invited them to come in. An unknown voice addressed an ordinary citizen and bade him enter. The heroes exchanged a look, both freezing in shock as they registered the level. Enid's thoughts flicked to his mana. Nanashi studied him for a moment, then spoke softly. Her mother was calling them. The guy immediately understood. Her voice. There was nothing left but to move. With a steely resolve, he crossed into the room, and the instant his foot crossed the threshold, everything around him flared to life under a searing blast of light. Enid had to cover his eyes against the blinding radiance. When he opened them again, a majestic statue of a woman stood before him. The voice carried on, addressing the common citizen. The hero stared in admiration at the statue, which was clearly a goddess. The boy tried to remember where he'd seen something like this before. Then it hit him, that massive statue in the royal port, an unknown goddess, towering over the entire world. He thought about it coldly. She was only stone, with not a drop of magic. It struck him as a strange coincidence. Friendly notes echoed in the statue's voice. Enid, cheeks burning, asked whether she was the mother of this place, and the statue answered yes. She has complete control over the city, and she is the mother everyone talks about. The boy apologized for breaking the gate, but the statue smiled softly and told him not to worry about it. The gates were never meant to let him through by law. Only people of rank A or higher could enter, and yet here he was, a simple citizen, an exception to the rule. Enid couldn't help but think about it. The statue confirmed his suspicions, explaining that he had rights to the inheritance and could dispose of it however he saw fit. In that instant, Enid was stunned to learn he was the heir. His surprise knew no bounds. Why did all of this land on him so suddenly? He pressed his hands to his head, trying to wrap his mind around what was happening. Nanashi, noticing his confusion, steadied him and told him to remain calm. Even the statue's voice urged him gently to settle down. Then she decided to tell him about the city. This heavenly city existed in another dimension, one where only the Celestials lived. The guy mulled over the fact that it truly was another dimension, and the longer he imagined it, the more stunned he became. Ancient cities had been built here over the course of thousands of years. Enid, drifting in thought about ancient civilizations, stood before the statue as if it had bewitched him. He couldn't stop thinking about the technologies he'd encountered along the way. So strange they felt like they'd been stolen from another world. An image surfaced in his mind. A magic ball embedded in a ring he'd once seen. It was a genuine masterpiece, luxurious and shrouded in mystery. The boy turned his thoughts to the spiritual seal, known on Earth as a spiritual stone. He realized the power levels of these artifacts were fundamentally different, and that the ancient artifacts held power modern people couldn't reach. Many people hunted for them. But it turned out that after the magnificent city was built, not a single descendant of those who raised it survived. Every last one perished. That was why Enid never ran into anyone. Curious, he turned to the statue and demanded answers about the tragedy. With a soft, wise voice, the statue admitted it didn't know the exact reason. Maybe the ancients had angered a being superior to the gods. Enid looked down, sadness weighing on him. The statue went on. According to the ancient election rules, the very first inhabitant to enter the city would become the successor and receive the entire inheritance. And that inhabitant was, precisely, he. The news hit Enid like a blow. Now he understood. Everything belonged to him, from the technology down to the underground sisters. But instead of joy, anxiety crashed over him. He wasn't prepared for responsibility like this. Too sudden. Too heavy a burden. A rush of thrill surged through him as he turned to the statue with his request. He wanted to return to Earth. Nanashi watched him with admiration and concern, ready to back whatever he chose. Sensing his determination, the statue confirmed that a way back was possible. Enid couldn't hold it in. He blurted out in joy, shocked beyond belief. The city mother told him there was a gate for teleportation, but it would take a tremendous amount of energy to open. The boy was relieved to have the energy needed. The statue said the minimum strength needed to open the gate belonged to A-ranked citizens, 900 strength. He exhaled, realizing that wasn't very much at all, and then said, confidently, that he'd reach that level within a year. Nanashi, speaking to her master, explained that 1 kiloman was roughly equal to 1,000 mana, so opening the gate would require 90 mana. Enid was left stunned by the news. To him, the figure looked colossal. He crumpled to the ground, dejected. Nanashi sat down beside him, ready to steady him. The boy apologized to Amelia, realizing it might be impossible to escape the heavenly city. He couldn't shake the thought that 900,000 mana was an impossible mountain, even if it took him 10 years. Meanwhile, in his hometown, there stood a church of the Order of Magi. Kneeling before it, Amelia prayed to the greatest god Manasthesius, begging for the salvation of her elder brother. 3 years had already slipped by since Enid's disappearance. They replayed the tragedy in their minds, their worry tightening with every day for their son. Yet Amelia only reassured them her brother was fine, insisting that if she prayed every day, he would definitely hear her. With tears shining in her eyes, she added softly that it wasn't necessary to see him again. The only thing that mattered was that he was alive, and her parents smiled, steadying her hope. Amelia said that, as soon as she saw her brother again, she would give herself entirely to God. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pleaded for Enid to be well and come home. Meanwhile, Enid was enjoying the luxurious life in the heavenly city, surrounded by many beautiful girls. One of them stepped up and made a request for him to try a delicious dish. It felt like he was in paradise. An atmosphere of happiness and carefree warmth wrapped around him. But then, suddenly, he realized he had to go back. His family was waiting for him on Earth. Nanashi approached Enid, calling out his name. She asked him to call her Nana, and the girl happily offered to spend the day with him. The guy agreed, but deep down he knew he shouldn't delay the decision to return to Earth. For now, he decided to hold off on this important step and savor the moment in Nana's company. 3 years have passed since the protagonist came to the scorching city, where he began cultivating the new land. What was once an uninhabited fragment has found its inhabitants again, and many cute girls are delighted to stay close to the master. He achieved incredible magical power, surpassing the 1,000,000 mark. The guy was overjoyed. With a huge magical power at his command, he quickly reached his goal. It felt like just yesterday he was thrilled to hit 900,000. Yet now, he was already at 1,000,000. He was courted by many beautiful girls, each dressed in a different outfit. They doted on him, feeding him, fussing over him, and surrounding him with relentless attention. Nanashi approached her master with a tray bearing a piece of meat. Dressed as a maid, she proudly announced that she'd been practicing cooking for a long time, then offered him a taste of the stewed foie gras. Today was his holiday, and all the girls were even more daring than usual. The guy was stunned by Nanashi's efforts, as she handed him a fork loaded with meat, offering to feed him herself. With a smile, she urged him to open his mouth and taste her dish. He raised a glass of wine, then said, delighted, that it was far better than what he'd tasted on Earth. It had magic that kept it from spoiling. Truly amazing. Then a girl stepped up and asked him about white truffles. 2 pigtails, a pair of glasses, and a confident introduction. She said she was battle doll number 20. He tasted what she'd brought and, smiling, admitted they were even very tasty. The girl thanked him for the praise, then stood back to admire their master. Thousands of magical powers, they exchanged, clearly impressed. It all came from the master's talent and hard work. Still flustered by the attention, the guy waved it off and said it was Nana's and the other girls' merit. Suddenly, one of the girls bolted toward him, yelling compliments and admiration. She wanted to hug Enid. He just stared, caught completely off guard, then froze and demanded, "What's going on?" The girls glanced at each other, clearly worried, warning Honey that it was dangerous. They even questioned why the girl looked so strange again. Honey turned back to her friends, looked them in the eye, and said she only wanted to. Enid, watching the scene, realized she had no idea what was happening. Honey was battle doll number 82. She bit back her tongue and admitted she couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, she announced that Mimi would receive the award from the master today, the number 33 combat doll with cute cat ears. Mimi was terribly shy. They stroked her head and reassured her not to be embarrassed. Everything would be fine. Mimi exhaled calmly, and warmth settled into her chest. The heart of the scorching city hung in the sky. Up in the upper floors of the tower were the living quarters, where dolls dreamed of attention. In the room there was a large bed, and here he spent his time with the girls. He loved each and every one of them. Mimi couldn't hold back her tears of happiness. She adored her master, and that pleased her immensely. At Nana's request, Enid went to his mother and decided to hear out her advice. He activated all his sisters in the basement, about 100 of them. The activation itself was a long, difficult process. Inside each doll was an extra activation button, tucked away in a place that was hard to reach. Nanashi explained that they were made in the image and likeness of humans. Some dolls were kept elsewhere, and 1,000 more maids were waiting for his love. These dolls competed with each other from morning until evening. They tried to get close to him. Gorgeous girls with bright clothes and beautiful eyes stared at Enid with admiration. The guy couldn't help thinking that half of them wore glasses, and somehow that was his favorite hobby. Caring for him made them happy, made them feel alive. They all said so, and they pleaded for his attention, tending to him with careful hands. Enid felt like he couldn't refuse it. The girl's beauty was beyond compare. He sat back and took a sip of water from a bottle, savoring the silence. The boy, swallowed up in his own thoughts, took the bloodmark potion. He hoped it would boost his magical power. Then an idea struck him, to try a divine magic spell. The hero closed his eyes. He meditated, concentrating on his sensations. Enid had heard there were 7 magical gates in the human body. They weren't just a myth, they truly existed. He sat exactly in the middle of a spacious hall. The boy couldn't stop thinking about what a truly magical gate really was, a passage where magical energy flows through the human body. Those points, pure magical power born from them, were exactly what he remembered as the chakras. He'd seen them described in manga, and now he understood. Open them, and his magical power would surge dramatically. Even so, the fact that he'd already reached his goal didn't feel like it meant much, until a girl walked up to him and pressed a towel into his hands. "Thanks for your hard work," she said. Enid answered Nana with the same warmth, then flushed under her praise. She smiled, spoke about how much she admired him, and in the girl's mind, it was all wonderful. Still, Enid couldn't help but insist, "You shouldn't praise me that much." He reminded her that none of this was possible without the team. They'd used the true magic release device. Nana agreed, then added quietly that only a handful of people had ever been able to open all 7 magic points. The maximum anyone had managed was 4, but Enid already had 6 out of 7. The girl looked at him with admiration and declared she believed he was the chosen one. Enid met her words with sincere gratitude. He wasn't just grateful that they'd activated the release device. He was thankful for their support and help throughout the whole stretch of time. Without them, he'd never have climbed so high. The boy, brimming with gratitude, expressed his thanks. At his words, her face brightened, and her embarrassment only made her more charming. With a warm smile, she said she was glad to help him. Then, right on cue, the other girls burst into the room, shouting and laughing with sheer joy. Enid asked Honey what had happened. Honey answered that since his training was finally complete, it would be wonderful to play together. Honey invited him to the playroom, and Nanashi watched from the sidelines. In the game room, exhilarating battles between stone golems were underway. The girls gathered around, watching intently. They cheered loudly, throwing their full support behind their master and the other participants. Enid, one of the players, activated his magic against the golems. 20 also stepped into the fray, her magical power surging as she struck the golem with a crushing blow. The clash flared into something fierce. Enid let out praise for 20's efforts, and could tell he was finally starting to get the hang of how it all worked. The battles with the golems were downright thrilling. Honey, brimming with enthusiasm, declared that next time she wanted to control her own golem, and the guy suggested they all attack at the exact same time. The girls were delighted by the idea. They huddled together and decided to pool their magical powers to take on the 3 golems in one coordinated assault. Honey shouted to her master that they'd trapped him. Enid stayed locked in, trying to take down his friend's golems. Then suddenly, the golem Anita was victorious, and the rocks came hurtling through the air. Mr. Enid was declared the winner, and the girls were worn out by the relentless battle. Even so, a sour disappointment still lingered. They were upset all over again that they'd lost. Everyone was impressed by the protagonist's skill. Confidently, he controlled his mixed golem. With a sharp, satisfied note to himself, he realized he was sweating heavily after the intense game and urgently needed a shower. All the girls stared at him in surprise. The moment they heard it, they moved in at once, approaching their master and offering to wash together. The prospect of a combined wash lit a spark in them. They started helping their master, even as he tried to persuade them that he could manage on his own. Confusion flooded him. The girls didn't give him a second of peace. They kept insisting on their desire to help. Nanashi was especially diligent, always there to support her master, but the other girls also wanted to give it their best. They try for Enid. The main character looked at Nanashi with love. The night wasn't over yet, and Enid returned to his room. Every girl followed after him, all of them eager to spend more time with him. He lay down on his bed, cheeks burning under the attentive gaze of his girlfriends. The guy asked them to be careful. He was far too worried. Morning finally arrived. Light spilled through the crack between the curtains, and he woke up, startled. He didn't want to go back. Life here was rich, alive, and full of events. He'd believed they'd already found a solution to the problem of the magical power needed to open the gate that could bring him home. Suddenly, he shot upright. He needed to get home as quickly as possible. He couldn't abandon his family, or the people who had supported him all this time. At that moment, someone called out from behind. Nanashi stepped closer, her caring question hanging in the air. Was he really okay? The guy assured her that nothing terrible had happened, but the girl still wore a sad look. She hugged her master tightly, determined to stand by him through this moment. Nanashi said, with confidence, that they were ready to go with him anywhere, and that they'd back him no matter what decision he made. The air felt warm, welcoming. The boy wondered why he'd even considered leaving these wonderful girls. A smile slowly tugged at his face. Peace settled into him, and gratitude for Nanashi's support filled his chest. Nanashi answered with a radiant smile, saying she'd always be on her master's side. The boy flopped onto the bed, feeling light, like his soul had finally exhaled. The girl suggested he lie down a little longer. He knew that tomorrow he would go to his mother and tell her everything. He tried to believe it, imagining warmth in their friendship, their steady support, and thinking, to himself, that everything would be fine. Enid lay in a cryopod, surrounded by nothing but water. Honey's curiosity pricked through her tone as she asked Nanashi whether they were finally done with the restoration process. Nanashi said that the master had already refilled enough energy. He was inside a magic recovery capsule filled with precious magic elixir, where, with the elixir inside the capsule, he could recover in just an hour. Honey's eyes shone with admiration as she replied that it was incredible. She had no doubt he'd enjoy the capsule. When, at this time, 20 spoke up, timidly, saying she'd heard of a magical illness that could strike after fainting from exhaustion of magic. Nanashi answered with confidence. The master could reach the number of 1 million thanks to the frequent use of this capsule. Gradually, Enid began to wake from his sleep. He sat up and found all the girls thanking him for his work. The boy let out a small breath, and at that exact moment, Honey leapt onto her master's lap, squealing that he was very handsome. 20 couldn't hold back and snapped that her friend was pestering the master again, right at the worst possible time. Nanashi, her voice edged with worry, asked the protagonist how he was feeling. Enid answered that he was fine, and insisted he'd never, in all his life, caught a magical illness. He told the girls he'd done similar training back on Earth. In his words, magical power, and replenishing it, should be handled every 2 days, so you don't end up burning through too much magical energy. Thanks to the capsule, his magic power grew. He realized that using the magic capsule to restore his strength let him train less often, which in turn gave him the chance to raise his overall magic power all the way to the maximum. Nanashi wondered exactly how the master had lived on Earth. The girls pressed him, asking what he'd done in his past life. The guy fell silent for a beat, then answered that he mostly tended the fields and helped people. Nanashi smiled sweetly. The main character carried on, recounting how they'd killed rock birds for meat and farmed to survive. The girls listened, clearly impressed. Nanashi leaned into it, expressing a strong desire to learn more about her master. Enid blushed all over again at the attention. The girls then asked him, carefully, whether he could remember anything else from his past life. He drifted back to his hometown, where his sister had asked about growing cotton. They'd even received a letter from the governor, urging them to take up the cause. After the cotton machine was invented in Eurasia, cotton began to be cultivated across many countries. With the brother and sister seated at the table, they listened to their parents in shock, unable to believe that, in the New World, there were territories so ideal for it. The southern part of the continent was stiflingly hot and humid, perfect conditions for cotton to grow. Amelia mulled it over, but the climate around their village wasn't favorable. The hero said there was a plot of land south of their village, and that it was warmer there. The mother nodded along. She understood that even if it was hot, the weather there was dry. There was hardly any rain. The father proposed turning cotton growing into a new business product from Amelia, and pointed out that in the future, the demand for cotton products would rise dramatically. Since their country offered subsidies for this kind of activity, they felt confident. Still, they knew they'd need land and labor. The boy realized the stakes were too high. After all, plantation is the practice of mass cultivation of one crop over large areas in tropical and subtropical regions. The young man noted that, throughout history, plantation lands had been a major industry. Then, he said he wanted to start this business, aiming to boost the economy of Malia. But then Carla stepped in, reminding them that, during the colonial period, slaves were made to work the plantations. It had been a brutal time. She added that in other countries, people were sometimes replaced by demon slaves, or brought over from the continent of magic. Keynes cut her off with clear displeasure, insisting that slavery was wrong. His wife, reading where he was coming from, replied that if they wanted to develop their business, they needed workers who were cheap and easy to hire. The boy wrestled with the complexity of slavery. Even though he didn't approve of it, he couldn't ignore the grim possibility. Buying slaves could unravel their well-being from the inside. Those thoughts ground at him, tormenting him as he searched for a way out that could satisfy everyone. At that moment, Amelia studied him doubtfully. Then, suddenly, the young man had an idea. He snapped out, sharply, that he'd found a solution to the problem. The parents stared at their son intently, waiting for him to go on. The boy explained it wasn't just about the region's economy, it was also about sparing workers from suffering. He urged them to grow cotton for a shared future, and that idea thrilled his parents. Someone else asked him to walk them through the process. He was delighted that his proposal had been greeted with such enthusiasm, but he also knew they still needed a technical consultant to launch it successfully. Enid, relieved to have her friend's backing, was determined to help. The moment the notification arrived that the charging was complete, Enid stood before the statue. Then, suddenly, Shiel's familiar voice slipped through, whispering that she thought she'd finished the charge in only 3 minutes. She asked how long she'd been asleep, and was stunned to find out it had been a full 30,000 hours. Sil was happy to wake up. Now that she'd warmed up, she decided it was time to smash the statue into small pieces. The protagonist felt uneasy. Something about this was badly off. And at that exact moment, something exploded behind him. The damage was 500,000 units. Nanashi peeked out from behind the door, wearing a startled expression. Enid noticed the door had been blown to pieces again. At that moment, the fairy called out to the guy with glasses. Even though he couldn't see her, he was certain she was a goddess. He tried to start a conversation. The fairy decided to switch off her universal stealth mode, turning into an ordinary fairy, and said she'd come to save the protagonist. Then, without warning, she slammed him on the head. He'd been wondering why Pixie was here, and why that stupid comb sat on her head. He thought he remembered her perfectly. As a child, he'd put on the magic glasses and seen her, and that memory made him shudder. Fear struck him at the thought of the goddess he still believed in. Suddenly, a message flashed through. The threat level had been assessed as A. The heroes went pale. Then the guard summoning system roared to life, and a huge stone dragon surged in to attack them. The boy blinked, confused, and asked what the cursed gargoyle hanging from the ceiling was. The girl answered that it was a devilish gargoyle made of nutcracker named Pazuzu. She continued, saying that he alone could easily destroy 100 dragon lords, the most powerful guardians. Seal drew on her magic, and the enemy was torn apart in an instant. The heroes could only stare, amazed at how quickly it all happened. The girl commented that it was a wonderful fireworks display, and she was bursting with happiness over her success. Her eyes glittered when she sensed her own strength, and now she decided to show it, transforming with a sly grin spreading across her face. Soon she blossomed into a wonderful fairy. In the middle of the hall, the statue stood in absolute silence. The fairy grew so immense, she was every bit as tall as the statue. So grand, the heroes couldn't help but notice her. Seal said with total confidence that now the fairy had revealed herself as a giant magical girl. It was finished for her mother. The end had come. The statue declared a new threat level, S rank. The damage had already pushed past 1 million. Still stood there with a confident expression, calmly noting that she had 2 more transformations left in reserve. She decided to show everyone her true power again. Enid waited, eager to see what form she would take this time. The fairy transformed once more and became a vile, hideous monster. Nanashi was stunned to see it was a staggering 3 million damage units. Enid looked utterly disgusted by her new form. The fairy had twisted herself into a monstrous shape, one with an unimaginable, nauseating, cursed form. The new threat level was SSS rank. Enid felt so awful that his thoughts tangled up. His head spun, and he felt his power level dropping towards 0. Nanashi rushed over, not knowing what to do. At that moment, the fairy smiled and said she would take away his mind and his life. Without warning, she slipped into superform mode and transformed into a beautiful girl. The protagonist froze, overwhelmed with bewilderment. Everything that was happening felt like nothing more than a hallucination. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, and he couldn't make sense of what was happening. The fairy spoke with confidence, declaring she wouldn't hide anything from him. She remembered that she had already shown him her final form once, but that wasn't the end of what she could do. Enid was left completely lost. The fairy warned him to be careful. The guy with glasses couldn't say a word. He just watched, wide-eyed, as it all unfolded. Celia proudly noted that this was her very cute, incredibly beautiful true form. She was a perfect machine in God mode. Then, all at once, she transformed back into a bright girl with cat ears, while blinding light flooded everything around them. Enid couldn't see a thing. Nanashi, standing next to him, exclaimed that this was the 100 millionth combat compatibility. She was confused, not understanding what anyone was talking about. Then the glass on her glasses burst. The guy hurriedly asked Nanashi if she was all right. The statue, watching the situation unfold, stated that the level of danger couldn't be measured. It triggered the last protective function of Alpha City's magical power. The fairy told them what she'd heard about the voice of the city. This place was one giant life form and a magical machine, and she controlled it directly. That creature was called Mama, and it looked like a large doll, which she pointed to. The boy blurted out in surprise, asking how the fairy knew all of this. Towering over him, she answered with proud certainty that it was simply because she was smart. Her smugness was plain to see. The girl pouted. If they destroyed that big doll, they'd lose control of the entire city. Then the city would collapse at once. Still, it didn't matter to her. She only wanted to destroy the statue. Right then, the guy stopped her without warning and told her to wait. Speaking to her with sincerity, he said his mother had been kind to him for all 3 years, and that the city had looked after him, supplying everything he needed. Ina didn't want to wipe the memory away, convinced she'd understand what he felt. He asked the fairy not to destroy the city. She met his gaze and said she didn't blame him for wishing it. The guy shuddered, stunned. Then the fairy added, this time was truly special. His voice filled with joy as he exclaimed to the goddess. But the fairy, carrying a hint of sadness, told him she was sorry about what had happened to his glasses. He didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. By this point, 50% of the accumulated magic power had already been spent on the strike. The measurements showed the attack's effects were minimal. The fairy added that she was in pain. Strong magic had been aimed at her. She screamed in rage at the statue, saying it was incredibly painful. The sensation was as nasty as if a small stone had been thrown at her head. Still fuming, she roared at the statue that she would never forgive it for this. Then the fairy gathered all her power and with a scream drove the statue's own magic toward the enemy, wanting him to get exactly what he deserved. At that moment, a string of explosions erupted. The statue shattered into pieces, and a roar rolled through the area, followed by a violent tremor all around. Eel watched with a smug smile. She reported that she had broken every part of the statue's body except the head. Now this definitely means, she said, that the statue must sincerely regret its actions. However, the fairy knew it would be impossible to fully restore it, but she could at least try, using her superpower, Eco. Suddenly, the head of the statue, lying on the ground, jerked upward, rising sharply. The fairy couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The statue said that, due to an emergency, the energy-gathering mode tied to the survival of the mountain had been activated. Its mouth opened, and Nanashi felt a surge of energy so overwhelming it was beyond comparison. The girl fainted. Seal spun around to see what had happened, while the boy just couldn't understand why she'd collapsed. The fairy realized the large doll had already sucked all the magic out of Nanashi, and now it had stopped working. Above them, a huge black ball hung in the air. The boy stared at it and asked what that big black ball was. He cradled Nanashi in his arms, growing anxious by the second. Seal told him it was a clod of ancient, extra-dimensional time magic. The boy shuddered as it sank in. Every doll across the city had been shut off, all because of the black ball. The girls lay lifeless, and the sight left him stunned. Still, trying to make sense of it, Seal insisted that her mother had gathered every possible magical power in the city into this clod. She only knew the truth because of her omniscience skill. At the same time, the huge black ball was charging toward her at breakneck speed. Sil was sure of herself. With her perfect magic reflection, she would drive the attack back. But when she went to cast it, her hands suddenly sank straight into the ball. The fairy's face warped with astonishment. She went rigid in shock. Seal screamed that the spell couldn't be repelled or reflected. This was a fatal mistake. She panicked, jerked her arms, and tried to scramble away. Even with the skill of omniscience, she couldn't have foreseen this sudden turn of events. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized she'd overestimated her own strength and failed to apply her abilities to this magic ball. Enid watched in shock and shouted the name of the goddess, but Seal was already dissolving into a black clot. She insisted she would definitely return. The ball swallowed her whole, leaving only the statue's floating head, the dark ball, and the guy holding his girlfriend in his arms. He was stunned, confused, unable to make sense of what had just happened. The boy bit his cheek and grinned. He remembered. This was a standard line for when he got teleported to a sky city. No matter what was happening around him, he still felt confident that Cheel would return. To him, she was a true goddess. Yet right now, his thoughts were fixed on the Nanashi. If her magic power was taken away, he had to make sure she was all right. He decided to kiss the girl. On Earth, there was an ancient, forgotten magic trick. Transferring magical power through contact with mucous membranes was far more effective than doing it through skin. The guy kissed Nanashi tenderly. At last, she opened her eyes and cried out her master's name. Relief flooded him. Nanashi was okay, which meant the others would be okay too. Still, the statue's head cut through their happy thoughts. It told them they needed to listen to it. To drive the invasion out, she had to burn through every last drop of her magical power. There was no choice but to shut down all the systems of the Sky City that kept it standing. The boy perked up, fear clawing into his voice as he asked what that meant. Would they all just disappear? The statue steadied him. They had about 3 hours while every system stayed in hibernation mode to conserve energy. But once that window closed, a restart would be impossible. The boy still worried. If it didn't work, he wouldn't be able to use the gate. He stared at her and asked whether he'd have to say goodbye. With regret in every word, he apologized for how things had turned out. He sank into sadness at the thought that this was the end for the Heavenly City, and for his mother, only for the statue to cut in sharply that she had no intention of parting with Nith. The boy was left utterly perplexed. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. The statue abruptly shifted. His mother's form melted into something human. A hatch swung open from the statue's head, and a sweet little girl stepped out. She watched it all with a smile, as if this were perfectly natural. The girl was strikingly beautiful, her big bright eyes drawing the eye at once. She told the boy that even if he went back to Earth, she would follow him, and that no refusal would be accepted. Those words lit hope in him, filling his heart with warmth. A small girl with blue eyes emerged from the goddess statue. She spoke to the hero directly, stating that if he went to Earth, she would follow him, and that refusal wasn't an option. The boy also noticed something unsettling. The girl's voice sounded exactly like her mother's. He asked in a shaky voice who she was. Nanashi answered that this girl was his mother's true body. Nit shuddered, struck by surprise. Looking at her, he realized this was nothing like what he had expected. The girl explained that she was a giant demonic cloak and container, acting as magical armor. Nita studied her with wide, curious eyes, completely baffled by what was happening. The girl went on to say that inside the armor, there was a core split into 2 parts. One would remain in the Eternal City, and the other would go with Nit. To conserve magical power, she chose the form of a child. The boy heard a voice coming from both creatures and instantly clapped his hands over his ears, not understanding how any of this could be possible. Assured that she would go with him, the girl said goodbye to the statue, leaving Nita in her care. The boy asked whether his mother would come too, and she confirmed it. She added that he was really like a son to her now. Nanashi watched the whole exchange with a questioning look. When the girl pointed at Nanashi and said it meant Enid liked outfits like that, Nanashi went still. He scratched his head and admitted that it was true. Right then, the girl began her transformation. She used magic to conjure clothes in a matching style for herself, then asked Nita what he thought of it. The boy replied with a sweet compliment. Nanashi brightened at once, spotting a pocket on the front. Enid didn't want his mother wasting her magic power. At that moment, the girl decided it was a super artifact for changing appearance. She explained it was connected to the treasury of the Heavenly City, so if anything was needed, she could easily pull the right artifact from there. The guy was taken aback. The girl pointed out that now they could head for the change port, where the gate was located. She invited them up to the roof of the tower. Nita asked her to wait. The girl turned back, curious. "What's wrong?" The boy answered with indignation plain across his face. He wanted to return to Earth with all his dolls. He swore they would all go home together, and that they couldn't just abandon their friends. Nanashi turned to her master. The girl said she understood, but there was no time to talk. First, they needed to get to the block. Then they could discuss everything. The heroes rode the elevator straight to the tower's highest point. When the doors opened, they were exactly where they needed to be, standing before the gates of time and space. These gates were known as the gates to anywhere. Activating the gate took about an hour and 10,000 magic power to reach the final destination. Nita realized he had 1,000,000 units of magic, yet the girl apologized, admitting it still wasn't enough to awaken all the dolls. Hearing that landed like a stone in their chests. Enid, visibly uneasy, asked whether the device could be used to restore mana. The girl nodded, confirming his worry. The boy adjusted his glasses. Resolve flashed in his eyes as he said he knew the technique she'd taught him. He was sure he could restore all of his magic power, and share it with everyone. The girls traded startled looks. The goddess reminded him that even if he restored his magical power, it still wouldn't be enough to awaken all the dolls. Without letting hope slip, the boy answered that he knew what he had to do. He was ready to repeat it as many times as necessary. But then a warning landed in his ears. The girl said that if he activated the magical rebirth again, it would shorten his life. She turned toward Enid, gesturing at Nanasha, and her voice carried fear. "They can't do this. They're just things." She pressed him. Was he really willing to spend his life for inanimate objects? The guy went quiet. Doubt flickered across his eyes, yet he still drew Nanashi into a gentle hug. His reply sounded steady, certain, because he was ready for it. Tears gathered in the girl's eyes. He held her tightly and whispered that they were precious to him. The girl couldn't hold it back anymore. Her emotions spilled out and she began to cry. With tender, trembling reverence, Nanashi spoke the name of her master. The goddess watched the scene and smiled. She laughed through tears of joy, insisting that everything was fine. She understood what he felt, moved by just how deeply he valued his friends. The girl handed him a helmet for controlling the mood and consciousness of magical dolls. She explained that this artifact could summon every doll he shared a spiritual connection with, so if they were nearby, the power in the helmet would bring them when he called. The boy, brimming with hope, nodded gratefully and began to carefully fit his helmet on. He focused hard, feeling his friend's emotions ripple through him, and was certain they would answer when he called. Soon, one after another, the girls stirred awake, filling the air with bright, joyful cries as they regained consciousness. When the boy opened his eyes, he stared in surprise at the sight of all his girlfriends gathered around him. They hadn't come merely because the artifact commanded it. They came because the heart called. Watching it all, the girl understood just how crucial this bond was. Her gaze shone with admiration. Every one of his girlfriends, whom he'd spent 3 long years with, was staring at Enid. They replayed every moment, every smile, every promise to return together. The girl snapped her gaze to Nito and made an urgent plea. Open the portal. Nito, though, answered with a heavy sadness. Some of the dolls couldn't come. He felt the thin, weakening thread tied to those still left behind. Then a voice cut through the tension, urging Nito onward. She said she wasn't worried at all, and that she would still come to him on Earth. Saying it, she slipped a bottomless bag from her pocket, and, with deft precision, tossed the girls into it. The boy knew something was wrong. The doll's mother explained that he had to imagine, forcefully, with all his might, how he poured water into the vessel. At once, the dolls thrust their hands toward the portal and slipped through, one after another. The girl called out that it was time for everyone else to go too. The boy agreed, and then understood what he needed to finish the transition. Drink the golden honey elixir. That elixir would split his body and soul, multiplying his spiritual power. If he didn't drink it, his soul might be torn apart during the transition between dimensions. Nanashi watched him with concern and promised to guard his body. The boy couldn't help but feel fear surge through him. He drew in a deep breath and swallowed the elixir. The instant it touched his throat, he fell asleep, until the girl caught his body. His soul rose and started to take in everything that was happening. He remembered how he'd ended up in the heavenly city. Each moment struck him with awe. He moved toward the portal, reluctant to leave behind such magnificence. As he said goodbye to the heavenly city, he opened his eyes and saw Nanasha holding his body. She asked if he was okay. He adjusted his glasses and answered that he was fine. He looked around, wondering whether he was truly back. 3 years away was a long time. The jungle closed in on all sides. Even so, the thought that this was another continent wouldn't leave him. The girl asked if he wanted to know the continent's current state. The boy answered with a curious tilt of the head. She handed him the glasses and told him to put on the magical artifact, the divine glasses. She went on to say these glasses would show a map in real time, and that it was her gift for the day of rebirth. The guy thanked Mizu, then couldn't help thinking how he'd finally be able to know where they were right now. When he put on the divine artifact, he was stunned. A holographic map of the world blossomed in front of his eyes. Even though some places didn't match what he was used to, he could still make out the main continents. With a touch of excitement, Matza explained that the white spot on the map marked their current location. The boy's unease hit immediately, because it meant they were on a new continent he knew nothing about. The urge to return to the ruins he'd been sent from began to crush down on him, but he knew he couldn't bring it up. Home, and the family he longed to see, pulled at his thoughts. If they pushed on to the east, they'd reach the city of Melia soon. Just as he was lost in thoughts of his family, he suddenly spotted a red dot on the map. Strange, unsettling. Something was glowing red, and he caught it with a sharp, uneasy certainty. Matza quickly added that this place was designated as the immoral city of Melia. The boy frowned. He didn't understand what immoral meant, or why anyone would saddle a city with a name like that. Questions started piling up in his head. What was going on there? But one thing was clear. He had to get home as soon as possible. With grim determination, he pressed down on the red dot. Immediately, his eyes snapped open, shocked by how fast the search function responded. Nanashi shouted to her master, warning him about the monsters closing in. The boy immediately answered that he saw 100 cannibal demons, grim, glaring, and looking angry enough to tear something apart. He felt their nest must be close, so they shouldn't start a fight. All the girls turned to their master and asked whether he would let them destroy these monsters. The boy spun around, stunned. He'd never fought demons, yet he could see. These girls weren't just fighting, they were battling dolls, and they could handle a clash with frightening ease. Nanashi observed that they were only waiting for his command. The boy agreed to let them move, on one condition: they be careful. The girls nodded and began setting up for the attack. Matza asked if they could really defeat the enemies. There were only 100 of them, almost as many as the demons. A chill ran through the guy. In the span of seconds, it was over. The guy was left staring in disbelief, while all the girls stood around him, having already defeated the enemies. He hadn't expected it to take less than a minute. Not a single one of them had a scratch. Matza offered to pour some magic power into the girls as a token of appreciation for their efforts. The guy agreed, still afraid of what refusing might bring, but he carefully poured the magic into his girlfriends. "Honey, how'd Tim?" 20 noticed that Honey was too excited since she woke up. Honey said she could finally have a normal conversation with her lover. The guy smiled and replied that he was glad to see everyone safe and sound. He thanked the girls for what they had done for him. All the girls rushed to their master in a burst of enthusiasm and declared their love for him in one voice, but only Nanashi stayed off to the side. She reminded everyone that now was not the time for games. Everyone turned to her, curiosity sharpening their attention. Nanashi pointed out a new biomarker in the northwest direction. It didn't look like a monster. Inet confirmed her words, and even from far away, the reaction was obvious. He had clairvoyance and far-sightedness. They were two unknown people. The girl's voice hardened with determination as she swore that no one would be allowed to endanger her beloved, while the other nodded, agreeing that nothing bad would be allowed to happen. Nanashi also nodded along in agreement. All the girls gathered around their master and declared, with unshakable confidence, that they would definitely protect him. They were ready for battle, resolved to meet any threat head-on. And at that very moment, the guy could feel the incredible power of their unity. The protagonist, adjusting his glasses, weighed the possibility that other groups nearby might be giving neutral answers. He also noted that small states could have already formed among the local population of the new continent. In his mind, a country rose into view: the Amazons, Amazonia, home to just 9,748 people, where only women lived. The guy was startled to realize this wasn't just a myth, but a whole country of Amazons. He figured that the two he'd seen in the tree might be on guard duty. When it came to the Amazons, he pictured lightly dressed warriors. Yet the longer he thought, the more he wondered whether among the natives there might be other women who looked just like that. His journey's main purpose was to return to Melia, but the idea of staying a little longer in Amazonia began to torment him. So he decided to take a closer look at this country. The girls near him cried out that it was far too dangerous. They doubted he could manage this undertaking, not even knowing where the Amazons came from. People would soon have to settle on this land. He wanted to gather information about the surrounding area, and the girls clapped their hands happily, as if it were exactly what he should do. Then they set off. As they neared the place where the pair of Amazons were, one of the girls said that they were surely shielding him from any possible danger. Pressure tightened around his chest as he demanded to know where the guards were. The girl answered that they were in a tree, just 5 meters away. The protagonist chose to close the distance, explaining they weren't hostile. He measured his steps and set himself down carefully on the ground. Without delay, the girls up in the branches raised their bows and arrows at him. Arrows whistled through the air, many of them streaking past his body. In that instant, Honey launched her attack, cracking one of the girls out cold. The guy snapped into panic, blurting out whether they had killed her. The girls confirmed they had only knocked her out as a warning. Regaining his footing, the protagonist pressed a hand to his chest and thanked his companions for coming to his aid. One of the girls carried the downed Amazon in her arms. She said that if they'd meant to shoot him, she would have broken their necks without hesitation. Maza added that if a fight ever started, she wouldn't hesitate to snap her opponent's neck either. The guy then noticed 2 girls lying on the ground. He watched them unclip their bows and daggers from their belts. Matza stepped up to Knit with a proposal. Strip the Amazons and examine them. She argued that with so much they were wearing, weapons could be tucked anywhere. Knit snapped back that it was low. Still, Matza would have it her way. Intimidation or not, they were going to shoot, and they could strike again. Eind understood why such precautions were necessary. He activated his functional vision, taking in the beauty of the girl's face. Yet when he searched, he found no weapons hidden beneath their clothes. Matza, observing closely, pointed out that women had plenty of places to conceal things. But the guy didn't find anything suspicious. The girls hauled the Amazons into their arms and invited Eind to check them for weapons. Eind answered that there was no need to go that far. Meanwhile, the Amazons started to snap out of it, shifting their gaze toward the guy beneath their masks. They were talking in their own language. The protagonist caught it at once, reassured them that it was only natural, and called out how overly cautious they were. Then, to make things easier, he activated the language understanding function. He cast his magic over the girls, wrapping them in a special aura. Even with Enid's best efforts, the Amazons still didn't respond right away, so the protagonist turned to them with a request. They weren't going to hurt anyone. They simply wanted to learn more about these places. The girls stayed silent, unwilling to give away their secrets. Nanashi, her expression vicious, stared them down and declared she would make them talk. The protagonist flailed his hands, rushing to calm her, insisting everything was fine. They pressed eastward, but had no idea what terrain lay beneath their feet, putting them in a bad, tightening corner. He even brought up a recent encounter, a huge crowd of ogres. The Amazons pulled up here. They shouted about the ogres and demanded to know why the boy had come through with not a single scratch. Enid pointed straight at Nanashi, explaining that she and the others had beaten back roughly 100 of the enemy. The girls from the continent dropped to their knees before the entire crowd. They tore off their masks and burst into tears. Begging for their kingdom to be saved by their power, they wept as they recounted how the ogres had turned them into food. The protagonist went pale at the thought. The girls told him they lived in Amazonia, not far from this very spot. Then they introduced themselves, Yoon, the blonde beauty, and Min Yu, the girl with the tail. Both were guard soldiers. The boy, Knit, cleared his throat as he introduced himself and asked whether he could learn more about what had happened. The girls explained that long ago this place had been home to many friendly countries until the ogres appeared, and then they flooded in and settled by the droves. In just a few years, the ogres had swallowed up so many tribes and kingdoms that their destruction even reached Amazonia, until every human became food, and hundreds of thousands of girls trembled with fear. The protagonist knew he couldn't stand by. If things went on like this, Amazonia would soon fall. He asked the girls how many ogres were out there. The response was disappointing. They didn't know for certain, but they insisted it was more than 10,000. The boy's mind clicked into place, serious, unmistakably so. Strong monsters ordinary warriors couldn't defeat. With numbers over 10,000, this was a threat to any medium-sized state with only a few thousand soldiers. It would take them only a moment to tear through everything in their path. Masa cut in, interrupting his thoughts, and said, confidently, that if the protagonist unleashed all his magical power and cast the spell of chaotic explosion, everything would be fine. Then there would be no trace left of anything at all. Everyone present shuddered. She suggested another method, using death magic only on ogres, but the boy understood the risk. His clumsiness could get his allies hurt too. The guy said this option didn't suit him. Then the girl added that a sorcerer who had perfectly mastered the technique of controlling magic could reshape it so it wouldn't affect his allies. But the main character in this situation turned out to be completely useless. Enid hung his head. He could feel how complicated everything was. And so, despite his doubts, Nana and the other divine dolls decided to exterminate the ogres in hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist counted them in his mind. Only hundreds. He wondered whether it would be safer to strike the ogre layers all at once, before the fight could spread out. He knew a battle like that could drag on. At that moment, Madza blurted that it was inconvenient to press the film, bubble by bubble. They had to get it done in a single day. Each of the girls would attack Ugrion's lair and destroy every last one. The one who kills the most Ugrians gets the chance to spend the night with his master. A fire flared in the girls' eyes. Their focus snapped tight, ready for battle. The protagonist was stunned. Somehow, everyone was wrapped in a special aura. The heroes stared at the girls and realized that because they were wrapped in Brunhilde's auras, it meant the girls were overflowing with enthusiasm. That was a promising sign. One of the girls blurted out that one should kill as many as one's heart desired. The protagonist turned to his mother, utterly bewildered. This is too absurd. Not every fighting divine doll was the same, but he was told to calm down. Each divine doll was equal in strength to 1,000 fighters. The boy didn't understand a word of it. He was reminded to use the function of measuring the resistance's combat power in the divine glasses, then check the battle's progress. He activated it, and his eyes widened in surprise. One dragon was equal in size to several dozen ogres, proving just how colossal its size and strength truly were. The low-ranking ogres were vanishing at a furious pace, literally several individuals every second, while the high-ranking ogres dwindled more slowly, only shedding a few representatives every few minutes. Still, one battle divine doll clad in Brunhilde's aura could match 10 dragons. So, before sunset, everyone came back safe and sound. The large-scale operation had been a success. The tribe then threw a real feast in honor of their savior, treating him generously with exquisite delicacies. Tables crowded with rare fruits, aromatic herbs, and hearty meat dishes were carefully laid out to show the hero the deepest gratitude. They urged their guests to taste the rarest and most valuable plates: juicy beef, tender bear meat, exotic crocodile meat, and even pieces of dragon meat, revered among the tribes as the greatest delicacy of all. Before Nana, he was tormented by his conscience. Only the girls had endured the entire battle, risking their lives. Now he was being glorified, but the women quickly soothed him, explaining that the holiday had been organized in honor of every member of the squad. Nana said that keeping a human form takes an enormous amount of energy. If you eat only meat, it can throw your nutrition out of balance. But she can still manage it, just once in a while. The mysterious girl, perfectly disguised with skillful care, spoke with startling clarity. Nana was absolutely right in her statement. The hero, deservedly, could step into the festive feast and savor every delicacy laid out before them. With his support, he made an invaluable contribution to the battle's outcome, becoming a banner of hope and unity for the whole tribe. It was thanks to him that the tribe preserved lives and freedom, binding its very existence forever to the benefaction of this noble hero. This mysterious girl turned out to be the patroness of the prize. Her name was Angria, Queen of Amazonia, Anria, Amazonia. The young man realized she could speak with spirits, an astonishing shaman. The young girl urged them to drink quickly, but the way she spoke sounded like an ancient crone, the kind who's used to instructing young warriors. Her voice conjured images of lolly grandmothers. Without a doubt, a little time will pass, and this girl will turn into a real beauty, stealing the hearts of many young men with her natural grace, charm, and one-of-a-kind allure. The servant reported to the girl that everything was ready, and she called the savior to her. For an important guest arriving in their kingdom, they'd laid on a warm welcome, the young man repeating what had been said earlier. The tribesmen organized a special celebration for the hero, complete with an unusual washing ceremony. He would be immersed in a massive bath filled with select wine, underscoring their sincere gratitude and respect. Nita caught the strong scent of fine wine pouring from the bath and moved closer. The queen greeted him kindly and hospitably, offering to help him remove his clothes before immersing him in the fragrant liquid. The guest was kept under close watch by young warriors of Amazonia, hidden behind the canopy of dense bushes and slender trees. Their curious glances tracked every movement as the hero underwent this strange ritual of purification. The queen asked the hero not to worry about the girls. She urged him to carry on with the procedure. Breathe, relax, and let the winery awaken his senses, then added, with a poised smile, that they were proud to welcome him into their sanctuary. Nit found it almost novel that girls would want a man to bear his body. Yet the moment those beauties stared at him, he felt thoroughly awkward. Was this meant as a favor for him? The scent of wine, at least, was wonderful. It was as if the wine soaked in through his skin, seeping into his body along invisible streams. The sensation hit immediately, and the young man felt very, very drunk. Then someone called out to him. 5 beautiful girls closed in on the hero, hands invitingly outstretched, friendly smiles offering him a place in the general fun. An immersion in a bath with wine, strange and unusual as it was. The guy was still lost, eyes on the girls. Nana only smiled slyly, then asked whether he had ever dreamed of seeing so many beauties at once, and whether he'd expected entertainment from them. The girls of Amazonia apologized to him for not being able to show themselves naked to strangers, especially men. But the young man began to refuse. Maybe the thoughts of what was to come had only flickered through his mind for a moment, not even fully formed yet. But then, out of nowhere, one of the women pounced on him, his heart hammering faster at the sheer suddenness of it all. The woman stared at him sternly and with insistence, demanding that he stop showing interest in ordinary women of human origin, explaining that such connections were inappropriate. The women insisted that the bodies of the fighting dolls had a special softness and tenderness, markedly different from human bodies. Dolls ready to fulfill any desire, serving their master with utmost obedience. During the celebration, the villagers sitting behind the fence watched them closely. The young queen came up to Nit and asked whether he was enjoying himself well enough. Nit blushed, admitting he was enjoying himself very much. The young man was pleased to look at the Amazons, but he quickly noticed that no men or old people lived in their kingdom. The queen explained that, after the ogre's attack, they had made a sacrifice, beginning with the old people. To save their daughters and granddaughters, the elderly sacrificed themselves, so now there are no people over 30 among them. The former queen also sacrificed herself to save the people in the kingdom. The young man apologized for reminding him of it. Henri feels gratitude toward Nit, the great savior, and his companions, who showed determination and fortitude in destroying the ogres. Because of that act, the souls of those unfortunate ones previously sacrificed to the invaders finally received justice and their long-awaited revenge. It was already late, and Queen Anria wished the young man a good night's rest. He thanked her, but he still had a question. Nit asked the queen why the people of her kingdom always wore masks, and whether they took them off at night. At night, though, the masks come off, because it's a time of peace and openness with one's family. She asked her savior whether he wanted to see her true face, to look at her exactly as she was, without masks or pretense. Her voice stayed calm, confident, as if she were offering something rare, reserved for only a chosen few. If the hero insisted on his desire, the queen was prepared to reveal her true face, though he'd first have to follow certain rituals and strict rules before he could glimpse the true essence of the ruler. Nit politely pointed out that she didn't need to remove her mask, since he'd already had his chance to see the real queen, free from disguises and illusions. It turned out that Nit had used magic glasses to see the true faces of the kingdom's inhabitants. With that miraculous object, he could read past the masks and uncover each person's inner qualities, their essence. That evening, after drinking too much, the guy suddenly saw the true faces of everyone around him, stripped of masks and artificiality. People appeared open and exposed before him, as if any prejudice had simply vanished. And suddenly, like something in the air had shifted, the whole tribe snapped their eyes to Net. The wanderers went still, staring at the hero in tense silence. Some frowned with wary suspicion, while others leaned forward with curiosity, trying to read him through his gaze. The moment throbbed with anticipation and anxiety. Nit froze, his mind scrambling to catch up. He understood. Something unexpected had landed, and it had ignited anger and discontent among the tribe. His heart started to hammer, thoughts spinning wild as he tried to figure out what could possibly have triggered such a reaction. As the crowd closed in on the master, mysterious divine dolls appeared, clustering together to form a protective circle. Their magic surged into being, an unbreachable barrier that held fast, shielding the master from any attack. The young man couldn't stop worrying, wondering why the evening had turned so abruptly. Just moments ago, everything had been pleasant. Now suspicion and hostility hung in the air. Fear and regret tightened around him, and he burned with longing to drag the former calm and harmony back into place. The queen's voice cut through the tension, calling for order to be restored. It was firm, decisive, and it immediately crushed any attempt to spark further conflict. The queen's command cut through the hall. Silence, order. The girl beside Knit murmured that this power wasn't simple strength at all, but wind magic, wind scream, magic that bent sounds and steered people's behavior. Queen Raya halted, then turned to the young man who would lay out the ancient laws of Amazonia in full. As she spoke, an entire tribe formed up behind her, poised to back up every syllable of the ruler. Her royal words landed with weight, sounding both wise and unshakable, bolstering the nation's authority and unity. Under the laws of Amazonia, women had to conceal their bodies with care, above all their faces, so modesty and dignity were preserved. Any breach of the rule invited punishment through public condemnation. The women of Amazonia held fast to the custom of not showing their faces to anyone except close relatives. With special clothing and a mask covering them, they guarded their privacy and protected their personal honor. If a girl is seen by a strange man, it counts as a serious violation of the laws, one met with harsh punishments. But if the situation is reversed and a man is seen by a girl, it's judged far less severely. Under the established rules, a man who discovers a woman's face commits a grave violation and is punished brutally. Still, the general law has rare exceptions. In Amazonia, the girls are allowed to love a man who has seen their face. Knit was stunned by Amazonia's unusual law. If a girl so much as met a man's eyes by accident, and he already had seen her face, she could either accept him as her lover and step into the relationship, or refuse him, putting him at risk of severe punishment. That single choice echoed through the boy's whole life. The two animated dolls told the master they were ready to protect him and wipe out the threat posed by the women. But Knit objected, confident that a bad action wouldn't solve anything, ordering the dolls to refrain from eliminating anyone and instead search for other ways. Nita's animated dolls hold the power of Brunhilde, and that alone is enough to spark fear. Their gaze burns with an icy gleam, and these miniature guardians surpass the Zokin's Amazonia, spreading panic and helplessness through everyone caught in their presence. The young man spoke carefully, asking his interlocutor to explain what she meant by love, whether she was referring to physical passion or to a deep emotional bond rooted in understanding, support, and respect. Watching the life of Amazonia, the savior noticed the absence of men. The land, ruled by women, was in desperate need of male participation if stability and fertility were to remain intact. He was assigned the task of creating families with several women, so the country would have future generations. He knew the girls' faces as well as anyone could, and so he believed it was his duty to give them children, so their dreams could finally come true. This wasn't merely a wish, it was a truly blessed mission. The girls regarded him with sincere admiration and a touch of timidity, as if fate itself had stepped into the room. Their eyes sparkled with surprise and trepidation, each glance trembling with the expectation that a miracle might happen. The queen asked him to give the girls true love, and the young man agreed. So he set about fulfilling his promise, with a sincere desire to make every girl happy. The girls woke him up and wished him good morning. Their voices were as melodious as the ringing of bells, and he smiled even before he was fully awake. He looked at the girls, puzzled, and asked why they had gathered there in the morning, telling them to step aside so he could think. But the girls came closer and refused. One girl blurted out, loud and blunt, whether he really slept with people at night. Her words landed sharp and unexpected, and the tension that followed was instant. Anxiety and uncertainty thickened in the air. Then she suggested they should have fun together. The young man was shocked to hear him begin with communication with divine dolls, and only afterward move on to direct contact with the girls of the tribe. It was said in a confident, mysterious tone, and it stirred an atmosphere of intrigue and anticipation for what was coming. The girls made it into a breathtaking scene, soft light catching the golden tiles, steam curling up from the water, and a magical atmosphere settling over everything. One of the girls stepped toward the rescuer, offering to take him to the bedroom, somewhere he could rest and feel the comfort that suited his dignity. Her voice and bearing were refined and inviting, an invitation that promised not just rest, but more. The women pressed him for haste, asking him to love them quickly so they could feel his embrace right away. The tribal girl reported that everything was already prepared. The queen stood frozen where she was, drowned in embarrassment and weighed down by anxious anticipation, her cheeks flushing faintly, betraying her inner discomfort. For all her royal dignity, she couldn't hide her confusion at how sudden and unexpected the situation was. The queen felt a fierce pull toward the savior, yet the age gap made her dream feel out of reach. When the savior realized the weight of that responsibility, fear and anxiety closed in. The hero vanished into the Amazon jungle, throwing himself into the wild. Surrounded by nature and animals, he let his shoulders loosen and savored that hard-won freedom, so much so that he could almost forget everything. That easy, carefree life settled in as a habit, a living symbol of independence and loyalty to his own beliefs. Time moved on, and with it came fresh days. New sights, new faces, new discoveries, each one leaving memories that warmed the heart. The river of time carried away every novelty as fast as it arrived, but the hero kept living, taking every moment as it came. The year slipped by without a sound, and the hero was left deep in sadness and remorse. Tormented by missed chances, he slammed his head against the ground, trying, through pain in the flesh, to outlast the suffering of his soul and wash away the mistakes he'd made. Even in a remote corner of the jungle, life wasn't nothing but the harem. One day, lost in thought, he heard a familiar voice calling to him from far away. She clamped her hand around his neck, pulling him in close. A full year had passed since they met, and now her longing to become a mother burned stronger than ever. Looking at him with fierce determination and hope, she realized the time had finally come to bring her cherished dream to life. He told her she'd have to wait a little longer, and that he would save the tale of the wonders from the Forest Chronicles for next time. They were pulled back to the very start of their journey through the mysterious Amazon. The queen, steady, radiant with strength and grace, spoke to her savior. Her confident voice rang through the jungle like music, charged with resolve as they pressed forward toward their destiny. A vast number of wooden golems rose before them, their ranks stretching into the distance like an endless wall of forest guardians. Each one was massive and terrifying, hewn from thick tree trunks and carved with intricate, elaborate designs. Net created wooden golems to help him conquer the jungle. After successfully driving out the ogres, Nitu set his sights on expanding the borders of the great Amazon. The victory, earned against formidable enemies, lit a fire in his chest, filling him with pride and a hunger for new achievements. To Nitu, it was a golden chance to prove his foresight and leadership. The queen, curious, leaned in and asked the young man how many golems there were. He went utterly still, staring back with wide-open eyes, stunned, confused, his expression caught between shock and a touch of uncertainty, as if he hadn't even expected such a question to come at him. Nit calmly answered that exactly 1,000 wooden golems had been created, and Raya was literally struck dumb by the words. Her eyes flew wide, her breathing turned quick and shallow, and her heart began to hammer faster and faster. This was exactly the sort of confidence she had expected from her savior. He spoke as though it were nothing, declaring that creating wooden golems was a simple process, within reach even for beginners in magic. The steadiness in his voice, the assurance in every word, only deepened her trust in him as an experienced master and mentor. Among all the wooden golems, even if they look helpless at first glance, their strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. As long as Nit keeps them supplied with magical energy, they can work, move, labor, carry out their purpose. But the master chose deliberately to stop mid-sentence. The master began activating the process of creating a new wooden golem. He even thought out loud, if the problematic trees that were blocking progress were transformed into obedient golems in the same way, the number of workers would rise. An Amazonian tribe watched the golem's activation with admiration. Their eyes gleamed with interest and respect for Nita's wisdom and artistry. Every single detail of what unfolded caught their imagination, burning in their minds the conviction that knowledge could shape and control the world around them. The women of the tribe competed to praise the young hero, calling his abilities astonishing, godlike even. Their praise sounded sincere and excited, steeped in deep respect and gratitude for his help and protection. In the end, he chose to stay and live in Amazonia. The young hero threw himself into developing the Amazon jungle, relying on his talents, his ability to create wooden golems. Even so, The locals kept asking him to leave offspring behind, and he didn't want to remain in Amazonia only for that wish. So he poured most of his time into building useful devices and technologies to make life easier for the locals. Two young beauties from the local tribe edged toward the bustling hero, eyes sharp with curiosity. Intrigued by the strange manipulations and the tools he was wielding, they asked, quietly, delicately, what, exactly, he was creating. The hero smiled at their interest and answered that he was making an unusual hoe with teeth. The words hit like a surprise. The beauties slipped into a mild, stunned daze. In the Amazon, there were no dry lands or rice fields, because the local population didn't traditionally grow grain crops. Their diet depended on what they could hunt and gather. The young man went on, explaining that the toothy hoe he'd made would be indispensable for preparing land, making dry lands workable for growing crops. With it, the soil would be effectively loosened, improving its structure in the process. The hoe with teeth had a special ability. It could drive deep, even into the hardest soil. With such a tool, cultivating the land would become far more efficient, so the harvests would grow richer and the people's lives would feel noticeably easier and more comfortable. For all the clear benefits of the new hoe, using it on modern soils still comes with risks. If you dig too deeply, you can disrupt the soil's natural balance, speeding up erosion. Eventually, that kind of ground turns virtually infertile. During the hero's time in Melia, the development of the toothed hoe had already been completed successfully. But because the local soils were so prone to rapid erosion and couldn't tolerate deep plowing, its use was strictly limited. In Amazonia, though, there was no shortage of land, and the soil was highly resistant to erosion. So with the new draft equipment here, one could take a bold step and push back against nature without worrying about major consequences. Building a foundation for fields would bring agriculture within reach, even for people with no experience at all. Even girls who had never worked the land before could keep crops going and properly tend to plants. The hero was stuck on a pressing question. How do you start farming if there aren't any seeds? Without the right planting material, trying to grow anything would be nothing but a dead end. Lost in thought about the lack of seeds, the hero suddenly heard the voice of one of the young women. Noticing his concentration, she stepped in softly, voicing her concern that Nit was clearly stuck and still searching for a solution. The woman who approached the young man turned out to be a mother who keeps ancient secrets. Once she learned about the hero's difficulties, she handed him precious seeds of magical wheat. The seeds looked outwardly no different from ordinary wheat, but the truth behind their origin was nothing short of astonishing. It turns out this wheat was created in the era of super ancient civilizations, those who possessed magical knowledge and technology. Magic wheat is different from regular wheat. Beyond needing water and air, it requires mana. In return, it delivers a strong, dependable harvest. Its ears are bigger, and its grains far higher in quality than ordinary wheat, making any comparison feel pointless. Where the magic power is weak, growing wheat becomes a problem. But here, the magic level is high, which guarantees ideal conditions for plant growth and a bountiful harvest. Here, the air is thick with life, the water runs clear, and the soil holds a significant content of mana, conditions that make growing crops possible. Mana is usually scattered throughout each territory, but it's quite rare to find a region like this, such a high concentration over such a large expanse. The youth couldn't help thinking the jungle was special. Yet what if the concentration of mana across the entire world was slowly rising too? Either way, they were going to develop this place. He asked whether there was anything else important, but it looked like she'd already decided to give him seeds of every possible variety. The girls of the tribe started plowing the land, and the wooden golems actively threw their weight into this difficult work. With the tribe's magic, they prepared the field soil perfectly, fertile, soft, and ready for sowing. And soon the girls came calling the young man, holding fresh, fragrant fruits in their hands. Gifts of nature, personifying the lush abundance of the local flora. The girls carefully presented the young man with fresh coconuts, and the air filled with the bright aroma of the tropics. He thanked them heartily, genuinely delighted at the warmth and care his friends had shown. The young man suggested the girls take a short break, set aside their work for a moment, and simply enjoy it, savoring the fresh fruit and the cool shade beneath the trees. He asked whether the girls found working the fields easy, and received a confident answer. They had met with no difficulties at all. After all, thanks to the magnanimous savior, Nature granted the tribes a special grace, making the land astonishingly fertile and effortless to cultivate. They were doing remarkably well, even for their first time. It felt as if peace and harmony had finally taken root in Amazonia, letting the land be worked without strain and without the help of wooden golems. Then the mother herself addressed him, studying him closely with her wise eyes. The mother carried out a careful examination of the soil cover and made an astonishing discovery. Beneath the dense spread of the majestic jungle lay hidden enormous reserves of the most valuable natural resource of all, high-quality coal. In this world, scientific thought hasn't advanced far enough to treat coal as a usable energy source. The young man pondered his mother's discovery and came to the conclusion that this resource is unlikely to be useful anytime soon. Nit asked whether it was traditional to use coal. He recalled that in ancient times, magically synthesized mancoal was used, and when homunculi lichen were created, they relied on mono oil, refined from the oil. Then Mother's lecture began. To keep the city unpolluted, the celestial city avoided the use of these substances in every possible way. And according to the latest science of magic, the transformation of the feeling called love. The girls wanted to sleep. Mother went on that the divine dolls, thanks to the owner's love, also gained the ability to improve their combat power. Indeed, under the current circumstances, coal wasn't particularly useful, but things were quite different. She handed the young man an unusual tool, the tool for creating magically synthesized diamonds. The young man stared at the object in amazement, still unconvinced that a simple glove could pull off miracles. The girl nodded softly, confirming his guess. This unusual thing really does let you manufacture magnificent synthetic diamonds straight from ordinary coal. The girl explained that when the glove squeezes a lump of coal under super high temperatures and incredible pressure, a perfect diamond crystal is born. The young man quickly understood. Only real heroes could manage an effort like that. What stood out most about the magically synthesized diamond creation tool was that, right after cleaning out foreign impurities, it could instantly and automatically produce a high-purity diamond. To make it happen, thanks to Mita, this was no trouble at all. His powers and abilities let him freely tap the enormous reserves of magical energy needed to complete the process successfully. Nit had absolute confidence in his mana reserves, because he knew he could draw on energy almost infinitely. Still, Mother had said that life would be so much simpler if such freedom of action were available not just in matters of magic quantity. The girl asked if he could create a golem in the shape of a hand, and the young man answered with confident certainty, yes, explaining that there were suitable rock formations nearby, perfect for making something like that. The girls of the tribe kept urging Nit on, driving him to dig coal and forge diamonds without rest. Their cheerful energy and woody little remarks spurred the boy to keep working on, though sometimes their jokes came out a touch caustic and provocative. Almost a year passed, and Nit was still at it, mining coal and turning it into beautiful diamonds day after day. The girls of the tribe continued to back him, firing him up with witticisms and encouraging words, until even this brutal task felt wrapped in fun and excitement. At last, when his work was done, Nit proudly presented the resulting diamond to the mother. She studied it appraisingly, then pointed out that it was still small, nothing worth bragging about when it came to carats. Most of the stones were modest, too, scarcely reaching several tens of carats. Anything over 100 carats was staggeringly rare, so rare that literally you could count individual specimens on the fingers of one hand. Ancient legends claim that by using the ashes of sacred creatures, you could forge the most perfect specimen of diamond. Yet even the supreme elementalist with the powerful attribute Phoenix couldn't compete with it. The boy, for his part, dismissed the whole tale as fairy tales. In his view, the diamonds he produced weren't bad at all. Only, unlike modern Earth, where a synthetic diamond costs anywhere from 1 to several hundred times the price of a natural stone, his weren't in that league. In this era, the very concept of a synthetic diamond didn't exist. People didn't even entertain the idea of making artificial gemstones, convinced that every real diamond was the product of long millennia of natural processes. Nit decided the synthetic diamond he'd created would be in no way inferior to its natural counterpart, and that it deserved a price to match. He reckoned a masterpiece like that should start at about 100 gold coins and climb higher, thanks to its rarity and beauty. In 1 year, Nita created 30,000 diamonds worth 3 billion gold coins, equivalent to 300 billion Japanese yen. That kind of fortune would have made him one of the richest men in the world. And still, Nita couldn't stop wondering how many onigiri he could buy with it. Net worked diligently to develop the kingdom, strengthening its infrastructure, economy, and everyday standard of living, while also doing everything he could to keep the dynasty going. A while ago, something strange had stirred in him a vague, uneasy worry. Now, as he walked outside, that same prickling tension returned in a faint wave. Then, suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, instantly grabbing his attention and leaving him momentarily confused. One day, the girl spoke boldly to her brother, urging them to think together about the dynasty's future and the creation of descendants. Her determination struck him as astonishing, filling him with a tangled mix of surprise and respect. The boy greeted the girl named Leah warmly. She looked remarkably like his younger sister, and Nita's heart trembled with tender sadness and sweet, comforting memories of childhood. From the very first days after Nita appeared in the kingdom, Leah had felt an inexplicable sympathy and warmth toward him. Slowly, that bond only deepened, growing into a heartfelt affection filled with genuine admiration and friendship. Each time Leah's hints grew so persistent, Nit smoothly sidestepped them, anything to avoid the personal side of things, delicately turning away every attempt to spark a conversation about family and children. A year later, Leah's appearance had changed in a way you couldn't ignore. She became strikingly similar to her sister Nita. It stopped being something you could dismiss as coincidence. The differences between them were blurring until they were almost indistinguishable, as if fate had deliberately drawn them closer together. Nit asked the girl not to call him brother, and then Leah, dazed, asked why he'd said that. Nit patiently taught her everything he knew. With his attentive guidance, Leah grew fast, feeling that steady support of an older friend pressed close to her heart and soul. Soon, the bond warmed so deeply that, without realizing it, she began to see the young man as her beloved older brother. Leah once confessed to Nitu openly. She wanted to be the mother of his child. She dreamed of building a shared future, a strong family. Her proposal, bold and unexpectedly tender, revealing just how deep her feelings were and how much trust she placed in her mentor and close friend. Leah's proposal struck deep into Nit's soul. He felt the warm surge of being loved and respected. Their mutual love seemed pure, earnest, until he truly understood how grave everything was. With honesty weighing on him, Nit decided he had to explain the truth. Since they were related, continuing their relationship simply wasn't possible. All the events that had unfolded over the past year in Amazonia left Nita uneasy, not only about where his relationship with Leah stood, but about what it could never become. During that stretch, he faced relentless trials and hard, shifting decisions, tied up as much in government matters as in his own private life. No matter how hard they tried, none of the women involved in the procreation program had been able to become pregnant, at least not yet. That failure set a heavy pressure in the young man's chest, breeding worry and doubt. Nit understood all too well that if things stayed the way they were, his long stay in the jungle could stretch into something endless. Without heirs and worthy successors, he would effectively be trapped, prisoner forever, watching any chance of breaking out and returning home slip further away. Guilt crushed Nit toward Leah as he realized what he'd done. He'd pushed away her sincere affection and the wish to build a family together. The situation that had formed afterward was nothing short of brutal, painful, difficult, and stealing every last bit of peace of mind and comfort. It had been a long time since Nit left the family home where Amelia lived, and now he desperately wanted to see his family again. Memories of his loved ones warmed his heart, filling him with comfort and anxiety all at once. Time dragged on, slowly and painfully long, and he couldn't bear it. Deciding it was time to bid farewell to Amazonia and move on, Nit began preparing to leave. Yet when he told the queen his intentions, she was vehemently opposed to his departure. The queen made it clear. She would allow Nitu to leave Amazonia only after he created a full-fledged family with another woman, giving the country a secure future and heirs. The year passed faster than he expected, and Nit realized it was high time to return home to his native places and familiar life. But Henriet was categorically against it, insisting his stay in Amazonia needed to be extended. Henrietta set a condition. If Nit left the country immediately, he'd have no chance to start a family with her. Nit offered a compromise, promising to return in exactly 5 years. Still, the queen resolutely refused, demanding an immediate agreement to stay for a long time. Earlier, Nit had solemnly promised the women he would do everything in his power to achieve pregnancy. Yet the news that his promise couldn't be fulfilled quickly left everyone utterly bewildered. Without warning, the girl surged forward, looped her arms around Nita's neck, pressed her cheek to his shoulder, and, softly, with pleading eyes, whispered for him to stay just a little longer. Now, both sides have agreed to set a clear time limit, 3 months. It is within this brief window that the long-awaited conception must finally occur. After that, NIT will be granted freedom and the right to go anywhere. Nid had to apologize to the women for staring at their bodies, insisting he wasn't the kind of man to retreat from his commitments. The young man showed deep understanding of the situation and declared his readiness to do everything necessary to set it right. The women of the tribe joyfully welcomed the decision to extend the period by another 3 months, clinging to the hope that they would finally reach the desired result and taste the happiness of motherhood. The queen declared that, with only 3 months left, she was adding a further condition. The young man, hearing her words, asked, puzzled, for the specifics of the new requirement. He would have to strive to father a child with hundreds of different women each day, filling his life with a whirlwind of connections, duties, and emotions. It was a tough test, brimming with surprises and searches for the one with whom he could finally give birth to a long-awaited baby and find true family happiness. This was his final chance, and now success mattered more than ever. Every moment decided everything. Every attempt had to become perfect. Girls could become possible mothers. Tension kept building. Life turned into a struggle where even the smallest detail mattered, and only total devotion could bring him the heirs he craved. Ever since, he'd lived shut away in a harem, surrounded by countless women, pushing himself to produce offspring and protect his name. Aware that ahead lay the last chance that would seal his fate, he was occupied with procreation. Night and day, he slept with different Amazonian girls, always chasing the same end, continuing the family line. Every new relationship was another shot at conceiving, inching him closer to the goal of preserving the dynasty. The girl made her intent unmistakable. She wanted him in her space. She invited him to deepen the relationship, to spend time together in a comfortable environment. Soon the girls themselves began pressing him to join them, taking the initiative, nudging conversations forward, and showing steady interest in communicating. If this keeps going, he's going to vanish from this world. Super Energy Water is a secret, magical potion that restores energy and boosts physical strength. His mother urged him to take the proposed remedy and press on, to endure with persistence and patience, even as hard trials and obstacles waited ahead. She reminded him that every attempt drew him nearer to his goal, and that each step fortified his faith in his own strength. He swallowed the healing potion, and, surprisingly, his strength and energy surged back in an instant. Still, Mother was an unforgiving mentor. She set the bar high, demanded more than most, and almost never offered approval. Kia instantly threw her arms around him and pressed her tender cheek hard against her brother's neck, as though she could finally pour out the love and gratitude swelling in her heart. Her eyes glittered with pure happiness. She pleaded with him to choose her, promising children who could carry on the great line, promising the very happiness she wanted to claim as her own. He held off temptation once more, staying faithful to his principles and beliefs. With the world constantly trying to lure him off course, the hero remained rock steady, mind clear, soul untainted. The doll admitted that it had been an infinitely long time since she'd fallen asleep beside her beloved, passionately craving the chance to feel that closeness and warmth again, to hear the quiet breathing of a man close to her heart, and to slip once more into the sweet, shared moments of sleep, heavy with deep emotion and tenderness. Where he used to return daily to the shack where the girls lived, savoring their company. His days are now crowded with dealings with other people. He lingers more often outside his usual surroundings, pulling away from the life he once knew, and from those who were close to him. Nothing can be altered, not even the will of the master. His decision is final, irrevocable. They were being crushed by an unbearable loneliness, when, suddenly, the doll noticed someone's presence. Curiosity flared into anticipation at the thought of meeting the young man. His steps could finally shatter the silence and bring variety to the same old, monotonous days. lighting her eyes. Their gaze landed on Nith's figure, slowly emerging from the gloom, worn down by the long journey, breathing hard from exhaustion. His steps were unsteady, his body swayed slightly under the strain. His hands trembled, and his fingers convulsively clenched. Coming closer, he greeted the girls and Honey warmly, smiling wibbly. Without hesitation, the friends invited him to spend their free time together, rest, relax, and drift in pleasant company, so he could be distracted from the worries and problems of everyday life. He offered a polite apology, explaining that he hadn't yet finished his daily quota of tasks and duties, so he had to turn down their invitation. But before he could finish his sentence, strong grips of hands suddenly clamped onto him, deliberately holding him in place against his will. Now the sacred duty of procreation is entrusted to the girls, and they intend to fulfill their destiny right in the palace bathroom. The goddess pressed the master to hurry, stressing how crucial it was to begin the ritual as soon as possible. Honey stood at the window, peering tensely through the glass into the twilight courtyard, watching the figures gradually drift away, taking with them the one her heart belonged to. The first girl flared up, accusing him of unfairness and selfishness, insisting he was focusing on only one side and ignoring the needs of the others. The second girl backed her, saying that kind of behavior breeds resentment and disappointment. The girl stared at him, intent yet edged with slight sadness and resentment, remembering the day he promised he would return and be there. 2 whole months had already slipped by since that crucial promise was made. Worn down to the bone, Nit pushed himself out of the harem's walls, stepping straight into the blaze of bright sunlight, one he hadn't truly enjoyed in a long time. His legs buckled. He hit the hard ground with a dull thud, and still, everything stayed the same as before. No change, no opening for hope. The mother, choking with indignation and irritation, suddenly swung her hand and struck the young man across the cheek with all her strength, burning a red mark onto his pale skin. Her voice was harsh, her stance absolute. He was weak. As a man, he had to understand. He must stay firm, unyielding, carry out the important mission placed before him, and cling to the promise he'd made to himself without wavering. But his body had reached its limit. It simply refused to obey the commands of his consciousness. The last months had turned into a real ordeal for him. A potion meant to make life easier, instead, kept piling on fresh problems, until, bit by bit, he couldn't help but see how absurd the whole idea was. He took genuine pleasure in knowing that girls needed him, drawing his attention, pulling him into their lives. Once he felt that need in return, satisfaction and self-confidence surged through him, and he reveled in the chance to bring joy to the loved ones around him. But being surrounded by beautiful women all the time, never quite able to fully rest or recover, created serious difficulties. Pleasure itself became a kind of consumption. What used to feel like a benefit gradually turned into discomfort and pressure. He wanted to slip away unnoticed, but the girls called after him loudly. Caught in an internal tug of war, he stopped and went back to listen. They asked him why he was trying to leave, since he hadn't yet completed the established daily quota. Several people seized him tightly, blocking every attempt to leave. Exhausted, he begged, just long enough to catch his breath. Yet their efforts were useless. In the end, he was hauled back to the harem, where fresh duties and fresh worries waited, leaving him no moment to pause. Besides, he had broken his promise to Leah, failing to live up to the hopes and expectations she'd placed in him. Her expression ignited with a scarlet flame of anger and jealousy, bearing emotions she'd kept buried, and feelings that ran far deeper than she'd admit. She couldn't make sense of it. Why, now, her brother preferred spending his nights with other women, while she herself had changed in appearance, growing even more beautiful than the moment he'd first crossed the threshold of the kingdom. Envy and bewilderment swallowed her thoughts whole, locking her consciousness in place so she couldn't think clearly or act sensibly. She proved she'd matured, not just in body, gaining full, mature curves and a sharper kind of feminine beauty, but also in spirit, learning to understand human feelings, to show compassion, and to carry wisdom. She looked remarkably like his younger sister, and he couldn't bring himself to tell the girl why he refused to get any closer. An internal barrier, and a strict moral obligation to his family, locked his resolve in place, making any further development of the relationship impossible. The women who had gathered around him began pressing him with pointed questions. Why hadn't he yet kept his promise? Why hadn't he fulfilled his obligation to become the father of a child for her as well? After all, it had been agreed from the very beginning that he would produce offspring with every girl in the harem. Nana stepped forward and addressed everyone present, urging them not to heap unnecessary demands onto the gentleman, and not to cling to illusions about his generosity or virtue. Good deeds and a careful, attentive attitude, she stressed, did not automatically come with special obligations or promises attached. The girl moved in on Nana and asked outright why she kept getting between them, constantly hindering the relationship's progress, trying to rein in freedom of choice and action. Keeping the oath made earlier was non-negotiable, no matter what Nita wanted or desired on a personal level. Even though he didn't want to go through the ritual, the weight of his duty overruled his own preferences, turning the whole affair into a miserable, unavoidable chore. Mana insisted the master preferred the doll's body over the bodies of living women, but as it turned out, that claim was entirely false and horribly unfair, at least in the other girl's eyes. People are always changing, carrying both good shifts and bad ones, an ordinary part of being human, and the real beauty of a person. Those words hit Hina like a subtle accusation, that the doll's artificially made bodies were somehow stuck in place, never evolving, never growing from within the way living beings do. Tension crept into the air, thickening with every breath, like thunderclouds gathering above the hero's head. The smallest excuse was enough to ignite an explosion of conflict and shatter the fragile balance. Nit noticed something off about the girl's behavior, the way irritation and distance bled through in every movement. Curiosity drove him to ask outright what had affected their moods so sharply. The mother spoke to the young man in a calm, level voice, explaining that the differences between them didn't vanish. They persisted, surfacing from time to time in their relationship. Hearing that, the young man froze, struck by the depth of the conflicts and contradictions already simmering inside the harem. The mother had made her preparations ahead of time, soothing each fighting doll so the clash hadn't broken out yet. On the surface, everything looked steady and peaceful. Beneath it, the girls were close to snapping, grinding down their resentment and refusing to let it show. The young man had no idea what those hidden confrontations could lead to. The girls grew tense, their fear sharpening into a single dread, that the women of Amazonia would seize the heart of their beloved, taking his love and attention away forever. Even though he genuinely tried to split his love and attention among all his girlfriends, they didn't react the way he expected. He couldn't read why they were behaving like this, so his thoughts spun into conjecture, getting tangled in doubt and overthinking. The girls could no longer hold themselves composed or watch events unfold passively. Minute by minute, the tension climbed, fanning the flames of rivalry and sparking disputes that couldn't be solved. The young man didn't notice any of it. All the battle dolls were hit by the same rush of fear, and with these problems pressing in, Nit was powerless to steer what was happening. Even after frantic attempts to get in touch and smooth the rough edges, everyone's feelings kept boiling over, shattering harmony and trust. If the situation kept unfolding like this, the battle dolls wouldn't be able to tolerate the current state for long. Discontent and irritation would only grow. Nid himself was also teetering on the edge of complete physical and moral exhaustion, staring right at the moment rest finally arrived. To make the difficult mission easier, the heroes joined forces and designed a special device that would help solve the current difficulties. The device was a special medical apparatus built to inject the necessary biological material directly into the female body, making subsequent successful gestation possible. The mechanism they created had the incredible ability to produce hundreds of viable embryos at once, effectively solving the problem of rapid population growth. The mother had hoped her son could manage on his own, steady, restrained, disciplined. But once the device was in play, he was able to keep his promises on time, sidestepping new rounds of conflict and complication. The queen was thrilled by what she'd found. A device capable of affecting 10,000 women in the Amazon at once, promising successful conception and a major surge in the state's population. Roughly 10% of the women were expected to become pregnant after the procedure, a controlled, gradual replenishment meant to keep the population stable and the demographic balance intact. The young man was hit with extreme stress and stunned amazement when he realized he would soon be the father of 1,000 children, all made possible by the latest device. The sheer weight of responsibility and the consequences that followed stirred a messy storm of feelings, delight, pride, horror, and anxiety. The boy started to wonder if he was truly doing the right thing by agreeing to mass fatherhood, and whether what he was doing was abnormal from an ethical point of view. At the same time, the queen promised that when she came of age, she would give him a child. Before the planned departure from the Amazon lands, during the time when every last matter had to be settled, and everything prepared for the journey home. As a final symbolic gift, the hero presented the queen with precious diamonds. She praised the jewelry as the very splendor of perfection, the ideal of beauty. The innovative device worked flawlessly, bringing the process to completion right on schedule. With the technology doing its job, and the instructions followed to the letter, the girls achieved the results they wanted without a single delay. Leah and another girl decided to put together an entertainment program just for Nita, inviting him to spend his time cheerfully and pleasantly. They wanted to pull the young man away from his everyday worries and remind him of the joy that comes with communication. But Hina stood in their way, declaring firmly that the existence of a special device means you don't need personal contact with NIT. So, wasting time entertaining him wasn't necessary at all. That misunderstanding snowballed into sharper tension between the girls, rolling in a growing wave of negativity and dissatisfaction. The air turned taut. Communication grew openly aggressive, teetering on the edge of outright confrontation. The discomfort between the girls only deepened as the young man stood at a crossroads. Stay neutral and risk losing the favor of both sides, or throw himself into the conflict, choosing one side and inviting aggression from the other. Without warning, the front door creaked, and a girl stepped into the room. Trouble had come for them. A massive horde of giants surged in as one dense mass, swallowing the space with towering silhouettes. People froze, paralyzed by fear. The ground rattled with the steps of majestic creatures, their terrifying sounds like echoes from ancient legends and myths. One day, powerful giants appeared in the queen's kingdom. The queen was stunned, fear sharpening at the thought of what it might mean for her people. The queen asked how many giants had come to her lands. The answer came back staggering, nearly 1,000. And each one stretched somewhere between 5 and 100 meters tall. Along with the usual giants, who were roughly 5 meters tall, super large giants arrived in the kingdom too, towering in size so overwhelming that the inhabitants couldn't help but feel fresh awe and surprise. The queen simply couldn't believe it. Giants reaching 50 meters existed? That height felt utterly impossible to her, something beyond the bounds of possibility. And then it became clear. There were 1,000 of these immense giants, every one standing 50 meters tall. The news hit the queen hard, because it seemed almost beyond imagination to picture so many colossal creatures. Looking at the sheer scale of what was happening, the queen burst out that any attempt to negotiate with giants like that would be pointless. Yet one brave young man still stepped forward, insisting that dialogue and understanding might still be possible. The queen proclaimed that giants were the most fearsome opponents, matching dragons in strength. Should giants strike, her army would be helpless. But Maza promised that, together, they could still win. Nito announced with certainty that he had 100 battle dolls, each one able to fight enemies on the field. With that, the kingdom's defenders steadied their nerves for the battle to come. The young man turned to the boys and asked if they were ready to stand with him, then threw himself into the defense of the kingdom, using their strength and skills as one weapon. Nana declared, without wavering, that she was ready to help Nito. Whatever order her master gave, she would carry it out, loyal to the core, eager to come to the rescue the moment threats closed in. Nito thanked his friend sincerely, his heart catching on the realization that, even with their earlier conflicts and differences, they had chosen to unite under one goal, protecting their homeland. The mother let out a confident smile. Battle dolls could absolutely bring down the overgiants, especially with the powerful weapon the boy had developed to amplify the doll's abilities. The Diamond series is forged from synthetic materials inside a furnace of pure magic. If it goes off by accident, the area within a 100-kilometer radius becomes lethal. This special armor boosted the doll's combat potential dramatically, sharpening their strength and expanding what they could do in battle against the enemy. Yet even with all that enhancement, the gap in size and raw physical strength between ordinary giants and the colossal titan still looked unreal, an ever-present threat. The mother stepped up to the young man and said, with unwavering confidence, that an important task awaited him: to create a huge super golem capable of resisting the greatest threats. The golem's strength depended mainly on the quality of its materials, so the selection of raw ingredients became the decisive key to the project's success. To hold up against the enormous, colossal giant, the golem's materials had to be exceptional in both size and strength, while Matza, meanwhile, was quietly turning something over in her mind, as if she were hatching a new cunning plan. The girls questioned Minu about where the giants were, and she answered that they were in the meadow, just before the jungle. The girls agreed to meet in a meadow near the jungle to hash out their strategy and finally stop the giant's destructive actions. The queen stepped up to Nit and asked, in a serious tone, whether he was truly sure their abilities would be enough to successfully resist the invading giant creatures. With her eyes brimming with tears, the queen sadly added that the danger threatened not only ordinary residents, but also the heroic saviors themselves, whose lives would hang in the balance in the battle still to come against the giant monsters. Nito gently set his hand on the queen's shoulder, reassuring her as he said he would definitely find a solution, and he solemnly vowed to do everything in his power to protect her and the people from the looming threat. The queen managed a warm, sincere smile and thanked the young man for his bravery, courage, and unwavering determination to save the country from disaster. That evening, in a wide meadow north of the dense jungle, the first signs of movement began. Huge figures of giants slowly pressing forward, ominously towering over the whole area. A tense, brutal battle has erupted between the advancing giants and a squad of battle puppets, and the outcome will decide the fate of an entire kingdom. The fast and agile girl drove a well-aimed strike cleanly into the giant's head, snapping him off balance and slowing his advance. The army's offensive, warriors backed by controlled puppets, proved so overwhelming that it began to noticeably crush the giant's resistance, gradually tipping the battle in favor of the defenders of the kingdom. The girls plunged into the fight against the giants, showing courage and skill as they desperately defended their kingdom from the giants' invasion. Nito recalled with pleasure the famous phrase, perfectly capturing the battle's dramatic turning point and the inevitability of the enemy's death, underscoring just how significant the moment was. His mother urged him to stay vigilant, pointing out that victory was coming too easily, an ominous hint of a hidden threat or a trick waiting in the shadows. This statement proved true. Ordinary giants were weaker than the created divine dolls that could throw down serious competition against their opponents. On top of that, they were equipped with special weapons that boosted their combat power dramatically, adding an extra threat to the giants. Beyond their usual armaments, the giants also used a massive diamond golem created by the Master. Its strength and durability were a clear danger to the attacking troops. The owner explained that the golem's name sounds different, Diamond G, noting that the word has Japanese origins. The mother accepted the clarification at once, confirming the new name was correct. They were concerned that their largest, strongest enemy, the colossal giant, was absent from the fight, yet they still had a golem with the incredible hardness of a diamond. That kind of power should have been a decisive advantage, but for some reason, the giant never entered the battle. With unwavering resolve, the hero swore he would not let his team, or his people, fall, then activated special vision, letting him see the battlefield from a great distance so he could judge every detail. As Leah and the others crouched for cover in the thick grass, the protagonist couldn't stop worrying about his friend's safety, silently praying they'd stay unhurt and steer clear of mortal danger through the fight. Mingyu underscored the point. Even with all the power of the divine puppets, the giants still posed a grim threat, because they were in a different league of danger and strength, and that cast real doubt over whether the rescue mission could succeed. A giant lunged without warning, trying to crush the heroines under the weight of its heavy feet. The girls had to throw themselves to the edge of their limits, using every ounce of speed and agility to dodge the deadly strike. Nito barked at the girls, shouting for them to retreat at once, because the advancing giants weren't just dangerous, they were the real, immediate threat to their lives. The girls froze where they stood, surprise crashing into panic, too stunned to move, unable to react fast enough to the young man's urgent order to run before the danger arrived. The divine dolls the young man had made bought the heroines just a heartbeat. They surged forward, snatching the girls out from under the descending giant's feet and dragging them to safety. Still reeling from the breakneck turns of events, Leah went rigid, wide-eyed and staring at the doll beside her, dimly aware of what had happened, and even less aware of how she'd gotten out. Nana stepped in close, gently taking her friend by the shoulders, her voice sympathetic as she asked whether the stress she'd been hit with had finally eased, and whether she was okay after what just happened. The divine doll promised that they would lower the girls down carefully, urging them to stay in a safe place. The warrior girls of the Amazon tribe watched the heroic doll's moves with admiration and respect, stunned by their raw strength, lightning speed, and polished fighting skill. Nito exhaled in relief, grateful that the divine dolls had arrived just in time, saving the girls, stopping a tragedy in its tracks, and proving they were truly irreplaceable to the kingdom's defense. The mother beckoned the young hero closer and told him that, even though the first task was already completed successfully, a new and urgent problem now waited ahead, one that demanded an immediate solution. She underlined the need for constant readiness and unrelenting vigilance, warning them that the fate of an entire country hinged on their choices and actions, right now, teetering on the edge of disaster. During the discussion, it suddenly became obvious. The colossal giant's appearance began to rapidly shift, its outlines warping as it prepared to take on a new form. The young hero stared in disbelief as the giant's body was blanketed in thick, dark green armor, turning the monster into something nearly invulnerable and far more dangerous than anything he'd faced before. This mysterious giant was none other than the Titan of Earth, a representative at the very top of the Titan hierarchy, armed with special powers and protected directly by Gaia herself, the ancient patroness of the Earth. It was becoming clear that the giants had already been buying time, holding back their attack, giving the Earth Titan the opening it needed to finish its transformation and ready itself for the conflict's final stage. Switching into the Supreme Spirit form demanded a great deal of time and special conditions, letting the giant gather energy and unlock power that ordinary giant creatures could never reach. The Divine Doll Squad decided it was their turn to step into the fray first, swearing they would destroy the giants while they were still standing and still able to fight. The young man felt a bad premonition. This was escalating into something brutally dangerous, and he snapped an order to the entire squad to retreat at once, the heat of the giant's transformation pressing down on him. Without warning, the giant's body began to vent clouds of hot steam, flooding the area and swallowing the battlefield in haze, blocking everyone's view. The huge diamond golem moved into position directly in front of the squad, holding its ground with its body to cover the others and forge a protective barrier against attacks from the enraged giant. Leah, watching Nito with concern, asked whether he was injured, making sure he was safe and sound. Then the young man turned to the rest and asked what had become of the group. Nana spoke up indignantly, saying that Nito shouldn't keep sacrificing himself by constantly taking hits, and urging him to think about his own safety while saving his strength for the next tests. The Divine Dolls understood that the people of Amazonoria were just ordinary folk, people who needed help and protection against the unprecedented threat of enormous giants. For all their power and effectiveness, the Divine Dolls were still nothing more than artificial beings, crafted by Nita's hands. Even when damaged or disabled, the Divine Dolls did not feel pain or fear death, and that made them an edge over living people in extreme warfare. The young man froze, astonished, staring intently. He cut the girl off sharply, saying he wouldn't let those words be spoken again, adding that it didn't matter to him at all who they were, whether they were living people or mechanical assistants. The reason for the conversation had nothing at all to do with the nature of the Allies' origins. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the resistance, the girls were simple, kind-hearted people, ready to sacrifice themselves for the common cause and the defense of their homeland. The young man's warm words of support and recognition struck Nana deeply, sending a surge of joy and gratitude through her. Nito proposed focusing on supporting the Diamond Golem, while assigning other forces to protect it, so any possible attacks could be prevented and the main objective could be completed successfully. With a clear order in hand, the girls threw themselves into the initiative, eager to follow the leader's instructions and do everything they could to finish the operation. The mother regarded the young man with steady calm, then asked the crucial question, whether he was ready for the next stage of the battle, where maximum concentration and courage mattered most. The young man nodded firmly, his expression clear with readiness and determination to keep fighting. Nito signaled for the Diamond Golem to move forward, handing the girls one more chance, one more shot, to prove their worth and strength in a critical moment. The Titan stood proudly in the center of the field, until, without warning, a sudden, powerful blow slammed into its side. The giant flinched, bending slightly at the impact. Feeling that first significant hit, the Titan erupted into rage, drawing in enormous energy before unleashing a massive counterattack, aiming to crush the opponents and put the balance back on track. The evil Titan struck with speed, crashing into the diamond golem with tremendous force, but it refused to budge. It endured the heavy blow like a mountain, untouched by winds and storms. While the diamond golem's defensive properties made it unusually durable and impact-resistant, the impact from a previous collision left a deep crack across the surface of its chest, hinting at a potential vulnerability in its structure. Seeing the weakness in the enemy's armor, the Titan let out a fearsome roar, gathering its strength for another crushing blow that could finally damage the diamond golem and leave the defenders in a dire position. Nito categorically refused to let the diamond golem be defeated, believing it would mark the beginning of the end of this battle. Still, Mother sternly insisted that one blow wouldn't be enough to cause significant damage to the Titan itself, urging the young man to reconsider his tactics. Despite Mother's warnings, the young man made an independent decision to take responsibility for the defense, declaring he would ensure the safety of all participants in the battle personally, no matter the risk and consequences. The diamond golem charged toward the Titan with determination, pouring all of its power and resources into a crushing strike, ready to challenge the giant and test its armor for strength. The diamond golem's powerful blow slammed into its target, sending the giant Titan crashing to the ground, an earthquake rippling outward, followed by a heavy rumble from the fall of a multi-meter mass. Mother spoke with sincere praise, lauding Nito's brilliant operation and giving high regard to his management and coordination of forces, skills that secured victory over a dangerous enemy. Peace returned to the jungle's vicinity at last. The queen, fighting back tears of happiness and relief, warmly thanked him for saving the kingdom and restoring peace to its inhabitants. First, the kingdom was invaded by cannibals. Then the giants came. With both threats wiped out, the queen didn't know how to properly express her gratitude to the hero. The young man had acted entirely on his own, never expecting a reward. Even if we assume he did it for the sake of serving the country, the attitude of those around him toward the young hero stayed lacking and shallow, devoid of the respect and gratitude his outstanding deeds clearly deserved. Mingyu asked, still baffled, how it was that the divine dolls had thrown their weight behind the humans, proving so effective, so useful, even in trials this brutal. Nana answered that the girls served their master faithfully and selflessly, tending to him and backing his interests, because they understood how vital his efforts were, and that every action carried a greater purpose. Those warm, heartfelt words hit the girls like a tide. Many broke into tears, touching and sincere, as they thanked the young heroes for their selfless help and their unwavering loyalty to the cause. Nit watched, satisfied, as disputes and disagreements faded away, making room for unity and friendship, which in turn pushed him through the hardest moments and toward a crucial victory. The reconciliation filled the participants' hearts with hope and joy, a living symbol of trust and harmony reborn. Emotional Leah couldn't hold back. She threw herself into her sister's arms, thrilled by the family's reunification and the return of unity. The young man's questioning gaze met the girl's gentle smile. She held her sister close, then offered a tender, heartfelt gratitude for saving her. Leah confessed that she'd always dreamed of being beside her beloved sister, savoring that closeness as she felt her warmth and attention, especially when trouble and anxiety crept in. The guy was truly happy about how things had shifted between them, finally feeling relief after pressure and non-stop talk about children, turning instead toward shared interests and the slow growth of friendship. Seeing the sincere smiles and bright joy on the faces around him filled the young man with real pleasure, settling into a deep inner satisfaction that let him feel the meaning and weight of his own achievements. 6 months after the triumphant victory over the giants, when the threat of the monster's complete return had vanished forever, the girls wept bitterly as they said goodbye to their beloved hero, who was forced to leave Amazonia. His mission was over. The young man explained that he had to return home because the land reclamation project was over. The girls had to come to terms with this decision. This period was just right for a full study and restoration of forest areas. At last, the construction was finished. The huge, magical battleship of the superclass, armed with the latest technology, rose into view in all its splendor. The crucial moment of parting had arrived, and the crew readied themselves to set off, leaving Amazonia behind. The queen was utterly stunned by the news of the young man's imminent departure, but even more so by the size of his ship. From her seat, the amazed queen saw it clearly. A ship, a magical battleship, precisely 333 meters long and about 45 meters wide, built from a rare or a calcum alloy. More than 5,000 passengers could fit inside with ease, turning it into a true miracle of engineering and magic. This new magical battleship surpassed the Yamato, which measured only 206 to 9 meters long and just under 40 meters wide. The new battleship was dramatically larger, and that was no accident. The authors drew inspiration from the scale of the famous vessel, shaping the dream of a real seafaring giant into reality. Mother explained that the ship can hover in the air thanks to its unique magical energy. Besides that, the battleship is loaded with a wide array of weapons, all meant to keep the crew and passengers safe. Until then, the young man had never even heard of a magical airship on this scale, and the moment he saw such an innovative way to travel, he understood it as proof of how far the state's technology and science had come. But this was only the beginning of its wonders. The magical battleship carried a supergun, an exclusive radiation generator that reshapes space-time dimensions, letting it open portals and slip through parallel realities. The magic cannon was truly unbelievable. One shot had enough power to obliterate a meteorite, and the observers stared in complete awe, until their thoughts were cut short by a sudden call from nearby, someone praising them as a savior. The queen, brimming with deepest gratitude, thanked the young man warmly for his invaluable help. Thanks to the hero's efforts and sacrificial labor, the country of Amazonia blossomed into a prosperous land, so every citizen could rely on a decent life, comfort, and steady development. Even after the savior's departure, the legacy of his exploits would keep backing the progress and well-being of the state. As the reigning monarch, the queen made a solemn promise. She would do everything in her power to protect her country's borders, to care for her people, and to ensure reliable protection and fair rule, keeping harmony and peace alive throughout the territory of the state. One achievement stood out as especially important: the truth that the children born through his intervention had the right to a full life and a bright future. Watching the happy faces of the little ones, the young man felt satisfaction and pride in what he had done. The queen admitted that she, too, dreams of having descendants from the noble hero, yet she knows circumstances demand an immediate departure on the return journey, leaving the desire for motherhood for an indefinite future. The time had come to say goodbye. Hearts sank with sadness, but both understood that any further stay was impossible. A warm parting, sincere wishes of goodness and luck. Those words became the last gesture of love and affection before the long journey home. As he said goodbye, the young man wished the people who remained health and success, assuring them that what he had done would leave a deep mark on the history and culture of the country, and that it would give birth to new generations of strong, kind hearts. The divine dolls carried their master aromatic coffee, made from rare Amazonian beans, along with fresh fruits. Then they urged him to get a good rest, warning that an intensive training cycle would soon begin, one that demanded a clear mind and a vigorous body. Inside the living quarters aboard the magical battleship, everything was spacious and luxurious, comfort and function woven together, providing passengers with ideal conditions for both rest and travel. In just half a day, the ship reached the city of Melilla, making its speed plain at a glance. The traveler thought he could have gone even farther, but he obeyed the mentor's decision. Along the way, the crew met with no obstacles at all. The air travel went off without a hitch, which felt strange given the high population density on the new continents the explorers had settled. Still, the increase in magical energy spilling through the forests was the real surprise. Hina couldn't help but note it. The current landscape looked bleak, utterly uninhabitable. Only a few years ago, though, the area had been lush with greenery, clear proof that nature had bloomed here just recently. The native inhabitants of Amazonia seemed oblivious to the environmental shifts, likely because their habitat was limited. Nid, on the other hand, felt something was wrong almost immediately, convinced this new world had already set events in motion, throwing the natural balance off course and forging serious threats. The crew reported that they'd be arriving at Melilla City in just a few minutes. As the ship crossed the airspace above the city, it would slip into absolute stealth mode. Nit tried to force the dark thoughts away, wrestling down the anxiety that had begun to gnaw at him. After a long journey full of adventures, the young man finally stepped across the threshold of his native land, joy flooding through him, until, without warning, he went completely silent. The first glimpse of Melia left the young man reeling. It was a picturesque, lively city. Nana talked about the city at night, painting Melia as beautiful and vibrant. Hina had to admit, against all expectations, that reality outshone the gentleman's stories, and that the city looked even brighter and more alluring than she'd ever dared imagine. Melia had transformed in a way that felt almost unreal. Street lamps burned with pure magical energy, casting light across wide avenues. In the span of just 5 years since Nita's absence, the capital had evolved so much that the guy simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Today, Melia had lost its old charm, turning into a city of sharp contrasts and inequality. The gap between the rich and the poor had become painfully obvious, crushing any illusion that prosperity and progress were reaching everyone alike. To Nana's horror, the stranger was struck right before their eyes. Even though they wanted to step in, they quickly understood just how helpless they were. Every member of the group fell into complete shock and despair, realizing they couldn't do a thing to save the victim. A man lay bleeding on a dirty street, his clothes torn and his belongings scattered all around. People walked past without so much as a glance, letting his pain and suffering become background noise, as if such a scene had already blended into normal city life. No one cared about someone else's tragedy. Nit was left utterly stunned by what he was seeing, the townspeople's cold indifference especially, and he lashed out publicly, declaring that Melia had long ago shed all morality and humanity. It was agonizing to watch the once great city slide into a living emblem of social decay. On the electronic board, huge letters blazed across the screen. Melia, the city of immorality. The boy's heart dropped straight into his chest, anxiety and fear tightening his every breath as he thought about what had befallen his hometown, and the loved ones whose presence still burned indelibly into his memory and heart. They gathered together and set off to explore the changed city, stumbling into new truths shaped by modern media, while forced to relearn the streets and alleys like they were strangers. His heart hammered wildly in his chest. The young man moved in a feverish blur, rushing from street to street and alley to alley, searching desperately for the people he loved, those who mattered most to him. Losing track of time and distance, driven only by the need to see familiar faces and confirm that everything was all right. Nit stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the electronic board with eyes wide in horror. His mind refused to take in what it was being shown. The new state of the world simply wouldn't compute. His gaze swept over the chaotic jumble of cheap dives and seedy establishments crowding most of the city's streets. Everything around him practically screamed debauchery and crime, shadows of the once beautiful, clean city that had been buried underneath. Everything felt unfamiliar, alien, as if the very walls of the buildings had soaked up the evil and indifference seething through the streets. Then, suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the distance, barking for the ragged man to hand over his food. Nit's heart sank, sharp and heavy, at the rudeness seeping through society. In another world, such a situation would have ended with a quick, easy agreement among criminals. But now, technology has reached an incredible level. The young man couldn't wrap his mind around how far technical progress could go, while humanity simultaneously lost its moral compass and basic values. Nita reacted instantly, reading the formula of an ancient sleep spell at a glance. He stepped in and stopped the crime, sparing the old man from more suffering. With a single flick of his hand and a few words of a spell, the boy sent a group of criminals into a deep sleep, freeing a peaceful resident from annoying pursuers and restoring peace. After checking the victim's condition, he steadied the man's nerves, learning the whole thing had ended with only light threats. The victim even voiced his thanks for the timely help. Then the young man asked when the continent was discovered. The young man figured it had to be the 998th year of the new era now, while he himself was born in the year 9. He'd been 10 when he first went to the Celestial City, spent 3 years there, and then another year and a half in Amazonia. From the preliminary calculations, his age and the length of the journey, the young man must have turned either 14 or 15. At the same time, the older man, curious but guarded, asked what exactly had happened. The young man turned to the mother, pressing her with a straight question. whether the strange acceleration of time was tied to the peculiarities of how time flows in the celestial city. The woman stayed silent, refusing to reveal the details of what she knew or believed. The woman finally remembered she'd forgotten to warn the guy about one important feature of the celestial city. Time moves there differently, faster than in the ordinary world. That was why confusion had erupted over his age and the chronology of events. The mother warned that a shift would now occur, and, through the mirror portal, the old man who had witnessed the unusual phenomenon froze, still, as if rooted, standing there for a long time, trying to make sense of the miracle he had just seen. Wrestling with the memory of the catastrophe, the woman recalled the tale of the great cataclysm born from the war between ancient magicians and demons. It was hard to picture what kind of impact those magical battles, raging across the surface of the planet, actually had. The elder said that in that war, ancient magicians unleashed true explosive magic, magic strong enough to trigger nuclear reactions. It was the use of such artifacts and curses that brought about a global catastrophe, reshaping the climate and the very look of many regions. In her youth, such techniques were considered forbidden. Hearing the woman's story, the elder looked on in perplexed disbelief, yet still agreed that those people really behaved so unreasonably and selfishly, provoking worldwide cataclysms. With the rise of alchemy, the value of silver and gold fell, and the Great Depression opened up, engulfing the world and spilling into a major war. People became less ethical than before, and from the ensuing explosion, the world was swallowed by magical flames. The woman fell into sorrowful realization. The mass spread of magical abilities had triggered a steep collapse in Earth's population, and through powerful explosions, a huge portion of humanity was wiped out. The survivors now live with harsher rules, ones where old moral norms no longer hold. When suffering comes for them, many people abandon humanity and compassion, clinging to survival at any cost, turning to cruel deeds and exploiting others. Tin walked through deserted streets and couldn't help comparing the world to Mad Max. Destruction, anarchy, and constant tension reigning everywhere. Most inhabited areas had become zones of lawlessness and impunity. The mother met her son's gaze and asked what his future plans were. The young man admitted he wanted to return to the past, when his family was safe and sound. There was an ancient magical instrument capable of traveling back in time. She cautioned him that crossing timelines was staggeringly dangerous, a 99.997% failure rate. Even so, the success rate of teleportation was only 0.03%. Nit thought, with pain in his soul, that he would never again see his parents and sister, never again feel the warmth and love of family, having lost them forever to the irreversible flow of time. After enduring an unbearable loss and realizing he couldn't change fate, the young man could barely keep his tears in check. He turned away from the girls and quietly left, having made the brutal decision to stop trying to claw his way back to the past. He dreamed of seeing his beloved family again, mentally returning to the bright moments of childhood and youth, until a strange sensation snapped his thoughts in two, as if the ground had shuddered under him and the space around him cracked and warped, foreshadowing something unusual and wildly unpredictable. Above their heads, the sky split open, carving out a gaping black crack. It widened, rippling outward with waves of abnormal energy, until the air itself seemed to tighten with tension and anxiety. A little girl slipped out of a crack in space and called out cheerfully that she'd found the right person. Her sudden arrival came with the announcement that the 101 first time travel had been successful, an enormous breakthrough in the study of temporal physics. The little explorer smiled as soon as she found her lost glasses, but the boys froze in stunned disbelief, unable to take their eyes off the sky. It turned out the creature that suddenly clawed its way out of the cracks in space was a third-degree wind spirit, granted the power to travel between times and dimensions. The little girl who possessed the power of movement returned, stepping in to guide the young man. The small creature was, in the end, a small goddess. Her joy was seeing his smile, savoring the moment of their meeting. The young man assumed meeting the deity would be grand and unforgettable, yet a surprise awaited him. The tiny girl appeared before him in an unusual form, nothing like the traditional ideas of what gods should look like. Meeting the little girl filled Nito with genuine joy and warmth. Seeing that her smile matched his, She asked whether the young man could make out her features through the glasses, giving her a funny, slightly comical look. The conversation carried a friendly, easygoing atmosphere, one that felt perfect for keeping things going. Her mother's appearance had changed in ways that caught the young man's eye. He stepped closer with concern and asked if everything was all right, showing real interest in her well-being. Remember, the mother had been trapped inside the giant statue for a long time, until the goddess destroyed it. The aftermath showed in her appearance, physical and psychological trauma etched into her. Mom took on a comical look and shouted that the bomb was a planet destroyer, laughing. The young man concluded that it had broken. The oppressive presence of the powerful deity triggered a full-blown psychological collapse in the woman. Under the weight of emotional shock, her rational thinking steadily evaporated, and she sank into the depths of her own consciousness, clinging only to the pitiful scraps of who she used to be. Grief and fury drove the surviving woman to the edge of madness. She gathered what strength she had left and lunged at God, trying to leap in from above to catch the deity off guard. The goddess washed with a grin. When the woman threw herself into the attack without hesitation or calculation, the goddess didn't even blink. With a flick of her finger, she confiscated the dangerous thing. The powerful goddess employed a special technique, a black hole, instant confiscation, as if the world simply erased it. Mom froze, stunned and terrified, realizing just how utterly powerless she was against true power. A thunderous explosion roared across another dimension. The focus held on the hero's mother, crouched in the corner of the room, cowering, quietly whispering something beneath her breath, as though repeating an internal monologue or prayer. The woman hauled herself up from her knees, shouting orders to the battleship's command. Gather every scrap of energy from the machine and funnel it into the main weapon. Then she slammed the magic cannon into action and fired. She activated a special device, a teleportation mirror. "Return at once to the battleship," she ordered. She hustled the young man and he obeyed immediately, eager to keep the mission going and protect the homeland. Quietly, the character slipped away from the confrontation with the goddess, already managing to get aboard the space battleship. The goddess was absorbed in her own affairs and never even noticed where the glasses had gone. Not long after arriving, the young man was met by his beloved and loyal companions, his fighting machines, the divine dolls. Forgetting everything, the boy's mother surged forward, ignoring her son's cries as he tried to hold her back. The dolls tried to make sense of why there was such a commotion, but they couldn't figure it out, only watched the rush of moving figures and listened to the conversation between them. Neith insisted that, despite the trauma and everything that came before, such drastic measures were unacceptable. He reminded them that one misstep could be costly, dragging undesirable consequences down on every side of the conflict. The mother hissed through her teeth that this time she would see it through to the end, finally cutting off the eternal source of problems and suffering once and for all. The young man tried to make his mother understand how senseless the plan was, but his words never seemed to land. While he struggled, she focused on preparing the weapon of destruction. After calling out loudly to everyone, the mother ordered them to fire immediately, at maximum power. Confused and weighed down, the boys sank into thought, helpless, unable to stop the fateful events from unfolding. Overhead, a mechanical voice rang out, announcing the start of the countdown to the launch of the magical weapon. In his mind, the young man ran through the options and reached a conclusion. With absolute power in the girl goddess, her protection and her safety was assured. That gave him a sliver of hope that even if catastrophe struck, the little goddess could survive the blast, preserving peace and quiet for the future. The mechanism's voice kept counting the seconds, merciless, unrelenting, drawing the curtain of the drama tighter and tighter. The mother stood before the control panel, waiting for the imminent day nouement. A devilish grin spread across her face, and her eyes burned with vengeance's own fire. Once the final calculation was complete, the system kicked in on its own. The cannon erupted with a blinding flash. Then a violent explosion followed. Blue light flooded the space, spreading instantly toward the intended target. The release charge's energy far outstripped all expectations. Pure magical power condensed into a dense energy ball, swallowing everything in its path. This was far too much for an ordinary goddess. Only the girl's lightning-fast reactions let her get away. The goddess activated the transformation. The space was instantly swallowed by light. This was the final mode of the deity of the universe. The goddess's skin, its surface layer, shimmered with a golden sheen. The young man was thrilled. It was the image of the goddess of that time. She activated the absolute magical reflection. Mom was horrified. A laser, amplified 3 times, rippled out from the goddess's body. Then Mom couldn't understand how it was already coming back. As his patroness had promised, the goddess displayed miracles of mastery. She took the energy of the magical impulse, tripled its power, and hurled it back, turning the projectile into a destructive weapon. The technique stunned everyone who watched. Spellbound by the goddess's incredible skill, the young man forgot the real threat. His mother's energy ball launched and closed in fast, shrinking the distance and terrifying the witnesses of what was unfolding. The woman snapped to attention at last. She ordered all the divine dolls to draw on their residual energy, and together they formed a strong magical shield, built to repel the attack. Every last scrap of stored energy from the machines and weapons was funneled into forging an impassable barrier. Monitor screens everywhere blared the same message. Absolute magic barrier activated. The energy charge slammed into the barrier. Boom! Kicking up a brilliant blue flash, bright as fireworks across the sky. Nit and Nana froze in horror, fully grasping the scale of what could happen. Anxiety tightened their chests, and with it, the grim realization. The fate of loved ones and the preservation of life would come down to their joint effort. The barrier groaned under the pressure. Soon, hairline cracks spidered through its structure. Experts warned it wouldn't hold much longer, and that the projectile was on the verge of breaking through, ready to smash the blockade to pieces and crush the crew in the process. Mother ordered the magical energy increased 3-fold, eyes locked on the equipment's readings. But technical problems fought back, making her command maddeningly hard to carry out. Nona reported that the magical energy was steadily draining, and now only 20% remained. If they don't cut down on magical energy consumption, the reserves will run out and the ship will collapse. But if they reduce the energy used to maintain the magical shield, external influence could rip through. Without full protection, the projectile will break through from the inside. After checking the instruments and running the numbers, the young man realized the chosen strategy was steering them straight toward guaranteed defeat. You can't reduce energy consumption without weakening the shield's effectiveness, and you can't strengthen the shield without burning more energy. There had to be another solution, one that could save everyone taking part in the experiment. The young man tightened his fists until his knuckles stood out, his muscles locked, his breath coming faster. "Ha!" he hissed through his teeth, voice hard with resolve. He swore he would find a way out of this situation, even if it required taking a massive risk. Nito looked back at his mother, hesitation on his face as he asked whether there was any way to fix things. Seeing her son's uncertainty, the woman's expression crumpled with clear upset and worry, because the fate of their expedition, and the crew, had now fallen into the young man's hands. The mother dropped to her knees, thrusting her hands toward her son, pleading. Tears poured down her cheeks, and her voice shook with raw desperation as she begged the young man to share his personal magical energy with the battleship, the only way to extend the ship's life and keep its crew alive. It took her a great deal of effort to gather her thoughts and tear her eyes away from her son. Straightening with sudden force, she barked Nana's name, ordering her to prepare a special device for transmitting magical energy, which was handed over to her at once. The mother met her son's gaze with a pleading look and asked him to touch the magic crystal, pouring in the maximum amount of her magical energy. Her expression made her need and her dependence brutally clear, leaving the young man with almost no choice. She said that every team member relies on him. The crew of the ship clustered close around the young man, tearful and desperate as they begged him to carry out his mother's final request. He faced a grim task, sacrificing part of his soul to preserve the lives and health of his comrades. Smiling broadly and offering a reassuring look to his mother and colleagues, the young man nodded with calm confidence, agreeing to share his life force with the ship. His consent steadied everyone around him, filling them with faith and hope that this choice had been right and truly necessary. The moment the young man touched the crystal, he felt his life force pour out of his body and into the ship's structure. The girls watched closely as the barrier around the ship began to thicken actively, layer by layer, building strength and stability. Once the procedure's effectiveness was confirmed, the mother spoke with hope. If they could form a magic layer thick enough, then even a powerful enemy magic projectile wouldn't be able to penetrate the barrier, guaranteeing the safety of the crew and the ship. As expected from his master, the young man held firm. Even when crisis struck, he pushed through, somehow finding a way out of a truly difficult situation. The transmission of magical energy had surged to a dangerously critical level, far beyond the limit of the boy's body endurance. He didn't have unlimited reserves. If it keeps going like this, the constant strain on the body will burn through stamina fast, until physical exhaustion hits. The shield was loaded with magical energy. Concentrated to a fine point, it formed a glowing dome, guarding the ship's hull from outside influence. Nana screamed in panic as the sensors flashed alarming numbers. The magical energy driving the shield was starting to drop again, dangerously low. The crew went into shock. They realized the defenses were about to fail, leaving every one of them exposed and defenseless against an external attack. The mother asked the boy if he was okay. He slumped against the wall, unsteady, forcing himself to catch his breath and push back the fatigue. His cheeks were flushed, his pulse thudding rapidly in his temples, his lips trembling from the strain. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his head and decide what to do next. The instrument indicators flashed. The magical energy reserve had fallen to 10%, and replenishment was impossible. The commander snapped an announcement to the crew. The countdown to the complete shutdown of the protection had begun. There was almost no time left, and the choice had to be made right now. Every second spent resting or relaxing threatened to steal consciousness and trigger a full shutdown of vital functions. The body was already near collapse, and even the smallest lapse in focus would spell mission failure and the death of everyone aboard. The room erupted into screams and cries. Women and girls pressed their hands over their faces, sobbing in convulsive waves, clinging to one another as if they could anchor themselves. Fear of death, and what waited beyond the unknown, closed in, turning the meeting into a nightmare with no visible way out. The young man went rigid. He stared straight ahead, motionless, with glassy eyes. Shock and an ironclad internal tension seized his will, locking him in place, unable to respond to anything around him. After making a crucial decision, the young man hauled up his remaining strength and defended the team, determined to squeeze out every last drop of energy from himself. A surge of muscle tension, a deep breath, and he slipped into a special state, temporarily boosting the body's productivity. Suddenly, every gaze snapped to the young man's forehead as strange signs crawled into view, true symbols. The girl's scream tore through the air. She'd realized the master had opened the 7th true gate of demons. A glowing sign blazed across the hero's forehead. It left him stunned. Even though his magic had reached its limit, Enid's body was overflowing with power. Nana watched the gentleman with admiration, but her expectation was clear. Someone this talented would reach the 7th true magic gate someday. Mom agreed with her. Dora explained that Enid would draw in the magic around him until it ran out. That way, he could use the absolute true gate indefinitely. The girl was astonished that the boy could open it. Meanwhile, the master gripped the crystal without letting go. He'd once believed 6 was the limit, but now, driven by his desire to save everyone, he would do whatever it took. The maids were worried, yet they stood by their master. When he was ready, he gave the order to act. There was an explosion, yet the ship stayed intact, still hanging in the sky. Nana checked the indicators and, with bright relief, reported that the reflected shot from the magic cannon had disappeared. Everyone was happy. The girls clapped, eager to congratulate the gentleman, but Honey beat them to it, throwing herself into Enid's arms. "You're the best," she declared. Nana agreed at once, adding that it was truly amazing. She stepped up to the hero and said that it was only because of him that they'd been saved. Mom stood beside her and laughed. With a small smile, she picked at the tears that had gathered and admitted that Enid really hadn't been surprised. The boy was glad to hear such kind words. Relief hit him, followed by weakness. The savior nearly slipped, but the girl caught him, and he couldn't figure out who exactly was holding him. It was Sylph. She praised the bespectacled man, and when Enid looked up at the smiling fairy, she returned the smile, beaming at him and greeting him. Dora was utterly stunned when a goddess appeared before them out of nowhere. She screamed, but the surge of emotion overwhelmed her. She fainted at once. The battle dolls immediately worried about their mother. Sulp heaved the gentleman over her shoulder, then pouted at the sharp reaction, like Doris. Amid the lively voices, Enid ran out of magic and collapsed. In the end, the boy was satisfied, convinced the matter had been resolved. When the boy finally came to, Sulf was practically vibrating with excitement. She declared that she knew Enid would be able to return pure magical energy with absolute magical reflection. The goddess said that when the crack in the magical barrier appeared, she thought it was just a mistake, until something surprised her. Enid couldn't get a word in. Meanwhile, the fighting dolls fought on, trying to bring their mother back to her senses as she strained to get back on her feet. The fairy urged the bespectacled man to trust her. The hero kept his eyes on the chaos tearing through the room. In the end, he said that he believed in himself. The goddess agreed she was a good girl. She flew up to the magician and stroked his head, and as he thought things through, it finally clicked in his mind that he really had been saved many times. David asked her friend where she came from. The fairy revealed that she'd used her super teleportation function to negate their ship's transportation suppression barrier. So that was how she managed to get in. Sylph turned to her mother and greeted her, but the girl was terrified. Enid said that was not what he was asking about. He wanted to know what was happening in the Sky City, what had happened inside his mother's magic ball. Sylph, her voice trembling with tears, explained that after that, she was transported to a world 50 billion years in the future, with not a single sign of life anywhere, so she felt unbearably lonely. It was too much for time magic. She abruptly stopped crying, wiped her face, and with a bright smile explained that, as a goddess, she was equipped with space-time transition as standard equipment, so she could send herself back to the hero's era. Nana slid into their conversation, her voice brimming with excitement as she asked if the goddess's story was really true. The girl asked, assuming that if it really was true, then Sylph could return the master back to his time. Enid perked up at once. At the same time, it felt unreal to him that there might actually be a way to go home. The goddess confirmed she could bring Enid back home. The boy's eyes flared with hope. He couldn't believe he might see his family soon. The fairy tapped his nose and said it was up to him. She boasted that because she used the space-time transition so often, she'd developed a real knack for it. So for her, there was no time difference. Enid demanded impatiently whether he could go back. The goddess confirmed it, but warned that there was a real chance the passengers might not survive the transfer. The young man was caught off guard. When she saw his reaction, she told him to calm down. Sylph explained that they could plunge into space or end up in another parallel world. He dismissed it at once, insisting the odds of anything going wrong weren't that great and that everything would be fine. He was willing to gamble on any risk just to reach his family. Enid clenched his fist and told his goddess to attempt the transfer. Sylph agreed to help and asked that she be allowed to come with her. She clicked, activating her space-time transition skill. In the blink of an eye, everyone aboard the ship felt dizzy. The ship itself seemed to tear back and forth between time periods until it finally snapped into the place they needed to reach. When it was over, Enid caught a strange feeling for a brief moment. The goddess turned to the boy and told him to look overboard. When he did, he saw familiar houses and streets, right there in front of him, his hometown. It was a sunny day. The inhabitants strolled and worked in the fields, laughing as they went. Among them, Enid spotted familiar faces from the ship, Dutton and Luina. They walked side by side, talking quietly to each other about something. Only now did the guy fully believe it was real. The hero was so moved that tears ran down his cheeks. He thought Dutton and Luina were returning home, and that they hadn't changed at all. The battle dolls were happy for their master. They stood not far from him when Enid addressed them. He turned to them with a smile and said he was going to his family. The girls supported their dear master. They all smiled at him, letting him go on ahead to the family he missed so much. With the help of flight magic, the hero swept over the city. Enid opened the map and saw that his parents and sister were in the church. He wanted to reach them as soon as possible. Suddenly, an old man on the ground looked up and noticed him. He immediately recognized him as Mr. Enid and blurted out. The other residents turned their gazes to the sky as well. The boy smiled and fluttered down to them. He told himself that everyone would be shocked. He was supposed to have died in the ruins, yet here he was, alive and grown. The hero saw the townspeople start to cry bitterly the moment they spotted him. It unsettled him, even though he still couldn't understand why. Distracted by his own thoughts, he drifted a little higher over the church. When he caught sight of the sanctuary, he landed carefully on the ground and finally let out a breath of relief. At last, he was here. The boy stared at the battered church door and wondered if the building had always looked this worn. Then he stopped himself. His memories were only 5 years old, so he might be mistaken. Standing before the door, the young man couldn't help smiling to himself. His relatives would be shocked, because in his family, the son who vanished just yesterday would appear 5 years older. Now he could see everyone clearly. Enid opened the door and stepped into the church. His entire family was there, praying. He turned toward his parents and sister and said he was home. Amelia snapped her gaze to the guy. Tears of pure joy streamed down her face as she smiled and greeted her brother. His parents trembled with emotion, unable to believe their eyes, that their son, alive and healthy, was standing right in front of them. Enid said it was really him. Amelia surged into her brother's arms, sobbing that it wasn't a dream. Meeting Enid again filled her with overwhelming joy. She was relieved. He was alive. The guy hugged his sister back and laughed, brushing it off as a little too dramatic. Then the girl blurted out that she'd been trying to follow in her brother's footsteps every single day. The hero was left utterly confused. Amelia said that every day she ran the instant death spell again, trying to steady her racing heart and finally retire, but she was never able to finish it. As she spoke, Enid noticed her fixation wasn't fading. It was only getting worse. The girl added that she couldn't complete the ritual because she still remembered her older brother's request to continue living, what she'd been doing ever since, until that day. After that, Amelia told them that beyond instant death, there's a spell named deadly poison. She conjured Cloud of Death, then called Hellfire. The young man cut in sharply, telling her to stop. He wanted to end this conversation. Enid was stunned by what was unfolding. He tried to think it through. Logically, he should have vanished from the ruins only today, yet not even a day had passed. Still, Amelia had clearly become more mature. Her figure was softer, more rounded. She looked like a real high school girl. The hero was supposed to feel the tenderness of a touching reunion, but with her clinging to him, he could feel every part of her body. Amelia pressed herself even closer to her brother and said that 1,653 days had passed since he disappeared, and that she hadn't forgotten him for a single day. Edith was stunned. The young man asked again, and the girl confirmed. 4.5 years had gone by. She broke it down for him precisely, down to the second, explaining exactly how long her brother had been gone. The hero was surprised. About 5 years, it seemed, since he disappeared. Now he understood why everything felt so strange when he saw the buildings and the people. The parents said that ever since their boy disappeared, they kept praying at the church day after day, until at last they met him again. For them, nothing could be more joyful than seeing their child. Enid looted his father and mother with tears shining in his eyes and a smile on his face. Still, he couldn't understand why he'd returned 5 years later, so he assumed this was the one and only case where a magical error might happen. The hero thought, if he returned to the era where only 1 day of disappearance had passed, then something even more complicated might have unfolded. The guy went so far as to believe it could be that peculiar visor of the goddess. Kames turned to his son and asked him to tell him what had happened to him over the past 5 years. His father asked what had happened after he vanished from the ruins. Enid didn't know where to start. Then, suddenly, he heard Sulfa's voice in his head. She urged him to tell everything exactly as it had happened. The hero started searching for the goddess, but she was nowhere to be seen. She explained that, as a super magic god, she'd been given the role of speaking, and added that he should tell everything with sincerity because it would be taken as virtue. Still, the boy wasn't sure his parents would believe such an absurd story, but he decided to follow the goddess's advice anyway. His parents watched him with tense faces. In the end, the young man told them everything that had happened to him. The father said, thoughtfully, that Enid had also endured plenty of hardships over those 5 years, but he wasn't sure that using dangerous drugs was a good idea. The boy bristled and demanded to know where the man had gotten such ideas. The mother assumed her son had simply hit his head hard, because the story of ancient magical civilizations, a floating city, and time jumps sounded unbelievable. Enid understood he was in trouble the moment it became clear no one believed him. Even when he told everything plainly, he couldn't shake the grim worry that what was happening might be dismissed as an illusion, or even a fantasy.
Amelia raised her hand.
I want to clarify something, she said, asking Tensley whether Enid hadn't had an affair recently, insisting it was impossible, especially when he had her. He quickly tried to reassure her that it wasn't that big of a deal, but the girl wouldn't listen. I've believed my brother this whole time, she declared. That's why I stayed pure until now. Inside the young man's head, he was stunned she would say something like that right in front of her parents. Amelia asked Enid if he too was pure, but he couldn't bring himself to tell her what kind of relationship he had with the dolls. He figured the harem in the jungle, since it was an event from the future, hadn't really happened in the present yet. The young man smiled and confirmed that he had no mistresses and no women. He had no close relationships with anyone from this world and this time, yet her brother's reply only raised even more questions for his sister. Amelia asked him how things stood with non-human women, elves, demi-humans, beastmen, and monsters. The guy answered no to all of them without hesitation. Once Amelia heard what she wanted, she sat back down on the bench with her parents. The hero let out a breath. He decided it was better to steer clear of causing his sister shock. Staring at his family, he can't figure out what to do next. Then, suddenly, the answer clicks into place in his mind. The goddess advises him to show them the battleship and the rest, so they'll have proof of his words. He decided this was the only way to solve his problem. The gentleman reached out to his mother and asked whether it was possible to land the ship where he said, then requested that a mass transfer be organized as well. Enid led his family out into the wilderness, several dozen kilometers to the west. When the ship finally arrived, the parents and Amelia were stunned. They couldn't believe that a magical ship of that size could even exist. The guy stepped up to Kara and explained that the magical battleship Earth was made of orichalcum alloy. It stretched about 333 meters long and could hold more than 500 people. The woman was visibly surprised. She said, thinking hard, that it was even larger than the world's largest galleon, a magical flying ship, and asked what substance it was, orichalcum alloy. The young man replied that this orichalcum offered the highest protection in the world, forged by combining other metals and magical technologies that had been lost. So this metal was considered long-lasting. While the hero was still speaking, the bridge from the ship lowered down to the ground. Girls stepped out. Enid introduced them to his parents, explaining that they were artificial life forms, and that the goddess stood before them in human form. Just then, the huge ship slid into the goddess's pouch. Kara stared, stunned. "What is that?" she asked, because even with compression and weight reduction magic, doing something like this would be impossible. Mom explained that her spatial pocket lets her store things across different places and even dimensions. Watching Kara interact with the goddess, Enid realized they really did get along, until, at that moment, his father approached him. The man apologized to the boy for not believing his story at first, admitting it sounded unbelievable. Keynes offered his son a chance to rest at the estate, and Enid agreed, though Honey was clearly unhappy that they were being separated again. The guy apologized once more, saying it had been a long time since he'd seen his family, and that was why he could understand. Nana stepped in and soothed the girl, reminding her she shouldn't be so selfish, then wishing the gentleman time with his family. The girl drew closer to the boy and asked him not to leave them alone for too long. Edith agreed. That unsettling hush between them didn't go unnoticed by Amelia. Rage made her tremble. Nana said she would park the ship 5 kilometers southwest of the city, by the lake, so they'd be able to reach them in just a few minutes if he needed anything. Even though Amelia was annoyed that her brother was chatting with other girls, she forced herself to breathe and reminded herself they were only dolls. Enid caught on to her odd behavior and pressed her. What was wrong? But Amelia wouldn't answer. Back at home, a table set with lavish care waited for the hero. He was thrilled. Before them sat food they could afford only once a year, and even an omelet made from prized cockatrice eggs. The nanny, her mother, and her sister all insisted that today was special, because Enid had come home safe and sound. So they did their very best, pouring in all their efforts. The hero flushed with embarrassment and thanked everyone. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Misery standing by the wall and asked her about it, suspicious. Father said she hadn't touched the cooking at all. Kara was miserable. Every time the girl got the chance, she slipped strange things into her food, until Misery no longer dared to cook. The guy couldn't make sense of what strange things she meant. The nanny went down the list: hair, nails, saliva, and even other bodily fluids from Misery herself. Enid asked whether this was some kind of harassment, but Luina answered that it was probably just a distorted expression of love. Amelia stepped into the conversation and said she understood the girl's feelings. Sometimes, she said, you can take it too far, especially when love isn't returned and only brings pain. Enid smiled, thinking his sister was being so kind to Misery, until Amelia casually added that she could prepare something similar with her hair and body fluids too, if her brother didn't mind. Kara, on the other hand, didn't understand and didn't want to accept Misery's actions. No matter how much the girl claimed love, she said, Cain only loved her, so Misery's efforts were pointless. Wearing a vicious expression, the woman added that the cursed blue claw wouldn't just activate on Misery. It would also inflict pain far more horrific than torture, and Kara would make her husband suffer a punishment worse than death itself. The girl trembled with fear at those threats. She turned away, and Cain said he had questions for her. Enid said that the love from a mother to a father had never been any easier, while Amelia admitted she understood Kara's feelings, because she would do the same to the man she loved if he betrayed her. Luina admitted that it would be impossible for her to force her beloved to drink her liquids, or to torture him. The hero thought his nanny was the only woman with common sense, until she added that she'd like to wear Dutton's cube beard. After dinner, Enid was finally able to bathe at his own house for the first time in 5 years. He had a good time with his family, and he was genuinely happy about it. The hero smiled warmly. He'd realized he was home with his family. Amelia's shadow slid past the bathtub as she spoke to her brother from the other side of the door. He was startled to hear her. "What happened?" he asked. The girl asked whether he liked taking a bath. The guy answered that everything was fine. Because he couldn't see her, he didn't know what was going on. Then, suddenly, he heard the rustle of clothes. His suspicion was right. The girl undressed and asked if she could take a bath with him. Enid was stunned by the question and by how quickly things had turned. He asked his sister again, and she repeated that she wanted to bathe with her brother, hoping it would be okay. This stunned the young man. He reminded her that they were already 16 years old. The girl asked him discontentedly if he didn't like swimming with her, which was not true. Enid simply didn't know how to object to him. Amelia, hearing the uncertainty in the young man's voice, said that she was going to take off her underwear and go to him. The hero waited for her silently. After the girl took off her last clothes, she covered herself with a towel and went into the bathroom after asking for forgiveness. Despite her initiative, Amelia was very embarrassed. Enid was surprised by how much her sister had grown up and changed. Her breasts had become bigger, and her legs and arms had become slender, like a model's. Because of the intense gaze, the girl became embarrassed and said that she felt ashamed. Enid apologized and turned away, but Amelia opened her arms and screamed for him to look at her body. The guy tried to ignore her and distract himself by looking for soap. In the end, Amelia sat in the bathtub with her brother. The young man joked that it was still rather cramped to wash together. They were aristocrats from the lower class, so their bathroom wasn't exactly luxurious. The girl quickly nodded along. The hero laughed and said that now they were more like lovers than relatives. Amelia's worry crept in at once. Even the thought made her whole body throb with debt. Just the idea alone. She told herself it wouldn't hurt to try establishing intense contact with her brothers, soon after they'd been apart. The guy promised, excitedly, that he wouldn't make her or her mother worry anymore. Amelia stared at him in surprise. With a smile, the girl admitted she was happy now that they were together. And then, with hope in her eyes, she asked whether they would sleep together after the bath. The young man looked a little stunned by the question. Still, he wasn't opposed to being with his sister that night. 5 years apart had made him want to fulfill every wish of hers. Amelia beamed, smiling as she thanked Enid. The hero waited for a moment, then remembered how the girl used to love it when he hugged her from behind as a child. He decided to do it again, just like the old days. To Amelia's surprise, her brother slid his arms around her from behind, pulling her in tight. Her breath caught and turned fast. Enid asked what was wrong. Then he felt her body go slack. He panicked, trying to bring his sister back to herself. After the shower, the young man tucked Amelia into bed. Watching her, Enid realized he'd gone too far in the bath. Yet even while she slept, the boy noticed Amelia was still smiling, looking content, and murmuring her brother's name. In the end, he lay down beside her and fell asleep too. The very next day, Enid learned that the city's rank would soon climb to D level. His father explained that the population was rising steadily, and that before long, they'd reach 500 people. For the hero, that was surprising, because 5 years ago, there were only 200. His mother added that the growth was also helped along by migrants, people from another country who wanted to settle with them, arriving every year. Kara's husband was delighted by it, because it made Melia seem like an attractive place to move to. Enid had the feeling that sometimes his father carried himself with a reassuring, dependable air, working for the town with sincerity. No wonder the townspeople adored Keynes. The young man was convinced the situation hadn't changed at all in the 5 years he'd been gone. His son said it wasn't surprising development was going so well, and his parents regarded him with questioning looks. Enid said, in the end, his father was a lord, and his mother a lord's wife. They'd been bound together in tar, doing their best. He admitted it plainly. They were two people he respected. Those words struck the man straight in the heart. Tears came fast. He was relieved to hear his own son recognize his work, and he said he was happy to be that boy's father. Keynes also reported that, thanks to the vaccine, there were now very few smallpox cases in Melia and the surrounding area. Enid felt satisfied that the vaccine, his and his father's, was slowly taking hold and spreading. The man went on. Soap helped improve hygiene and keep illness down, and with that, their economy flourished. The hero was glad. His actions were proving beneficial to society. Kara added that it was dangerous to rely on this alone to manage the city's finances. The young man felt it would be wiser to start producing something cheap and high quality. He understood that Melia's soap economy could soon collapse. The woman reminded them they had to factor in the workers' share in the soap industry. It's growing every year. The husband didn't quite understand what his wife meant, since they hadn't run into any real problems yet. Kara said the real issue was the level of food self-sufficiency. The balance between traders and the population had tilted, and warming food continued to outstrip production. Keynes smiled. "We can sell the goods elsewhere," he said. But the couple immediately began pressing him with questions. She asked what would happen if the harvest kept coming in across the New World. "Prices will certainly rise," she said, "and Melia's finances will become even more strained." Her husband answered that they could then import. The woman sighed that it would only saddle them with steep shipping costs, and that the risk of sinking or losing the cargo was high as well. Keynes scratched his head awkwardly, and it only infuriated his wife. She told him not to laugh, then laid it out plainly. If the price rose only because of a crop failure, everything would be fine. But if the surplus food ran out and forced them to rely on imports, then, at worst, people would simply not survive the famine. The woman was unhappy that her man couldn't think of anything. Watching his parents, the hero felt a wash of nostalgia. Still, he had to admit Melia's food problem was quite serious. But now that he was back, he had to start hunting for a solution. The young man said he'd go out and look around the city. The mother asked her son to greet the residents. The father agreed, adding that he needed to meet the new residents, something very important to Enid. He listened carefully, then nodded and agreed. A young man went out into the city, strolling as he greeted everyone. He was walking the streets when suddenly another young man pounced on him, crying in tears. The hero still didn't grasp what was happening. A little stung, he narrowed his eyes and tried to make sense of the figure in front of him. When he saw Conan in the young man, he breathed out, saying it really was him. He hugged Enid tightly, whispering that it was a dream to see him again. The boy tried to soothe his old friend, until he spotted Amelia and Sult among the rest of their acquaintances. The girl explained that once word of his return spread, everyone had hurried from the royal port to the city. Enid was amazed they'd managed to cover such a long distance, and he was told they'd arrived on magic ship. Conan said, brimming with joy, that it was only natural. The friend of his heart and the savior of his life had come home. Hearing that, the hero looked genuinely pleased. Enid caught sight of Sult and felt relieved to see him, but he brushed it off, saying he'd come only because Conan invited him. Even so, the young man admitted the truth wouldn't line up neatly. He couldn't be completely honest with himself. Keynes stepped up to the boy, thanking him for coming. Seeing Enid alive and well was a joy that brightened the boy's face. He started to cry. His mind dragged back to that fateful day when the hero had to sacrifice himself to save them. Kane muttered that not a day had passed since he was forgotten. The boy told him not to cry, even as Amelia tried to calm herself down, reminding him that Kane was a boy. Suddenly, something soft brushed Enid's face. It was Alina, She wrapped her arms around the boy tightly and greeted him. The girl's relief was immediate. The young man was unharmed. She said it was all thanks to his family, who kept praying in the church every day. Amelia couldn't stand the closeness between her brother and Alina. The saint declared that everyone in the city was praying too, for the master's return. The residents rushed toward Enid. The young man apologized for the worry he'd caused. With tears in his eyes, the old man said he was able to return to the city safely, so he would keep doing everything possible for Amelia. The hero was told he looked even more magnificent than before. The villagers assumed the last few years had been hard on the gentleman, but Enid, on reflection, felt that he had lived well overall. The new residents were also pleased to meet the Lord's son. The old townspeople were glad to see him again, because they needed him so badly. Enid felt warmth flood in from those words. The villagers welcomed him home. Right then, the hero realized he wanted to make these people happy. After some time, he lay on a bed aboard a magical ship, thinking about the problem of food when a battle doll came to him. She asked what had happened to the master. Ever since he returned, his life had fallen into one steady rhythm, back and forth between his parents' mansion and the magic battleship. The hero promised to come to Nana and the others every day because they didn't want him to leave, and he had just spent some time with Nana. Once they were done, the girl thanked the gentleman. In the living room, the combat doll observed how quickly Enid had set about tackling the problems in his hometown. Of course, that was exactly what the master would do, only he fumbled with the words, awkwardly wanting to say they hadn't really done anything yet, when Mom walked into the team. She asked, thoughtfully, whether there was a problem with the self-sufficiency level of their food. The hero replied that he'd noticed a large number of shops, but his impression was that the amount of farmland hadn't changed much over the past 5 years. Mom noticed some land near one lake and said it would be perfect for growing magic wheat and vegetables. Enid reminded him that the time they were in now was nothing like the time 1,000 years later. Neither the air nor the soil had strong magical powers. Mom assured him not to worry. She drew a large watering can from her small pocket and set it atop her head. "We need magic rain," the girl said. The boy didn't understand. The girl snapped, insisting this wasn't ordinary rain at all, but a very ancient magical instrument made for watering. When water is poured into a watering can, and a person with magical powers grips the handle, the water inside changes into magical water, carrying the corresponding components, boosting the concentration of magical power in the soil. Enid was curious and asked how much energy it would take. Mom smiled and said they'd need about 1,000 units of magic. Still, the hero understood the hard truth. The maximum magic power on Earth was 1 unit short of what was required. He couldn't help but think, could his own high magic be enough to make the magic watering can work? Enid said that even if he used the tool by himself, it would be difficult for him to cover a wide area alone. Mom didn't understand what he was talking about. She added that he didn't have to carry it all by himself. The creature waved its hand, and a large number of watering cans appeared before them. She said that if you transform the water with this rain, the effect would last for a day. Mom reminded the hero that he'd once visited the heavenly city, and that he had plenty of servants there who could help him. The young man immediately felt fired up, steadied, and confident. He knew dolls with magic could work indefinitely, and his maids were even better than the golems he'd created. Suddenly, a goddess landed on his shoulder and asked whether she could help him with anything. The boy was stunned by her presence, and his mother was horrified. She greeted the hero good morning with a wink. Then she turned to greet her mother, and her mother greeted the goddess back with nothing but fear. Enid asked the fairy what had happened to her, since he hadn't seen her since they arrived in Melia. The deity replied that she was the incarnation of the original, who was now asleep. But the hero didn't know such a phenomenon existed. Sylph explained that after repeated space-time transitions, she had almost no energy left. Only by sleeping for a while in a place with a strong magical atmosphere could she restore it. The guy asked if her hibernation lasted about the same length of time as it did in the Sky City, 3 years. The copy mulled it over and answered that it depended on the case. Recovery could take decades, or even hundreds of years. Noticing the hero's worries, the fairy poked his cheek and told him to calm down, because the goddess would keep being with him, but only through an incarnation, one that would also give him advice. She went on to say that the copy's abilities and combat power were lower than the real body, and Enid couldn't help but think it through. Sylph said that if she were bitten by the Dragon King, she'd show a bite mark, since her body was weak enough. And if she tumbled into a red-hot crimson crater, she'd end up burned, because her body had become that much more tender. The fairy measured herself against the original. If it fell straight into the direct flow of a solar blast, it would feel nothing but pleasant warmth. Still, Enid believed that even the incarnation had an insane vitality. Sylph winked and said she would first show them which direction to cultivate the land in, using divine divination. She shut her eyes and declared that access to the collective memory of the world, where every event since the beginning of time is stored, had been carried out illegally. The goddess was about to tell the hero what action would lead to a better future. The deity extended a finger toward a specific direction and began her fortune-telling, guiding them to the best place to cultivate the land. The wind picked up. A whirlwind spun around her. Her doll-like skirts fluttered up. So did her mother's. The young man stared at her, awkward and uncertain, and nearly blurted out a question about underwear. The girl answered that she followed the principle of not wearing it. Meanwhile, the fairy kept working her way through the prediction. The weather suddenly quieted, and Sylph pointed with both hands toward exactly where they needed to go. It was northwest. Everyone was stunned by the choice. The goddess beamed and said everything was correct. Divine prophecy declared that they should begin from the northwest. She was certain the harvest would be rich. Enid found the method of divination strange, but if his goddess insisted, then maybe it would work. Taking her advice, they began working the lands northwest of the lake. But first, they split into teams. Team A reported that they'd caught huge wild animals, bears and ferocious bulls, that lived in the area. Team B reported that they'd managed to drive away medium-sized wild animals like wolves and coyotes, while Team C handled giant snakes and crocodiles. The combined DE team cleared the area and wiped out 311 goblin clans, all led by their lord. The following FGH teams captured 59 ancient and 7 super ancient basilisks, and IJ destroyed the boss monster, the super ancient dragon. Mom asked the hero whether such a large territory would be enough for them. He nodded confidently. Yes. He'd seen that the magic dolls had impressive combat power, and that they were especially effective at tearing through dangerous animals and demonic beasts. The young man figured that if he brought the catch to the Hunters Guild, he could earn a reward and get plenty of useful materials. On top of that, uninhabited lands could be claimed as property for tax payments. The hero said it with enthusiasm. They should start preparing the land right away. Mom caught his sleeve. Watering with magic water needs delicate adjustment, she said, and the doll servant was just the right one for the job. We'll leave the Lenten tasks to the dolls. Enid suggested using regular golems for the physical work. The girl countered that they could use wild soil to create monsters. Then she added, "We'll continue tomorrow, though you should try it yourself this evening." The boy didn't really understand what she meant. Mom explained that they'd already decided to reward the team that produced the best results. The girls waited, tense with anticipation, before their master, who clearly understood where all of this was headed. Enna agreed with this. In the evening, with the help of flight magic, he returned to his place late at night. The guy was completely worn out. Today wasn't only the ablution of the territory, but also the awarding of more than 10 battle dolls. It was high time to rest. But when he opened the door to the room, he saw in the darkness a smiling Amelia who greeted her brother. Enid leaned against the door in surprise, noticing with even more surprise that she was still awake. The girl said it was a sister's duty to wait for her brother. Then she asked if he wanted dinner or a bath. The young man answered at once that he had already done everything. Amelia studied her brother closely and spotted a small bruise on his neck. She snapped up his head and, with madness blazing in her eyes, demanded whether that kiss mark on his neck was made by those magic dolls. Enid immediately remembered how hard it was dealing with his sister after returning to Earth. She was furious her brother was cheating on her and was ready to hunt down his mistresses. The young man agreed that the kiss on his neck. Amelia bowed her head and said that even if he had special hobbies or had been kissing magic dolls for the last 5 years, she didn't care. The hero filed it away in his mind. Magic dolls were treated like objects. The girl stepped closer to her brother and hugged his hand. With a creepy smile, she said she would accept all his strange hobbies. The young man thanked her, looking uncertain. The girl suggested Enid lie down and sleep next to her. The guy chose to stay quiet about the fact that it wasn't about kissing at all. The next day, the dolls filled a jug with water from the lake for their owner. The young man started working. As they began to spray it with the help of doll servants, he turned plain pond water into magical water. In the jug, the liquid began to glow in a distinct, uncanny way, like magic was taking hold. According to the mother, if they repeat this process for several days, with thousands of servant dolls, the land can be converted into arable land for growing magical wheat and greens. With the new job, Enid had a new role. One of the dolls came to him, saying she had only a little magic power left, so she asked the master to replenish it. The other girls sprang up at once, insisting they needed a recharge too. They demanded his saliva to restore their magical powers, and the hero tried to calm them down. The young man hugged one of the dolls and kissed it. It was a technology for transferring magical energy through contact and introducing liquid into the body. Otherwise, it was known as the ceremony of transferring magic. Other technologies were lost on Earth. He knew that no matter how human-like the dolls were, they would still need his help. When he finished, another doll came to him for help. Rena was about to kiss the master, but Nana stopped her. Nana pointed out that the remaining magic was enough for the girl to work, and reminded her she could only kiss the master after the magic power dropped below 10%. Rena hurried over to the doll, offered a quick apology, and left. Enid noticed that Nana was acting as a supervisor today. The glasses displayed both the total magic power and what remained. Even after the fraud was exposed, the boy couldn't shake the uneasy, strange feeling. Staring at the battle doll through the lenses, he saw, beautifully, either a teacher or a secretary inside it. They split the work by specialties, and the cultivation of uncultivated land kept progressing steadily, while the cultivated fields spread wider. Golems took up the heavy physical labor alongside the dolls. After a while, the hero's parents stood out in the field and stared, stunned, at what had been accomplished. They could hardly believe that, within such a short time, they'd managed to create a vast, well-kept expanse of land. These agricultural plots were planted with seeds and seedlings drawn from the jungle's development in the distant future. They were confident that next year would bring a huge harvest. Kara asked whether the magic dolls from the Sky City were also involved in developing the territory. Enid said they would need their help to improve the quality of the soil. Then, at last, the young man thought, they could temporarily set aside the food problem. Father said, almost to himself, that although the lands of the New World were vast, most of them were barren. Because of that, vegetables wouldn't grow well, especially in the northern regions, where people were being driven by hunger. The man felt he had to do something for these people. His wife watched him fall into worry and asked bluntly if they could really afford to help the poor. Enid understood her father's feelings, but they still had no surplus food. Keynes kept searching for a solution, then, thoughtfully, said that if they could find a culture that thrived in cold regions, it would be the way to turn things around. The hero's mind snapped to an idea. He remembered that on Earth, there was a culture that was tough enough for harsh cold. It was packed with nutrition and had pulled people back from starvation more than once. Still, the young man wasn't sure it existed in this world. Enid's head throbbed from overthinking it. He clutched his head, unable to make sense of what this information was supposed to mean. Then, out of nowhere, a goddess stood before him. She returned to deliver the prophecy again. Sylph warned that only the hero was blind now. What does the prophecy say? He asked. The deity paused, gathering his thoughts, and finally said that what they were searching for could be found in the southwest, high up in the mountains. She added that the sprouts of this crop can't be eaten because the buds are poisonous. If everything goes wrong, she can say goodbye to this world and go to another world. The young man weighed her words, and suddenly it hit him. One of the 4 main agricultural crops, alongside wheat, rice, and corn, was the potato. He clenched his fist with grim resolve. Now they had no choice but to head southwest to save the northern regions from starvation, potatoes in hand. In the end, he chose to search for potatoes with his sister. She was delighted that she and her brother could travel alone together. With flight magic, they sailed over forests and mountains. Enid took Amelia's hand. Amelia let out a long sigh and murmured that they hadn't held hands like this in ages. The hero agreed. The girl was glad too. There were no magic dolls nearby that kept her from being with her brother. But Enid didn't share her joy, because he'd originally planned to go himself. Still, he couldn't refuse in the end. Some time ago, when he told his parents about it, they were standing in the study in the mansion, and his mother wasn't opposed to the trip. She only had one condition. Kara was deadly serious as she pointed a finger at her son and ordered him to make sure he came back within a week. His father stood behind her, nodding along in agreement. The mother admitted she couldn't find peace, not even with the thought of losing her son again. Enid smiled and said he understood their feelings, while Amelia stood behind him. Tears finally broke through as she said they'd already been separated for 5 years, and she absolutely couldn't bear another week. The girl asked, too, that she be allowed to go with him to look for potatoes. That was how it came to pass. Brother and sister flew together over the world. Before the journey even began, the young men had a rough time convincing his mother and the battle dolls to stay behind. But he couldn't be sure a week would be enough to find the saving culture. The new continent was split into north and south, yet the settlers from the continent of Usia lived only in the north, in a confined area along the eastern part. The southern continent, the one they were heading toward, was entirely unknown. The goddess called him, warning that if they tried to match Amelia's speed, they'd have to fly for far too long. The young man quietly counted their companions, 3 in total, Sylph included, acting as their guide. Meanwhile, the fairy urged them to hurry. The goddess told him to speed up 10 times over. The boy asked her again, stunned. Amelia stared at her brother with a questioning look. He decided, speaking softer, that they should try. Enid reminded her that her sister's magical powers weren't that strong. The goddess replied that this could be fixed if the hero scooped his sister into his arms and flew. Though he was startled at first, he agreed it would be more effective. The young man turned to the girl and asked whether she would let him hug her. Amelia flushed, eyes widening in surprise. The brother explained, if he held her in his arms, or if she sat on his back, they'd fly faster. The girl watched him languidly and agreed, because it was Enid who suggested it. "Will you hug me like a princess?" she asked. When the guy lifted Amelia into his arms, the goddess was already poised to accelerate. Anidu's position didn't look particularly comfortable. Still, he understood that his consumption of magic power would be greater, though that shouldn't be a problem for him. The hero also noticed Amelia was enjoying the moment. At the same time, the young man threw up a thick wind barrier. With that in place, there was no longer any need to worry about the impact on the eardrums at high speed. Sylph was already ready for the acceleration itself. Tenfold. The heroes surged forward together as the goddess flew ahead. She told the boy to catch up, and then shot forward another 20 times faster. Enid even compared Sylph's speed to a jet plane. Trailing the goddess, the boy had no idea where they were headed. They'd already covered nearly 1,000 kilometers when suddenly she halted, calling out to the hero as he streaked past her. The goddess said he was terrible at stopping. The boy begged for forgiveness, and Amelia asked whether her brother was okay. The sylph pointed toward the mountains. She could already feel that there'd be plenty to harvest there, exactly what Enid was looking for. The goddess winked and said they'd have to ask the people of the mountain what the boy wanted. Inside the system, Enid checked the area's data. There really was significant biological activity. He guessed it was a settlement of indigenous people. Maybe they could even grow potatoes. The boy noticed this region was called Amazonia. He couldn't understand why it existed in this time. The hero remembered that, in the future, this place would be completely different. Enid saw that the outfits and masks looked just like the ones he'd seen in the future. Looking closer at the inhabitants, he wondered if they might be the ancestors of the girls he'd met later. Amelia asked whether what he was searching for was here. He said he wasn't sure, but he hoped. The brother urged his sister to go down, and she agreed. The girl admitted she would follow him wherever he went. They flew closer to the sightline, just enough that the masked Amazons could spot them in the sky. Then they began pointing at Enid, who was descending with Amelia in his arms. The hero heard someone shouting at them, yet he didn't feel any hostility from the guests. With magic, he activated the understanding of the language. The girls looked like they'd been waiting for him to come down from the sky. They were restless. The Amazons knelt and bowed. The women called Enid the legendary white man. Amelia asked what was happening, but even the hero didn't have the answer. The guests were led into a vast tent, and the sister watched them be greeted with startling kindness. The young man nodded along, though he still couldn't make sense of what was unfolding. The hero waited in his mind. They'd been greeted with unexpected warmth, but there was a trap hidden behind that hospitality. What could the legendary white man possibly mean? A masked girl stepped forward, and yet Enid still recognized features she'd seen before. The Amazon greeted the guests. She took her seat before them and introduced herself as Lillian Amazonia, Queen of Amazonia. The other girls sat on either side of her. Enid was stunned. Lillian was a copy of Queen Anria, down to the voice, which sounded identical. He could only assume she was her direct ancestor. Amelia asked why they were being so hospitable to them, even though they were meeting for the first time. The queen answered simply, it was because they were the legendary white people. Lillian said they had a legend of a messenger sent by the spirit of creation god who made this world, and that their ancestors called him the white man. The day he came down to them, he brought happiness to all of them. The queen said the legendary man had left promises that he would return to their lands one day. As she spoke, the goddess appeared over Enid's shoulder and murmured that this sounded interesting, then declared that the hero should call himself the legendary Y-Man. The boy mentally told Sylph he hated lying because it made him feel bad. He wondered whether he was doing the right thing, but he also knew things would go more smoothly if he kept playing the role of the white man. Enid smiled and confirmed that they really were the legendary people from their legend. Amelia hadn't expected him to introduce them that way. Then the queen asked whether they could help him with anything. The boys said they were searching for plants that could thrive in cold regions, plants that would drain the soil, and they even hinted at potatoes. Lillian answered that there were already plenty of potatoes growing on their lands. A pile of potatoes sat right in front of the heroes. Enid didn't expect the search to be this fast and effortless. The guy was relieved too. There was a magic bag beside him, ready for him to dump every potato into. When he sealed the bag, he asked Lillian whether it was truly all right for them to give away that much of the vegetable. The queen said he didn't need to worry. Then Enid pulled out the diamonds and urged the Amazons to accept them. He didn't know how else he could properly thank them for the potatoes. Lillian's eyes lit up. Without delay, she took the gift into her hands and began examining it. The hero felt a wave of nostalgia watching that familiar reaction. He was glad he'd brought diamonds from the future to the present. However, the young man couldn't understand why neither agriculture nor legends were known in the future. He told himself the region must, somehow, be able to shape the people's further development. The boy caught himself overthinking, and in the end the heroes secured the potatoes safely, while the queen, with kindness, let them stay the night. After that, they set out to deliver potatoes to the northern part of the New World. As they flew, Enid hugged his sister, who was happy about it. The goddess observed that, in this position, one can fly stably. The hero tried to steady his nerves, insisting to himself that he was only following the deity's advice and had no other intention. By evening, they managed to reach the largest city in the cold region. There, Governor John Hoffman Eric met them. He inspected the potatoes and was upset that they looked so ugly. The man asked whether they truly could grow it in their cold regions and harvest it in large quantities. Enid confirmed they could, adding that no matter the type, the vegetable still tasted good. The governor said he wanted to express his gratitude. He would see to it that the governor's records included the fact that Enid had donated a new type of culture. But to the hero, that didn't sound like gratitude at all. When they came out, the boy thought those were just the words of a person from another country they'd met for the first time, so it felt unrealistic to expect him to believe it right away. Enid urged that his sister go back home. Suddenly Amelia halted, eyes bright, and blurted that her brother was a good boy. The guy was stunned by the praise, so unexpected. The girl pointed out that the young man wasn't working only to solve the food problem, but also for the sake of people in remote cold regions. Enid, a little embarrassed, admitted it was some kind of charity project. The hero scratched his head, thinking it would be good for Amelia herself if her fame spread. Still, he also wanted, truly, to cut down the number of people suffering from hunger as much as he could. The sister admitted she was proud of her brother. She clung to the young man tightly and swore that she would follow Enid for the rest of her life. The hero let out a sigh. It was hard for him to hold the girl. The mother stepped in front of her eldest son and announced that it was time for him to get married. Enid was caught off guard by the statement. He told himself he was too young to marry. But Kara didn't agree. In this country, she said, getting married at 15 wasn't strange, because that was the age of majority. The woman spat out that they had to take into account one simple fact. The young man had been missing for 5 years, and she wasn't the least bit surprised he was lagging behind on this point, too. She added that he would turn 19 soon, and that while it was good to focus on the city's development, he also had to start thinking seriously about his own future. The young man asked, "What about Amelia?" Kara said she wanted him to marry for his sister's sake. Enid didn't understand the logic. The woman explained that Amelia wouldn't marry anyone until the guy married himself. The mother rose, let out a long sigh, and said her daughter had even told her she would only marry her brother. The hero muttered that Amelia's brother complex was causing all sorts of trouble. Enid's exact sightline, at least the 17-year-old sister, seemed far too young, but in this world that age is considered marriageable. After 20, it only gets harder for a girl to marry on good terms. He wouldn't want to be the reason for that. Kara quietly suggested that maybe it would be better if Enid and Amelia were together, but the guy didn't hear her and asked again. The woman waved the answer away. When the family gathered to eat, Hannah was there too, feeding a gentleman with a spoon. She blew on the food, then handed it to the boy. The parents were embarrassed just watching the whole scene. Kara pointed out that her grown son could eat on his own without anyone's help. Amelia sprang up, agreeing with her mother. The young man scratched the back of his head, visibly embarrassed. With tears in her eyes, the sister declared categorically that she was against combat dolls, because she could take care of her brother herself. The girl asked that no more magical dolls be brought to the mansion. Enid reminded her that she'd already agreed to a compromise. Only one maid would be brought in, so life would be more comfortable. After his return, the hero lived a double life, slipping between the ship and the mansion. The dolls begged to be allowed to serve right beside the master there, so they now take turns working with his maids. Yet Enid couldn't figure out why Amelia still reacted so negatively to the dolls. The sister insisted she could handle her brother herself. She snapped at Nana, shouting that the way she was rushing along was wrong anyway. The doll listened closely, then proposed a different approach. She put the food in her mouth and, without hesitation, kissed the master. Amelia trembled at such brazen audacity, and no sound came out of her. The girl remembered the doll as her opponent. Her father agreed that Nana was truly incredible, an exceptionally effective magic doll, and added that he, too, would like to have a maid like that. Kara heard it all, and in a threatening voice, demanded whether her husband really wanted to be fed, and mouth-to-mouth at that, by such a beautiful, young magic doll. The man immediately started denying it. In the evening, Enid took a shower with Amelia and Nana. Almost at once, they began arguing over who would rub the gentleman's back. The young man couldn't understand why his sister looked so crushed. He noticed that Amelia, who was usually kind to everyone, changed the moment Nana was around, becoming a little cruel. And the doll. There was something like a rivalry in her attitude toward Amelia, too. Then suddenly, the doll shoved the girl, sending her tumbling onto the tiles. Enid hurriedly asked if everything was all right. The sister snapped at Nana to get out of the bath, but Nana replied that only the master could give her orders. Nana turned away and added that even his sister had no authority to boss her around. Amelia went livid. The girls began to bicker, clinging to each other as the hero watched with an easy grin. He warned that the bath was dangerous and told them to be careful, so the young man suggested they simply wash themselves. Nana and Amelia calmed down at once. The sister stepped up to her brother and dropped to her knees before them. With a rag in hand, she asked him to let her wipe the front part of his body. Still, the girl gave in to the doll, handing Enid's back over to her. The young man tried to stop his quick-footed sister. At first, he even meant to propose washing each other's backs in turns. Nana pressed against him from behind, and in a soft voice called out to the master. She asked him to let her wash his back with her body. The guy snapped that it was too much, and Amelia screamed. The sister asked what her older brother was doing. He replied that he was just washing his body, adding that he always washed like that. The young man then asked why she was asking. Amelia soaked herself and declared that she'd wash him too, together with her own hands. Nana replied that she was going to wash the gentleman's front part, as always. Her sister countered that she would do it instead. The hero asked, bluntly, if they were really going to wash themselves. After the bath, Nana climbed straight into Enid's bed. Amelia wasn't pleased. She blurted that it was her and her brother's bed, so Nana had to get off. The doll cut in, reminding her she didn't have to obey. The argument spiraled the same way as it had in the bath. Nana objected to Amelia, insisting that the lower tier of the bunk bed was meant exclusively for the master, so there was no reason for the girl to sleep with the boy. Amelia, however, insisted they were one. Therefore, her older brother's bed was also her bed, and that, to her, was completely natural. The doll scoffed that only the girl herself could come out with such nonsense. The sister then ordered the boy to tell Nana to get off the bed. Enid shrugged that they'd sleep together anyway. The girls finally quieted down only after they fell asleep. The hero woke up in the morning and felt something beneath him. Nana was giving him pleasure. She greeted her master, but Enid didn't react at all. He'd grown used to this morning service until the truth hit him. It happened every day. He bolted up, exclaiming that they were in his own home, especially in the room he shared with Amelia. Then he looked around and realized his sister wasn't there. "Where is she?" he asked. The doll answered that Lady Amelia had woken up recently and left the room at once. The guy figured she'd gone to preen herself, since he knew his sister spent a lot of time on it. The doll's body started to tremble. She breathed hard and begged the master for mercy. Nana couldn't stand it anymore, yet Enid still wasn't sure he could do this in this room. Nana stood up and pointed to exactly where she wanted the hero. The instant she did, the guy was convinced, and he agreed to help. The young man figured they had to wrap it up fast, before Amelia returned. When Nana reached her peak, her body went limp. She asked the master for forgiveness, then pleaded for his favor again. Enid agreed. The doll thanked the guy and kept going, until Amelia walked in. The hero froze, unable to understand why she'd finished early today. As the brother scrambled to explain, the doll carried on with what she was doing, utterly ignoring him. Nana was having the time of her life, then finally began to calm down, snuggling up to Enid. The brother noticed his sister started to mutter something, like a spell. A dark aura coiled around Amelia. The young man tried to stop her and get her to talk, but it was already too late. The girl unleashed a spell of instant death, yet Nana parried it cleanly, shocking the guy. Amelia let out a sigh and admitted she'd made a mistake, blaming it on her own lack of composure and prudence. With a smile that crawled, she pointed out that the instant death spell didn't work on this magical doll. The girl then said she should have used the destruction spell instead. The hero could only hope she was joking. The sister wasn't happy with her brother. She snapped that it was wrong to do that to a doll, insisting the boy had special inclinations, something that disgusted her. So the girl decided she would correct her relative. But Enid didn't like that, at all. Ever since then, her attitude toward him has changed. She grew far too frank with her brother. The girl showed her underwear on herself and asked if he liked it. He answered in a dry tone that everything suited her. He didn't seem to care because they'd already bathed together. He finally decided to ask her straight out what was wrong, since she'd been acting oddly for days. Amelia said it was a correction, meant to get her brother interested in real women. Ina told her that being drawn to a magic doll was just as much a break from her logic as being interested in her younger sister as a woman. Amelia immediately started to deny it. She snapped back quickly that there was nothing strange about being attracted to her sister. The young man wouldn't let it go. He argued that if you really thought it through, such a relationship was impossible. The girl didn't agree. Enid caught it right away. Amelia, who could be sensible, was applying a warped worldview to him. He couldn't help wondering whether he'd have to go looking for a wife for his sister's sake. After some time, the hero and his father met with the deputy mayor, who had come to talk about raising the birth rate. He suggested arranging marriages among bachelors, like Enid and Amelia. Keynes understood immediately what was coming. The man leaned in and asked the guest what specific ideas he had. The deputy cheerfully answered that they had nothing at all, so the man decided it was time to seek help from the Crane family. The hero noted it was, in fact, a rather timely appeal. He added that if they truly meant to plan for long-term development, they should grow the population themselves instead of leaning on immigration. The deputy mayor agreed right away. Impressed by the young man, he let out a sigh and said he'd be delighted if his daughters ever married a distinguished man like Enid. The father weighed how to craft a policy that would encourage marriage. The guy suggested one thing: setting up places where young people could actually meet. Before long, dating spots opened for the young people. They strolled and chatted in a cozy atmosphere. Even the hero's nanny was there, and people got acquainted with her. The fighting dolls also joined in, serving refreshments to the guests, and Enid's video was a huge success. About a month after consulting with Mr. Sabs, they managed to secure a meeting place. They pulled off a city-wide, large-scale group date, truly incredible. Even with the participation fee set at 8 silver moments, a solid crowd still showed up. It was mind-blowing to see more than 1,000 people, including participants from other countries, gather in Malia to take part in the city group date. The hero reflected that if couples formed and some of them got married, the level of celibacy would drop, leading to a rise in the birth rate, which was their original goal. Amelia called her brother. After thanking Enid for his work and for running around the venue, she asked why she'd come to him now, when she'd been talking to other guys. Her sister answered plainly. Her brother would always come first. The hero filed it away mentally. Amelia's participation was advertised with a massive impact on the crowd. Enid wanted her to start drifting away from him already. The young man said Amelia had helped them a lot this time. The girl replied that she would always support her brother, but her real job was making sure that guy didn't get close to any other women. As Amelia walked through the festival, she saw everyone enjoying themselves. Enid let out a breath of relief. The groups that couldn't squeeze into the barbecue and had been spread across different restaurants were having a great time. A week before the event, Enid reviewed the plan. The ratio of men to women among the participants was 9-1, far too lopsided. Seated in the office, he let out a long sigh. Even though some were drawn in by the Venalia Festival members' involvement, that huge gap in numbers could spark discontent. Mom appeared and told him not to worry. She proposed passing the battle dolls in the mansion off as humans, then letting them take part. Enid hesitated, unsure. "What if someone notices?" she asked. Mom wore a sly smile and said that as long as she stayed quiet, no one would know. In an instant, the goddess appeared and declared it was terrible to deceive. Mama screamed in horror, pressing herself against the hero, her whole body trembling. Sylph said that if they were going to bring the dolls in, they had to be honest with the participants. If the truth came out, it would become a matter of trust. Enid agreed. The goddess urged them to stress that these are magical dolls, visible only to people. Then everything would be fine for sure. At the event, they were swept up by the dolls' beauty. The figures spoke to them sweetly, and the girls grew curious about their stories, even proposing they share a drink together. The other magic dolls were colder and kept their distance, asking not to be treated so familiarly. The participants were so delighted that they were willing to give up human women. Watching that reaction, Enid felt certain no one was against the dolls. The goddess asked whether it was right to follow her advice, and the guy agreed. The young man realized doll servants were truly ideal for the service industry, so they should be made into employees, with cabaret clubs or cafes opened with maids. Amelia approached him, holding the meat she'd given him on a plate, and offered his brother a taste. He thanked her. The girl hugged the young man, and he noticed, more clingy than usual. He stared at his sister, worry tightening his expression. Her brother wanted her to find a boyfriend at this city festival, but if things kept going like this, she'd end up without a partner because of him. Enid told Amelia she should communicate more with other people. Right then, Conan walked up to him. He greeted the brother and sister and complimented the girl. The hero thanked his old friend for joining them that day. He asked whether the guest liked barbecue, and Conan answered positively. Amelia added that the vegetables and meat had been brought all the way from Melia specially. The girl said that men with a good appetite are very masculine and attractive, and that she really likes watching them eat during this city event. Conan remembered, then dug in, pulling food from the tables as if it had always been meant for him. While he ate, Amelia shoved her brother toward the dance floor. Enid had never seen anyone savor the moment like this. Amelia cuddled up to her brother and invited him to dance. The guy joked that she had plenty of young men eager to twirl with her, but Amelia only wanted to dance with him. Enid didn't understand why that mattered. They didn't even notice Rita closing in. "Enid," she said, offering a dance. Enid and the others were thrown off. Rita's sudden presence caught them completely by surprise. Rita was Sue's younger sister. About half a year ago, Sue had gone back to their village to get married, so Rita came in to take her place. "Today," the girl said, "I feel like winning Enid." The guy asked what she meant. Rita answered calmly that she'd just turned 14, meaning she could be married. Without wasting a second, Rita immediately proposed marriage to Enid. Amelia cut in, throwing herself in front of her brother, and screamed that she refused to accept it. The girl demanded to know why the hero's sister was refusing her. Amelia replied that she'd only voiced her brother's feelings as a sister. But Enid said he didn't want to refuse Rita, shocking the relative. Rita burst with joy at that. She actually jumped for excitement. The guy asked why the girl wanted to marry him. Rita said she believed he was wonderful, brave and kind. She never forgot how he helped her in those first days after she arrived in the city. Blushing, she added that she also thought he was quite handsome. Enid was genuinely pleased to receive such direct, pleasant compliments. He thanked her. Rita then said that at first glance, you wouldn't think she was a stick for pretty faces. The girl admitted that everyone had said her idea of cute was actually creepy, so the tribe had decided she was strange. After her words, the young man couldn't bring himself to rejoice sincerely. Rita asked him to dance, and the boy gladly agreed. Amelia immediately grabbed her brother and told him to wait. Because of the sharp grip, Enid would not be able to stand on her feet. He landed on something soft. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face, Owena. The saint greeted him. Amelia screamed, blurting out involuntarily that her brother should never fall onto her chest. Enid didn't understand her sister's jealous displays. Alina said their meeting was the will of the goddess. She took the hero by the hands and asked him to dance with her. Rita and Amelia protested. Rita said she was the one who was about to dance with Enid. Amelia shot back, pointedly, that pressing bodies together like that was considered indecent. The saint couldn't get a word in edgewise. The girls turned toward the guy. Rita hurried him into choosing a dance partner. Amelia folded her hands and said she believed in her older brother. They all watched him, waiting. The girls crowded around Enid, who had no idea how to escape this. He suggested instead that they dance in turn. In the end, the hero finally had his chance to pay attention to each of them. Rita grinned widely as they danced. She was having fun with Enid, who struggled to keep up. Alina pressed herself too close, and it embarrassed the young man. Amelia met the young man's gaze with a warm, loving look as they danced. She said she was happy to dance with her older brother. But Enid was annoyed by her fixation, furious that, in the end, she couldn't shake off her complex. The hero also noticed that Nana and the other dolls' faces had recently begun to look frightening to him. He finally understood where that strange tension was coming from. The deputy leaned into the microphone and declared the last event of the event: confession time. He urged the guests to speak their feelings straight to their partner, or to send a letter instead. The man hoped his daughters, problem assets now, would find partners quickly. Enid believed that the more couples they formed, the easier it would be to draw participants to future events. The first confessions started to come in. A young man toyed with a combat doll in love, then offered her a place as his lover. The girl apologized and refused. Nana had several boys and girls confess to her as well. They all wanted to become her servants, but the magical creature refused them all. The ones who were turned down drifted away, dejected, and Enid couldn't help noticing there were simply too many people who found fault with the dolls. It was a rather sad situation. The guy was weighing what could be done to make couples form. Then Rita came up to him. She repeated her offer again, and this time she added that the young man was obliged to marry her. Amelia heard it and went rigid with tension. Alina immediately rushed to the hero and declared that if he took Rita as his wife, he would have to renounce his faith. She went on to explain that Enid belonged to a magical order that worshipped magical powers, while Rita worshipped spirits, which were considered evil, so their marriage would not be recognized by the church. The girl said, very seriously, that perfume was extremely important to her, so she would never give it up. Rita insisted that even if their church did not recognize them, they would still rise under the blessing of the spirit priest. Alina protested. She said it could not be done. The saint declared that such a marriage would be wrong. Enid waited over too. If this was meant to stand as the future ruler's union, it would become a serious problem. At worst, it could spiral into a heated discussion with the archbishop of their country. Alina insisted that wrong love had to be stopped. She stepped closer to the hero and offered herself, urging him to marry her. By my example, she said, I'll lead you along the right path. Enid. He already knew which one to choose. Even if Rita was kind, marrying her would be difficult. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Alina's offer was driven more by duty than desire. The guy was baffled. After all, he only wants to marry someone who truly loves him. His eyes slid to Amelia, who was watching her brother with hope, and something in him began to convince himself that her feelings were more family than romance. The hero knew he had to make a choice, one that would finally let Amelia move on. Right then, a goddess appeared before him and tore into him for not seeing his sister's true feelings. Enid couldn't make sense of it. Sylph explained that she'd already foreseen something, and it was tied to Amelia. She said that if he accepted the offer of one of the two, something terrible would befall the younger sister. The goddess warned that if the young man went along with the continuation of one of the girls, his sister would be in serious trouble. Enid still didn't understand what she meant by Great White. Soph told him she'd predicted it through divine revelation. She had seen Amelia would fall ill in the future. The news hit the hero like a shock. The fairy said the girl's heart would be shattered. She would spend the rest of her life alone, trapped in her room, and before she died, she would call for her brother. The boy clutched his head. A future like that was truly unbearable. The goddess, as if nothing had happened at all, told him to refuse the proposals. Enid was certain he hadn't planned to marry in the first place. Besides, he couldn't go ahead with it now that he knew it would make Amelia unhappy, because she mattered to him more than anything. After thinking it through and steadying his thoughts, the young man walked up to his sister. He called out to her, and the girl looked at him with bright, expectant eyes. The hero set his hands on her shoulders and asked whether she would oppose his marriage to another woman. Amelia answered at once, categorically, she would be against it. And the moment she finished, he swung his attention straight to Alina and Rita. The young man bowed and apologized. The girls looked at him, baffled, unable to understand why he was doing it. He explained that, since his sister opposed it, he wouldn't date anyone now, so that meant he wouldn't be able to get married. Amelia was pleasantly surprised. Meanwhile, Enid let out a breath. He'd managed to refuse without hurting anyone, though it cost him personally. Still, for the moment, the situation was settled. His sister tugged at his clothes. He turned toward her, studying her with a questioning look. "Is that all you wanted to say?" the girl asked. Enid couldn't understand why she was watching him so expectantly, until the goddess suddenly appeared before him and called the hero an insensitive person. She said that what Amelia had prayed for wasn't that he would refuse her marriage proposal, but that Enid would confess his love to her, as a man. The boy didn't get it at all. He objected, pointing out that they were brother and sister, but the goddess cut him off. She declared that, no matter what, the girl was still, deep down, in love with him as a man. Even though Enid understood everything, he forced himself not to notice. He'd been terrified of a situation like this, because it was something that shouldn't happen between relatives. Then, without warning, Amelia confessed her love and insisted on continuing the conversation. But the guy abruptly clapped a hand over her mouth. He realized that, socially and religiously, marriage between brother and sister was completely unacceptable. But no one knew, Amelia included, that they weren't related by blood, so Enid wanted his sister to say more, afraid the townspeople might misunderstand her.